He's also got Art Corn to worry about behind him. Even still, a fold here would be incredible.
He does fold!
Wow! Again, wow.
Can Art Corn get away from his queen? No, he pays off Kevin Killeen.
Oh man, that's going to be rough watching this back, seeing Jake fold a much better hand and then calling with his. Hail to thee, Jake Cody.
Killeen chips up to the delight of his rail. And what a read by Jake Cody. He's third in chips, behind Kevin Killeen, who just increased his stack to 3.1 million. But Sebastian Powell is still commanding chip leader with 6.1 million. Blinds are up, 25.50. Kevin McPhee folds, as does Art Corn. Kevin Killeen with ace queen. He's in the hijack, and he raises to 105,000. Pablo Gordillo is out. Sebastian Powell on the button has kings.
No man, these are going around like a case of man flu.
Ace Queen versus Kings round 2. Well, that's a 3-bet from Powell. He's made it 275k. Action back on Killeen.
Not a spot where a dude's usually folding. Or ever.
Sure enough, Kevin Killeen in his lucky hat calls.
And sure enough, King's still a huge favorite over Ace Queen.
Killeen out of position without the betting lead with the worst hand. Oh, hang on a sec. Top pair and the nut flush draw. He's actually a statistical favorite, even though Powell still has the best hand right now.
That is a sexy flop for Kevin Killeen, and he could be going for a check raise.
Powell continues for 250,000.
Killeen's hand is certainly strong enough to check raise, but he might actually realize it'll be tough to get all the chips in the middle as a really big favorite. He's usually going to be a coin flip, just like now.
He just calls.
And by just calling, he earns a little deception as well.
Near enough 1.2 million in the middle. Board pairs on the turn, the 6 of spades. Killeen checks for a second time.
Powell should definitely keep betting.
Here comes the second barrel. That is 425,000. Does Killeen raise now?
If he does, it's generally more of a semi-bluff than a value shove.
Once again, it's just a call.
Huge pot.
2 million in the middle. 10 of spades on the river. That's a brick for Killeen. He checks.
It's kind of scary that Killeen's stationed the whole way, but I think there's too much value in this spot to check behind. I think Killeen's going to have a lot of missed draws.
Powell does check behind.
Free showdown.
Killeen with top. Powell with the overpair. Adds more than $1 million to his stack. Well, Kevin Killeen won all those chips from Jake Cody and Art Corn. He's just lost them all to the chip leader.
He's taking them back. He's taking them all back.
Have you got what it takes to make an EPT final table? You can qualify for a European Poker Tour main event at PokerStars.com. It's been an up and down start for Kevin Killeen here at the PokerStars.com EPT London final table, but during the break he managed to steady the ship, eliminating Pablo Gordillo in 8th place. And now, he's in the zone.
He's quite confident. I find with Kevin that he goes very quiet and he is concentrating on what he's doing, and that's the zone he needs to be in.
But it's still German student Sebastian Powell who possesses the commanding chip lead. And straight back to the action, we have another all-in. Powell's fellow countryman Art Corn has called Jonathan Benzadoon's shove, and it's ace-queen versus kings again.
Jeez, this table's seen more kings than all of English history. Okay, well, maybe not that many, but a lot.
Benzaduna's hit a queen, so he's now got 5 outs. Looking for another queen or an ace, and he needs to see it on the river, or he will exit in 7th.
Are kings gonna hold again?
Martin Finger among the pros on Art Corrin's rail. The river is a deuce. Kings do hold again.
Good game.
And Jonathan Benzadoun is eliminated.
So, no Spanish champ here in London, no French champ here in London, and with 2 of 6 left in the field, you gotta like Germany's chances.
Also a decent chance of a 2-time champ.
I like this Art kid, but there's only one Corrin in my book, and that's Vicky. Art should change his name to something original, like Garfunkel.
Blinds right now are 30,000, 60,000, with a 10,000 ante. Jake Cody's under the gun. He's got 4s. That's a raise to 125k. Kevin McPhee folds his hand. Ace-king for Art Corrin.
Jake Cody is a pretty loose, aggressive player, so I think you're going to be 3-betting him most of the time. The only issue is that he did raise under the gun, so sometimes he's going to have you in worse shape than most of the Clump family.
That's a re-raise. A 3-bet to 285,000. Killeen folds the button. Powell, Marotchek fold the blinds.
I'm all in. Echo.
A shove and a call, and we've got a race on our hands. And it's a race the hometown hero needs to win to keep his 2-time hopes alive.
Pretty standard the way it played out, but I do think Jake's only making that shove if he expects he's going to get Art to fold like 10s and maybe even jacks sometimes.
There's a 4.
It is good to be Jake Cody.
How many is that? 3 of them. That's 3 of them.
If you're wondering what that guy's deal is, it's beer.
Oh.
Got outs.
Art Corrin has 4 outs. Jake has to fade a king or a 9 on the river, and his partner Alex looks super stressed. Jake doubles up.
Jake's never seen those guys before in his life, but he has seen an EPT trophy before, and he might be seeing another one today.
He's now playing 4.7 million. Well, there's still around £1.5 million in play, with a third of that going to the eventual winner. Plus the prestige of being an EPT champ, something that both Jake Cody and Kevin McPhee have already experienced. Blinds are now 40-80. Action fold around to Jake in the small blind. King, queen of diamonds. It's Kevin McPhee's big blind.
Getting both barrels of cowboy face right now.
Jake's raising to 200,000.
Small versus big. This is definitely a raise with the intent of calling it off if Kevin shoves.
Ace-3 of hearts for McPhee.
All in.
He does shove. And Jake calls. We've got champ-on-champ action.
I'm all in.
And at risk.
This is a cooler.
Jake Cody not that far behind with 2 live cards and a live suit. But McPhee flops big. Cody's outs reduced.
This is a ridiculously tense spot. These two can barely look at each other.
McPhee pairs his 3. Same outs needed for Jake Cody. A king or a queen, but not the king or queen of hearts. It's the 5 of spades. That's a double up for McPhee.
Easy game. Pretty much no other way that hand was going to play out.
So the 2 former EPT champions are pretty much level in chips now. 2.9 million for Cody, 2.7 million for McPhee. Jake is second on the leaderboard. Kevin is third in chips. Sebastian Powell looks like he's running away with this. So how's Jake's girlfriend coping with all of this drama?
It's more nerve-wracking than anything when he's in a hand. You just try to stay calm on the outside, but on the inside your heart's really like going off like that, like really badly. But I mean, he's better at it than anybody I know, so he's pretty calm throughout, no matter what the cards are, no matter what his hands are. He's a pretty calm guy.
Jake's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Another all-in. Jakub Marocek at risk with ace-8, called by Kevin Killeen with tens.
He is gonna need some help.
Marocek was down to just 12 big blinds, but this is a virtual all-in for Killeen, who only has 4 bigs behind. No help for Marocek on the flop.
So far, so good today, with the best hands holding up.
Marocek down to 3 outs. Needs an ace on the river. It's a 10.
Nice.
Jakub Marocek eliminated in 6th place, cashing for more than 100 grand.
Torino's his online handle, but his hat's name is Jelly Beans.
So 5 remain in the quest for the EPT 11 London Trophy. Killeen not going to play this hand. Powell is out. It's Jake Cody's button. He's got Queen Jack of clubs. He raises to 200k. Kevin McPhee has ace-8 of hearts.
All in.
And he's all in again. Art Corrin in the big blind, folds. It's back on Jake.
Account, please. It's 1.7 million.
I think this is a fold, dudes. To make a call here, you'd have to think Kevin would be shoving lighter than a supermodel's lunch. Pretty much all his shoving hands are better than this. And Jake's got a hand that's going to be dominating very, very rarely. I assume he's going to think about this for a second and then fold. Not even getting 2 to 1.
Looking very serious.
Well, he is, but he's always looking serious. That's the same look on his face as when he's watching South Park.
Wow, Jake calls.
We got another ace-high versus live card situation, and all the serious faces are warranted.
Kevin McPhee ahead, but at risk. And several UK pros on Jake's rail, including Sam Grafton and Neil Farrell. Cody's flopped a big draw.
As far as flops go, where you don't hit anything, that's a pretty good one.
Kevin now with a flush draw.
Well, at least somebody's having fun.
The river is the Jack of Hearts, a flush from McPhee. He doubled up, guys.
You lost, bro.
You can't even see we lost that coup.
Jeez.
You don't even know a flush beats a
Glad I didn't celebrate at least.
Awkward.
That's it.
I would be losing it at my rail right now, but Jake Cody, he is like the Fonz. And what's Fonzie like? He's cool.
We're down to 5 at the final table of the PokerStars.com EPT London main event. Before the break, Jake Cody took a huge hit in a pot against Kevin McPhee. At this point, the thought of winning a second title must be at the forefront of both their minds.
To win my second EPT would be a huge accomplishment. I mean, EPT's been a big part of my life for
5 or 6 years now.
You've got to think that the former winners have the advantage, really. They've been there, they've done it.
My experience is probably an advantage at the table because I've been there before.
This is huge. This is going to be part of history. This is the EPT title. This is so prestigious. This is the best thing you can win in tournament poker.
In the words of Jack Black, it's prestigious! And also, skadoosh.
Powell still the big chip leader. Cody with only 12 big blinds.
Yeah, how about that Sebastian Powell just quietly bossing it over there?
I'm all in.
Jake shoving from the cutoff with King Jack.
How much is it?
1.25.
McPhee has a pair.
I call.
And he puts Jake at risk. The blinds fold, so we're off to the races.
Like pizza versus french fries, both pretty good.
This is their third clash. Breathe, Alex.
Look, Jake.
Begrudging, but still classy.
It's the first time Jake's been at risk. He pairs his jack and takes the lead.
It's a good flop.
This time it's okay to cheer, guys. You know what? Okay, forget it.
2 outs for McPhee. Chopportunities emerge on the turn.
Heart?
It is a heart. It's a chop pot. And everyone loves a chop pot.
Alex learned that exhale in Lama's class, I bet.
Leather jackets for everyone on the rail if he wins this.
He can't be having better lines than me. Get him out of here.
That's really funny.
Agreed.
Great atmosphere at this final table. Blind still 5,100. And pocket queens for Kevin McPhee.
Jeez, this table keeps picking up more monsters than a cab driver in Monstropolis. That's one for the kids.
Mike Wazowski. Killeen on the button. Passes. Powell's out. Jake has King 10 of diamonds.
Easy defend for Jake, but probably not a shove against an under-the-gun raise.
He only has 12 big blinds. But he does defend.
Look at Kevin. He is gearing up for a battle.
1.1 behind?
A little more, but yeah.
Champ versus champ, round 4. And Cody flops trips.
Flops better than a fat guy in a swimming pool.
Jake checks.
And I think Kevin checks behind here a lot. I don't think there's a ton of hands he's beating that will give him the action he wants here. Nope.
A C-bet from McPhee of 230,000.
Now that he has bet, if Jake jams, Kevin's got to call.
I'm all in.
Jake shoves.
I call.
And Kevin calls.
Dang.
You king?
Yep.
Nice hand.
Great spot for Jake.
Cody, bring us up to speed, will you?
Got a king. Queens.
Cody's a 93% favorite to double up and get back into the game.
Kevin's got to be pretty tilted at just how lucky Jake's gotten on this flop. 1 king would have probably been scarier than 2.
McPhee has 2 outs. The turn is a queen!
That look, though.
Jake Cody now set to bust in 5th, unless a Jack 10 or the Case King hits the river. He's got 7 outs. He doesn't hit.
Game Jake. Unlucky man.
That was a brutal turn.
Jake Cody's bid for a second EPT title ends here.
That is the thing about tournament poker. All these guys but one is going to walk out of here a bit disappointed.
And Kevin McPhee is now second in chips, but Sebastian Powell has almost double his stack. The other German, Art Corrin, is the shorty with 18 big blinds, while Jake cashes for nearly 134k.
Obviously very disappointed. I've always got my eye on number 1, but, you know, I did win a big flip earlier, so I can't complain too much, but it would have been nice to finish Kevin off. You know, I had him all in a few times, like pretty much a flip. So it's unfortunate, but you know, I think Sebastian's probably playing the best. But I'm personally rooting for Kevin. Killeen.
Nice work specifying.
Well, Killeen has shoved on Art Curran.
This would be a pretty big race, but Eights has got to call.
He does call, and here we go, another coin flip.
Good luck, bud.
That was a big shove for Queen Jack, but if Art thought that long with Eights, he might have ditched hands like 4s, 5s, 6s.
Here comes the flop. And there's a queen. Killeen moves in front.
Blinds are high. Gotta win your flips.
It's a 10, so Art Curran is down to 5% equity. He needs to see an 8 on the river, or we are down to 3. It's a jack.
Killeen looks like he doesn't even believe it.
Art Curran cashes in 4th place for £169,000.
He's a good kid, and I think we're going to see him back deep in a tournament very soon. Plus, he's German, so it's pretty much in our charter.
Interested in looking at numbers?
What does Sebastian say?
Interested in looking at numbers?
We can look. We can look, definitely.
Yeah, can we pause the clock to have a look at numbers, please?
So a 3-way deal has been suggested. Powell's got nearly half the chips in place, so he'll probably look for a straight chip chop, but the Kevins will probably be looking for the ICM method, which places more value on the short stacks. And at this point, each player can bring one advisor to the table.
There's no way we can't ask for the chip leader for money. He's played weak the whole final table. He's obviously scared. Like, he's not, like, been in this spot at all.
Then let's just play.
It's ICM calculations, yeah?
Yeah, what? I don't know what's going on.
All right. two phones there.
This is a exact chip chop, okay? I can also do an ICM.
I want to see ICM.
ICM is different, yeah?
I want to see ICM.
I'm not taking ICM. I'm just saying I'm not taking ICM, so you can...
Okay, we're not going to deal with that.
All right, then let's just play.
I'm not taking ICM. If you're not going to take ICM, there's no... Okay. Let's move on then.
Yeah, that's all good. Here, take your beer back. I got break in 15.
So you're saying that brain trust couldn't come to a deal? Huh. Even with the Riddler there leading the discussion? Huh. Play on, players.
Blind still 5,100. 3-handed action at the EPT London final table. An ace-jack for Kevin McPhee on the button.
Solid.
Raises to 200,000.
Bryn Kenny approves.
Powell with ace-queen.
Ruh-roh.
This looks like a re-raise from the chip leader. He 3-bets to 550,000.
Kevin, despite being dominated, is in position, so he could just call here, which is probably better than 4-betting than folding.
Oh, McPhee going back for more. A 4-bet to 1.28 million.
Now, since Kevin is 4-betting, he's probably doing it with the intent of snapping a shove. Ace-Jack is probably too strong a hand to turn into a bluff, which is basically what he'd be doing if he 4-bet folds.
There's the shot from Powell. Kevin has not snap called.
Yeah, it looks like he was not expecting this at all. Powell looking pretty comfortable. Maybe some live reads will come into play now.
It's going to cost Kevin everything he's got to call here.
Looking slightly less comfortable now. This is the first hand we've seen these two play together.
And obviously a tough spot for the former champ.
Look, I know I said Kevin should be snapping, but he knows something is up here, and we're talking about a lot of money between third and second and first. And he can still fold here and have 41 big blinds.
Time.
Oh, wow. Powell's called the clock on him.
Whoa. I know we need to start calling the clock more in general, but this is a weird time to be getting started.
Hey, Kevin, clock has been called. You have 1 minute to make a decision, and I'll count down the last 10 seconds for you.
Thank you, Big Nick.
And I think after all this, Kevin's going to get away from it. I think the little teeny tiny signs are pointing to Powell being stronger than Ace-Jack here. In Powell's mind, he knows if Kevin hasn't beat here, he's called already. And he may be broadcasting that.
McPhee lays it down.
Good fold, Kevin.
I don't think I've taken any time in any decision this entire final table.
No, except for that one.
I'll call the clock on first time I do.
It's a good point, but he can call the clock whenever he wants.
Meanwhile, he extends his already commanding chip lead.
It feels great to be a chip leader at an EPT final table. It's just a dream come true. I did not expect to get this far. Actually, I booked my flight for today. I thought that it's a good day to book the flight, and then if I make the final table, it's only 200 euros. I can't really recall any bad day over the whole tournament. Hit a lot of flops, many good cards, so people might think that I'm more aggressive than I really am. I'm just playing my game as I would play online, so I have to concentrate, focus, and just think that it's just a poker tournament like any other tournament. I feel very confident right now. I've played well, I've run well, and that feels really good.
He's running like a fine German automobile. He's a far from spewing.
Blinds are now 61-20, which means Kevin Killeen has fewer than 20 big blinds. Ace-7 of diamonds.
All in.
He is shoving.
This is a big shove, but it's probably the right one.
Ace-Queen for McPhee.
I call.
I take it back.
So Kevin Killeen at risk and dominated.
Calling there is more obvious than the ending to the movie The Village, only just not terrible.
I quite liked it.
Let me guess which two shirts are here for the Irish guy.
Good luck, Kevin.
I actually really like both these Kevins.
Easy game.
It is an easy game when you flop a 7.
I'd settle down. Kevin McPhee's been running really good on the turn.
It's an ace.
8 or queen?
Killeen has to fade an 8 or queen on the river to survive. It's a queen!
Wounded rail.
Good game, Kevin.
Kevin Killeen out in third.
I really did like this kid. Who says you gotta dress like a cowboy or a computer nerd to be good at poker? Sometimes you can dress like an 8-year-old Rastafarian snowboarder goth. Nice.
And then there were two.
Kevin? Kevin? You want to talk numbers now or not?
No. I don't know why you didn't just take ICM before.
Because it's not fair. It's not fair for the big stack.
Man.
Why don't you take chip chop then?
Well, because ICM is fair. ICM
No,
is
it's
standard in tournaments. So. Yeah, no deal. Yeah, let's play.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
Deal denied. We're now heads up. Will the former champ win his second title? Or will the German chip leader continue to dominate? We're heads up at the PokerStars.com EPT London main event, where our finalists, Sebastian Powell and Kevin McPhee, have already locked horns.
Time.
I don't think I've taken any time in any decision. I call the clock on first time I do.
Things then went from bad to worse.
Kevin, you want to talk numbers now or not?
No. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't just take ICM before.
Because it's not fair for the big stack.
Yeah, no deal.
The EPT veteran aims to stay focused as he goes for the double.
Hopefully my opponent will make mistakes and I can capitalize on those. But I haven't seen Sebastian make any mistakes the whole tournament.
While the chip leader wants to show us there's a new kid on the block.
I don't think that it's intimidating playing against former EPT champions. There are no friends at the poker table.
The trophy and a difference in prize money of nearly £200,000 on the line.
Sebastian Powell only made one mistake. He called the clock on Kevin McPhee and he let him live. All right, I may be overstating the importance of that, but it's going to look great on the poster.
Well, Powell has a 2-1 chip lead over McPhee. Kevin raising here with 8-9.
Yep, sure, heads up. Let's do this. Raise them all.
Powell with 7-4 of clubs. And that's a re-raise. A 3-bet to 845,000.
Interesting and fine re-raise. Sometimes you get folds, other times you got a loose little goose you can turn into a funky chicken.
Okay. McPhee calls. He'll play the flop in position. And that flop gives McPhee top pair. Second pair for Powell.
Hard to make a pair heads up. Both guys are going to think they have the best hand most of the time. Powell can safely continue knowing most unpaired hands missed. Just not the one Kevin has.
Into a pot of 1.7 million, he bets 800,000. And Kevin calls. He's a 4-1 favorite here. Strike that, reverse it. Powell turns 2 pair.
That 4 is a bit of a golden ticket.
Powell slows down, he checks. And McPhee checks behind.
Nice check back from Kevin, maybe fearing a check raise.
A queen on the river.
Nice river for Powell. Kevin will have caught up a bit sometimes.
He's going for value. 2.2 million, that's more than 2/3 pot.
This is a pretty gross spot for Kevin. Top pair on the flop is going to be good so often. However, this is not a great line to take as a bluff, and maybe Kevin will recognize that and figure Powell's going to have a queen most of the time?
I call.
McPhee calls. And loses a huge one.
Somewhat understandable. Powell's not really supposed to have a queen there very often, and he's not supposed to have better even less often than that.
Guess I should have raised the flop, eh?
No.
Understand, sir.
I think at least part of him means that.
Should have raised the flop. Oh, well.
Kevin's tilting super hard, but at least he looks pretty cool while he's doing it.
So Powell extends his chip lead. And check shirt dude is loving it.
I've seen plenty of Kevins make comebacks bigger than this. Hello, Home Alone?
McPhee's on the ropes right now.
320.
He's raising with ace-6 suited. Powell has ace-4.
All in.
He shoves on McPhee.
Yeah, I call.
And Kevin calls.
With the way they're stacked, this is just what's supposed to happen. Chips fall where they may. Oh my God, they shot Kenny. Powell's rail gets the reference.
And Powell knows that Kevin has a decent chance of doubling up here. 2 spades on the flop.
Kevin McPhee expected to double up before the flop. He's probably really expecting it now.
He can only lose if the 4 of clubs or 4 of diamonds hits. Plenty of chop opportunities now.
3? Is there a 3 in there? 3 spades, yeah.
The river. Here's the 3 of spades.
Right then.
No way.
Did I say the 3 of spades? I think I did.
Okay.
3 of spades, though.
Yeah.
That was like ESP. That was like when Kevin McAllister knew Joe Pesci wasn't really a cop.
Kevin McPhee gets the double up.
Well, now they're almost back to where they started. Kevin's making a stand against the Wet Bandits.
Blinds at 80,000 and 160,000. Ace-10 for McPhee. That's a raise. Ace-Queen for Powell.
Oh, boy.
He re-raises. Makes it 860,000.
With how aggressive Powell's been pre-flop, I don't think it's ever not going in here. Kevin may just take his time because he wants to make sure he gets called by worse. There's only one thing Kevin can say here. This is my button. I have to defend it.
Mullen.
I call.
All in and a call, and this could be it.
McPhee knows it's bad when he gets called so fast.
If ace queen holds, we have a winner.
5.5 to start the hand. Ace 10.
Powell is a wreck.
Jack, king, queen. I'm feeling that.
If McPhee sucks out, he'll have the chip lead. Powell's still ahead on the flop.
Diamonds?
Yep, diamonds are also a thing. Backdoor. Sound advice.
It's a diamond. Kevin now has a ton of outs. But unless it's a king 10, 6-4 or diamond on the river, McPhee will be denied a second title and Sebastian Powell will be crowned champion.
This poor Powell kid may not make it, whether he wins or loses.
Just one card.
The river card is an 8. Sebastian Powell ships it. The student from Dortmund is an EPT main event champion.
I have to admit it, I'm a little gutted for Kevin McPhee, but I am super happy for this kid. This finish. It's why people watch the EPT.
It's all right ripping that much to ace 10, huh? I mean, he 3-bet.
He 3-bet. For what?
Great to watch the former champs go the distance and new talent win massive amounts of money.
Sebastian Powell coming to terms with what he has just achieved. He beat a tough opponent, a former champ, to win the title, the trophy, and nearly £500,000.
Sebastian, buddy, congratulations. You're obviously a little overcome with emotion right now. Did you think it was going to affect you this much?
Kind of expected it because yesterday when I backed in the chip lead, I almost started crying. It just means so much to me. I can't even tell you how happy I am right now.
Do you think that what's the reason for all this emotion? Is it just that all your friends are here? Is it the money? Is it the title?
It's the title. I mean, I've always watched the coverages of EPTs. It's a dream come true. When I entered the tournament, obviously I had in mind that I could actually win this tournament. I'm thinking day to day. My goal is just to reach the final table with as many chips as possible.
Sebastian Powell!
I was overwhelmed going into last day as chip leader, but also very happy. Lots of friends are supporting me, and that feels very good.
Mullen.
I call.
All in and a call, and this could be it. If ace queen holds, we have a winner. Powell's still ahead on the flop. It's a diamond. Kevin now has a ton of outs.
Just one card.
Sebastian is an EPT main event champion.
It's a title. It just means so much to me. I can't even tell you how happy I am right now. It's a dream come true.
A dream has become reality here in London. Next time, millionaires will be made in the Bahamas at PCA 2015. Blinds now 61-20. Ferez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as 9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Ferez. And his friends and fans know that we are on the verge of crowning the first ever Spanish EPT champion. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8.
All in.
He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up. One player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho. He just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhyiddin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
They're playing for the advertised payouts. $234 for third, $360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Canet, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well then. He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Canet calls.
Good luck, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have?
Fives.
As things stand, Canet is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then we just heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable. A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Canet.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys.
I don't think he called it.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Canet was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the Irish Poker Open 2023. Back from dinner break, day 3, cruising down, trying to get as close to that final table as we can do, live from the Royal Dublin Society. Joe Stapleton, Nicholas Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
The day is halfway over, either way you slice it.
Yep.
We're more than halfway through the field that started today, down to 43 from around the 160 that began. The goal is to get as close to that final table as possible. We're not sure we're going to get there. We're not sure we're going to get to that 9th place money today. Boy, would we like to. But we're either getting to that or we're getting to 3 a.m. and then we're getting out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Same feature table as the old feature table. Now some of the faces have changed as people have gone broke and tables have been broken from out in the field. But we're still keeping our pretty little eyes on Andy Black, repping the hometown. I use hometown loosely, by the way. I don't know if he's from Dublin specifically, but Ireland itself we're calling the hometown.
Okay.
Homies. Kevin O'Donnell still at the table. Very good. Kevin's a fella I've known for a long time in the poker world. If I'd known he owned a restaurant in Scottsdale, I'd have gone in for a freebie. I'm not above that by any means.
Nope.
When I was there a couple of months ago.
Never above free food, Joe.
Free food. I'm talking food and drink. Maybe I'd take a couple of plates with me. Excuse me, I know the owner.
Yeah. Can I get a gin and tonic to go, please?
619 Poker King in YouTube. You can chat with us there. That's rad. In the Twitch chat, you can holler at us there as well. One eye on each. And yeah, Kevin O'Donnell is still at the feature table. 2.5 million in chips. John O'Shea, quote-unquote hometown yet again, also over 2.5 million. That's in seat order, by the way. Here they are in chip stack order. It's actually O'Donnell who's in second, O'Shea in first. Semperio, rep in Spain, nice. Not as much of a mix of flags as we typically have on the European Poker Tour. But as far as getting a local turnout, the Irish Open has delivered.
Yeah, they're here in Force, Joe.
Temrob referring to your gin and tonic to go as roadie sodies. That is a Midwest turn. Where are you from? Minnesota? Wisconsin?
I actually heard that first from Joe Stapleton.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I got it from my roommate from Wisconsin, so that's why I...
Wisconsin.
He's a Scotty, as they say.
Yep. Fellow cheesehead.
Cahill. That's right. You're from Wisconsin, aren't you?
That's right.
You know, I got 3 gigs coming up in Wisconsin. 2 weekends from now. I'm playing Appleton, Wisconsin, like Friday, Saturday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Is it anywhere near Milwaukee?
Yeah, it is. About 90 minutes from Milwaukee.
Well, that's where I'm from.
Cahill versus Black. Black out flopping the pocket 8s.
Two checks. King Queen still the best hand on the turn. 9 of diamonds.
9 of diamonds. A bit of a tease for the pocket 8s, right? You see that, and you're like,
About 75.
Huh. Not really sure how to feel about this bet. This sort of delayed C bet is, I don't know. What do you? I don't know. I'm not sure if I like it, Joe.
Well,
wow,
it worked.
Hello.
Do you like it now?
I like it a lot now, but that was unexpected. King Queen on a checked flop just gives it up. What? That was very unexpected.
What do you think of this joke here? Tidy writes in to say, oh, I wondered why my friend moved out of Wisconsin recently, Joe.
Not bad.
Now I know. LOL. LOL.
Hey, buddy, get yourself a roadie sody because you're out of here.
DM me so I can buy that joke off of you. How did Spraggy get on? He went broke. Thank you for your question.
Yep, Team Sprag, Busto, both.
The min plus cash, I think, as usual.
Yep, both individuals, both Sprags, turning up, playing very well. Rather unfortunate not to go deeper, both of them, especially Marls with the aces hand. If you guys haven't seen that yet, we have a clip in the chat. Thank you, Tom, for the link. It was a cooler of epic proportions.
Marley Sprag.
Marls.
Was the cooler. Spraggy Sprag was a flip, I believe.
It's pronounced Marley, Joe. Yes, we know, chat, we know.
What did I say wrong?
No, somebody said, I said, I was doing commentary. I was doing commentary on Marley, and I went, yeah, this is a real sick spot for Marls. And somebody in the chat went, Nick, it's pronounced Marley.
Oh, Lord.
Obviously, they don't follow her on Marls TV.
Obviously, they're not much of a Marley expert, are they?
Clearly not. How rude. 3-bet from Ace King, Sempiero from Argentina.
Argentina?
Oh, España. Lo siento. Mis hispanohablantes. Lo siento.
Bit of a bummer coming out of the field, unfortunately. Porrick Parkinson, a name synonymous with Irish poker, has been eliminated. 43rd place for 6K.
Ooh. Oh, the defense from the ace-10 here in the hijack. Dominated at the moment. Oh, there we go. 7, Trey, 9, Rainbow. Ace-King, still the best hand. Hank Steele says, you are forgiven. We all make mistakes. Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you. I think forgiveness is close to godliness.
I'm a big forgiver.
I really believe in the power of forgiveness.
Yeah. I forgive you, Nick. Lord, oh my goodness. Surprised that person couldn't feel that flare. O'Donnell does have 2 overs to the board, has some backdoor straight equity, but nay, very good. Forgive, but don't forget, my pastor always said. That doesn't sound like a pastor phrase. I might switch parishes. I bet he never forgets to pass the collection plate. Three to end, the card says the green, white, and orange is a nice touch.
Nice touch. Nice touch.
Thank you for writing it in an Irish accent for me. David Doherty still at this table, as we mentioned previously, went deep at EPT London. Narrowly missed out on the final day, but did make the official final table. Before that, had a nice run in Barcelona, I think, if I remember correctly.
I think you remember correctly. Samperio. That's probably more likely. Samperio. That's probably how you pronounce it. Politely request to see some chipperinos. Trying to gauge what he's up against in the blinds here. Gonna open the 5s, I imagine.
That announcement not relevant to this event. No more 500 chips. Haven't been for a while. Smallest chip now is 5K.
God damn it, come on.
Speaking of 5, presto, cinco. 67J MMP says Samperio is the best. Certainly this hand.
Samperio.
So Nick Walsh, a bit of a renaissance man. You speak Spanish.
Yo hablo un poquito español.
You speak German.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch auch.
French.
Ouais. Un petit point.
And he speaks JavaScript.
// No, I don't.
What is it? I saw you coding on the break, you nerd.
I do actually speak JavaScript. I just couldn't come up with a funny joke about how to deliver that. Like,
you just go 0 1 1 1 0 0 1.
Exclamation less than.
Yeah.
Yes. I can't remember the one actually.
But yeah, just sitting here watching Nick do web design on dinner break.
Yeah, I did build my own website, guys. So he was watching me troubleshoot the website. If you haven't seen it before, guys, NickWalshTV.com. I'll put a link in the chat if you want to check it out. Apparently, my pre-flop spin and go charts are not $4,500.
No, they're $6,500.
Yeah, there was some weird bug making them very, very expensive, but they're not that expensive.
And O'Shea is going to raise it up. Jack 7 suited.
600, 1200 with a 1200 big blind ante. 6-12-12 next hand tournament.
That announcement also not relevant to this event.
We do have open registration in this event until the beginning of level number 11.
John O'Shea looks like the world's oldest living 13-year-old.
Level number 10.
Good luck.
Looks like he rode a skateboard here today.
All right. Great, Gonzo. Nice work. If Nick Walsh equals front-end web developer, then console.log. Nice website. Well played. Fileline says website looks pretty dope. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. Your support is always much appreciated.
I would go to your website right now, but unfortunately, I don't want to lose any of my porn tabs.
Yeah, I understand.
My RAM is maxed out.
Maxed out RAM.
You know what it's like. You find one you like, you'll never find it again.
Belladella, thank you very much. Checked out the website. Very well done. Website is very impressive. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's a work in progress.
You should bump the price back up to $4,500 just to see if anybody goes for it. Cahill making an ace-8 offsuit in the button. None of that made sense. Cahill making it 100,000 on the button with ace-8 offsuit. O'Donnell defends 10-7 suited, hits the 7. Second pair. Can we? I gotta tell you, I really hope they don't run a mystery bounty, because we won't be able to do anything.
Oh wait,
is there a mystery bounty?
There's a mystery bounty coming up. Yeah.
There's just no way we're going to be able to do this.
I believe they're doing an actual lottery next door.
The mystery bounty is going to be very, very... No offense, I love a mystery bounty, love it here. It's just that the PA system is loud. Is any of that bleeding through? Can you guys hear the audience right now? That in real time, in the future, where we are. No, in the future, there's a lot of announcements happening. And I feel like if it's a mystery bounty, there's going to be a lot of them.
Seven.
Cahill rivers the ace. Unfortunately for O'Donnell.
You let him get away with getting my big blinds now. Nice hand, Seamus.
But luckily, the board was such that Cahill did not bet the river.
Andy would have bet that one.
Wow.
Had to check raise him out of spite.
I believe somebody next door called Jack just won $12,000.
All right, well, that's pretty cool. I'm glad if
euros
something's going to ruin our broadcast, it's at least someone winning 12,000 euros.
Yeah. It's not like we got thousands of viewers right now who are looking forward to commentary without a PA system in the background.
Dozens of viewers at least.
Several dozen.
Ooh, Maravan. Ace tray suited.
105.
Raise 105.
And it is worth mentioning. I don't think I actually, sound checked the blinds here. 25,000, 50,000.
600Ks under there.
O'Donnell with a very defendable
9
King Jack off. You know that old joke.
I do.
Nick, I know you're a web designer. How much do you want to charge me to design my website? You know I own the domain name kingjackoff.com.
Joe, for you, I would literally do it for free.
It doesn't require much. Just say lol.
Just one picture of you.
Just say I am the King Jack off.
Just need a picture of you wearing a crown. Just put it on the page.
Oh, O'Donnell was in the small blind. Excuse me. I thought he was in the big blind. He does, in fact, defend from the small. O'Shea is going to come along. So everybody's got a live Broadway card. And O'Donnell's got 2. And nobody hits.
Check.
Maravan can't be that
Check.
disinterested in this flop. Dave Caulfield says, most of us have you guys on mute anyway. Then how did you hear us say it, Dave? Then how did you hear us say it?
Check.
Oh, man, exposed.
King on the turn for O'Donnell. Continues. Running hot. The Emerald Isle.
Checked in at your table. Please prepare the deck for starting in 1 minute.
185.
Maravan
185.
is delayed continuation betting. 185,000.
Woohoo! Spicy.
And O'Donnell is going to have a very easy call. And O'Shea is out of here.
So a 5 would be interesting.
2 players.
Is that a straight?
Not so much. 41 players left, guys.
Sorry, what was the delivery device for that $13,000 mystery bounty? A plastic bag? Amazing. Amazing. They charge 10p for those in England.
They do.
So we got 12,999 euros and a plastic bag.
This high.
Ace.
KJ will do, sir.
2 significant pots in a row. For Kevin O'Donnell. Oh, no, wait. Kevin lost the last one with the ace on the river. My bad.
Yes.
Hey, Tom.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Tom. Thomas Kitt from Ireland.
That cause chaos now at the table.
I'm not being funny, but Thomas Kitt looks
This is
very
the end
Irish.
of the simulation.
I think those hats are passed down from generation to generation here.
It's a little, little reminder to me. It's his lucky third.
Welcome, Kit.
No, and Kit, yes, he said it's very sacred in his culture.
Yeah.
And then someone said it looked like a potato. And then I said, that's very sacred in our culture. So, anyway, he loved that.
A fold. A fold. 9-8 suited. Speaking of suited connectors, you know my favorite thing about Hardigan and his main event run here?
Yep.
Was that we were all like sitting here and be like, oh, Hardigan's gonna knit it up, he's gonna play so nitty. And then his first bust out hand, he was raising 7-6 suited from middle position. It took him like 3 hours to be like, I'm a pro now. That's 7-6 suited. What am I supposed to do? What do you want from me? They were suited. Suited connectors.
What's up, Rory Jennings in the chat? I was watching your broadcast earlier, buddy. Great job. Your reactions when there are goals is literally, I want to slow it down. I want to slow-mo your reactions, make a compilation, create my own channel called Rory Jennings Fan Club. Rory Jennings Reacts.
Sounds sounds like the kind of thing that should come with an explicit warning.
Well, that's for subscribers only.
Yeah, right.
Come on, Ramona, double me up.
I love looking at Rory Jennings with his mouth open.
Leave no
That's what you're saying, basically. I think we've got some outer table action coming at you. Benny Glazer versus Rui da Costa Diaz. Again, I'm told. So Dominic Nietzsche no longer sitting next to Benny Glazer. Glazer takes this one down. That's Mark McDonald sitting next to him in a different hoodie.
Got tons of chips there.
Person. No, that's Carl Shaw with the tons of chips. Excuse me.
A very fluffy hoodie. Love
Isn't
to see
Carl
it.
Shaw the bad guy from the Fast and Furious movies?
Might be.
One of the bad guys. I like how the Fast and Furious movies eventually turned into, like, remember in Streets of Rage, like every time you would beat a boss, then you could like choose them as the character.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the Fast and Furious did. Like every time there was a bad guy, they're like, next movie, good guy. Who's the new bad guy? That guy's brother.
670.
Hung is all in as we come back to the feature table. And O'Donnell does not want to get involved with the fours.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Where's O'Shea keep going? Is he addicted to his phone like I am? Does he keep going to check his phone?
This needs his fix, bro.
Players in the 6 max and flip memorial. Completion of that hand, you're on a 20-minute break.
Nobody else called? I changed my mind. I want to call.
20-minute break.
I had a pair.
Memorial.
Very small pair.
Also in the mini
Not too
you're
small.
on a 20-minute break.
Right there, no.
Players, don't
Sound
forget,
like a Portuguese
coming up
accent.
in just a couple more minutes, we are going to have the live drawing of the lotto. Someone's taking over 12,000 euros home tonight. In just a little bit of time, someone's taking home over 12,000 euros, all to themselves.
You
You
can
cannot
all
buy
in
tickets
here.
anymore. It's a free zone.
Let's see, those stacks are worth what? 100K times 5, that's 500, another stack of those. So it's 1.5 million. That seems like a lot. Seems like a lot to be all in right now. And this is a ship from the small blind over a late position raise for Benny. And this is Rui da Costa Diaz again against Benny Glaser. Shows a deuce. Oh, yeah.
6 max, 2 to roll. Championship.
Oh,
Benny.
Glaser.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, that's going in his journal.
Dear diary.
So once again, dealers, it's a chip race of the 100 value chips. Make sure you help get this chip race done. Make sure all their 100 chips are pushed out front.
Back to the feature
Any
table.
chips found in the stack after the chip race come out of play.
AB, Andy Black, taking it down pre-flop.
Thought it was going to be you to take my chips to victory.
Well, I'm going to be too happy to oblige if the opportunity arises.
I know. That was. Thought it was going to be you. Still could be you.
Action folds around to K. O'Donnell. Ace Jack. 100,000. Semperio, ace 8 off in the cutoff. Commentary team. Sick. You have to have one player at this feature table for your life.
No
Who
shame
is
in
it?
folding.
Stack sizes all the same.
The worst player in the building.
Yeah. I think that's what
You have to have one player at this feature table for your life. Who is it?
Do they mean they're going to represent us, or do they mean we're going to play against them?
I think it means that they have to be at the feature table for life.
Forever.
Forever.
Forever. I can't take it anymore. King Queen, very nice top pair here for Cahill.
Oh, but O'Donnell turns good again. Cahill does have the chance to retake the lead with a heart on the river.
Ooh.
Some other ways as well, but the 3 of clubs was not one of those ways. I like the fact that that last count is being translated by a Twitch user by the name of Small Brain Moves.
You're killing me, Smalls.
The Wendy Peppercorn scene. Can't do that anymore.
Yeah, it was Wendy Peppercorn. Oily, oily, oily.
You know, I just want your big blind. That's all I ever wanted.
And Cahill makes another tight fold. A correct one.
7,
I might add.
All right, I'm done. You guys cash me in. I got Seamus's big blind. I'm going home. Quit while I'm ahead.
Andy Black's been quiet. I don't want to jinx it, but probably better to be a little on the quiet side than to be flinging around the sorts of words that require a bar of soap. Clean your mouth out.
He's locked in now, guys. He's locked in.
So Nick, are you just going to like another better website and stealing their code and copying and pasting it into your website? Is that what's happening right now?
No, what's happening right now is, you know when you go to a website and they're like, turn off your ad blocker. You can't use the ad blocker. I know how to disable that in the code.
So you turn off your ad blocker.
Yeah, and that's me sticking it to the man. That's what I think about your ads,
sticking it to the bro at this point.
Exactly.
Pocket sixes for O'Shea. This raise has elicited folds all the way around to the small blind. It's also going to fold. And the big blind 9-7 off. Kit. Raise and take Kit. Another outer table hand. Not another outer table, but another hand from the same table. This time it's Benny Glosser versus Darren Harbinson. 10 of diamonds, queen of spades, 4 of diamonds, deuce of clubs on the board. Looks like action is on Benjamin. And there's a lot of chips in the middle in this one. And Benjamin's going to bet 1 point, whatever it was, got called very quickly. Five of spades on the river. Benny, a player that does like to take his time. And I can only imagine what sorts of bleeps and blops and bloops are going on in his head.
I was going to say, he's a player that likes to take his time, which I don't mind if everything he does is perfect.
And that's a big bet. That's a bet of 1.6 million. That is going to put Darren all in. I don't know where he got that hat that's also a thermometer.
Live updates.
I think it is 11 degrees outside. We never see the hold cards at this table, right? So I'm just going to make a guess that Benny has a straight. He's got a wheel.
A wheel?
He's got a wheel.
What, ace tray?
Yeah, something like that. If that makes a wheel. What's a wheel again?
Ace, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2, 3,
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
My petition to have them start counting King, Ace, 2, 3, 4 as a straight has been denied again. Rather rudely this time, if you ask me. If you're going to be rude about it, don't have an easy-to-guess email address. That's all I'm saying.
He almost flicked the chip in there, Joe. Did you see that?
I did not. I was too busy looking at this rejection letter. You know what they say, Nick? Once you go Andy Black, no, what they say is think long, think wrong. Everyone knows you're supposed to make snap decisions at the poker table.
Yeah.
Follow your instincts.
Absolutely no tanking whatsoever. Totally unreasonable for your tournament life. Just kidding. Oh, he wants to put it in so bad.
What would Malcolm Gladwell say? Other than a bunch of stuff we know is completely untrue at this point. Patrick says Fraser has it. By Fraser, do you mean Glaser? Or by Fraser, do you mean Harbinson? Harbinson folds.
Makes the fold.
That is a massive pop, by the way. Even without that call, that is several pushes. More than a couple orange chips and a lot of whites.
Nice hand Glaza.
Benny, the Glaser beam, up to 5.2 million. Pew, pew, pew! Glaser beam. Nice rack. Focus.
39 players remain. Irish Poker Open. Almost couldn't say it. Brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. As we see, 3-bet from O'Donnell with Ace 10. Hit here.
When you want to die in the cross on whether someone
Doesn't have the most chips. Certainly could consider defending the Ace 10 off here. I prefer to have Ace 10 suited all day long though, Joe. Much easier to play from OOP.
Can't believe this dude's named after the car from Knight Rider.
You can't say that, Joe.
I don't understand, Michael.
I don't understand, Michael.
I wanted that hand when it was your big blind, Seamus.
Seamus meets Shameless.
You just won my big blind.
Shame you folded that.
It's true.
Seamus.
I expect 2 in one lifetime.
You're one of my favorite people. I don't know why it makes me so happy to be in blind. Yeah, that's probably it. You know you're beating the best if you can beat him out of any chips at all.
Jimmy Leary in YouTube chat says, Benny and the bets. I think I like that.
I like that.
Benny and the Benny with the bets. Benny wins the bets.
Benny and the bets is cool.
Benny and the bets. I'll take it.
Accept that.
I feel like that's a good one.
Benny. Less than 3 minutes away before we're going to do this draw for the lotto.
Benny and
everybody.
12,725 euros in a bin bag, all for themselves.
In a bag?
The draw is going to be done in less than 5 minutes. So if you'd like to
Are they really giving away bags of money?
Watch me draw. Hold up the bin bag. Come on over. It's going to happen in less than 3 or 4
Well,
minutes.
O'Donnell makes the call. Domination situation. Will anyone else get involved? It doesn't look like it. Hung maybe out to dry.
75. Oh, sorry. This is yours, small blind.
Stop it.
Flop king, queen 7. Turn is the 6 of hearts, narrowly missing that 5.
You can meet at the VIP lounge over here.
Hung in pretty big trouble. No chop, no suck out.
VIP treatment, wristbands and all, VIP treatment, courtesy of the organizers here at the Irish Open.
Hung man's coming down from the gallows.
Guys and gals, if you want to go
hung out to dry.
It's going to take you down there. They're going to give you a wristband that's going to get you in. They're going to have drinks. They're going to have dancing. You're going to have a good time, especially if you take home this big bag full of money.
I can't believe they're advertising that it comes in a garbage bag.
It's a big old bag of money. Don't tell me to have a good time.
We're on our catch pin, so they know this one player for
Speaking of bags of money, O'Donnell 72 big blinds now after winning that pre-flop all-in Medivan. 12 big blinds, 610,000 chips at the bottom here on our feature table.
Pocket jacks now for O'Donnell. David says they should make it a pot of money so it goes along with the Irish thing. I'm fine with that. You have my permission as a non-Irish person. Looks like somebody found the right way to play jacks.
Guys, this ladder's going to be a bit noisy. I'm trying to not stop the clock because as it is, we're going to 3 a.m.
Hey, what?
I'm hoping to play through it, but if it's too distracting, just put your hand up and you stop the clock. So
what's
trying
going
to
on?
not lose more
The lucky
time.
draw.
You're hoping to play till 3 a.m.
It's going to be very noisy.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I thought you guys said it's 8 or level 3.
We can handle it,
Poor Nick. Just comes over to tell him it's about to get real loud and he doesn't want to pause the clock because he doesn't want us to stay here any later than we already have to. And everyone's like, wait, what? We're playing late?
Just in the chat. No, it's going to take me a while.
Old John to black, little blind v blind action, 7-4-0 clubs. He's got sub 20 big blinds. Makes the call. Don't think the big blind here has too many though as well. Yep, just around 10 bigs now.
Yes, I always tell people that, so I'm not a yank.
Mr. Valentine, dealers, once you finish the current hand, please stop dealing. Stop dealing once you finish the current hand.
So if you thought it was loud before when it happened 30 minutes ago,
After the current hand is over.
it's about to take over your airwaves. We got Sasha riding the levels over here. Seems like the players have chosen to play on, however.
All right, players, it's that time. It's lotto drawing time. 12,725 euros in this big bag. Players, this is a lotto. We learned how to do this from the Norwegians a couple years ago, so I need to tell everybody in this room something real quick. The first name we draw, you don't win shit. You don't win anything. The first name out of the barrel, you win absolutely nothing. The second number that comes up is our winner. So no one wants to be the first person called. You want to be the second number called.
They just wanted to troll everyone, or what?
They just want to slow roll one person, but they announce it ahead of time that they're slow rolling them. Sorry, this idea was so good they had to steal it from the Norwegians.
What did you do, Revel?
What?
If I could turn, what did you do, Revel?
No, I was done. If you call that, you call the last one. There's no chip left.
Yeah, well, that was funny.
You got a 5, I guess, yeah? Yeah, it's
Stupid, I should have.
If I had a big hand, I might lip in.
Oh my goodness. Good story. She doesn't win anything. That's Danny's wife, Danny Maxwell, our photographer's wife.
Oh no.
So he was taking a picture of me holding all this money that she did not win.
Oh, she's just like salting a woman.
All right, here we go.
Is this an all-in and a call here?
Yes, it is.
Peter's gonna spin it,
King Queen holds.
Spin.
Versus the flush draw.
Danny, seen how
So no elimination.
You tell him when to stop, buddy. Just yell out stop. All right, Danny called it. Where are we at? 2,420. Someone that bought last is taking home a bag of money.
Okay, they're just confirming.
1 million, 1,000,003, and 55.
Oh, somebody had a bunch. Oh, here we go. 2420. Slower, slow it down. Build it up. We need some excitement, Peter. Don't rush it.
John says, that's pointlessly savage. I think I like it now.
Jack Veal bought a whole shit ton of tickets. So, Jack, you're taking home 12,725 euros. Where is he? Come on, Jack. Come get your money, buddy. Come get it, or I'm going to the bar.
Come get it. Just kidding. We're calling the third name.
I'm guessing it's this cat coming up to collect his money right now.
No, John, I know we told you won some money. Here's $5. We're drawing again for the rest of it.
Happy days. Here's our winner, everyone.
We said you won 12,000, but we didn't specify what. Here's 12,000 pennies.
That was a very strange episode.
These tournaments ready to roll. Think a lot about it. Thanks, everybody.
On occasion.
It was an amazing experience.
I feel like our money would have been better spent, by the way, buying $3,300 worth of these lottery tickets for Hardigan.
I'm happy to help.
Instead of letting him fire this tournament 3 times.
8-16-16. Please prepare the decks. And dealers, start dealing, please.
115.
So yeah, somebody won 13,000 right there, but you know, how much were they in for?
Once again, players in the Mystery Bounty, registration and re-entry period will remain open for the first 10 levels plus the raid. So until the start of level 11. Tonight we're going to play until we are in the money.
O'Shea back in the mix this time with King 10 suited.
And one of the top 2 bounties will be with
the red one. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Sneaky
So once I got rid of that orange chip, I had the courage to go all in.
Not the worst flop for Kid here, guys. Pair and a flush draw. O'Shea straighting. Backdoor diamonds. Overcards. Got lots of ways to win here.
This is fun. I like this. Here, kitty. Counting out raise.
Raise 400.
So Nick, my instincts here, if I'm O'Shea, I got 2.2 million. I don't really love my hand right now. Yes, I'm open-ended. I guess the open-ended's good because you're the king, right? So you hit the queen end of it. You're actually, I've got a slightly better straight. Can you just fold this to a raise? It's too strong to fold.
What percentage of the pot was it? So he bets 280, and so it's about 1/3. I don't think you can fold on the flop.
All right, but what if you never make your draws?
Well, in that case, you probably should just let it go. Let it go right here. Oh, hello. Top pair now is the best hand. Obviously, still has to fade some considerable outs going to the river, though, from the 8-4-0 clubs.
I like that, how you Irishified it. It's O clubs instead of clubs.
8-4 clubs.
O clubs.
All in.
Yikes.
Oh, my days.
Kit jams, and O'Shea now no deliberation.
Yep.
Snaps it.
No, sorry. It was O'Shea who shipped it.
Oh, my bad.
Yep. Kit now with the decision. There's a lot of dead money in there, though, Joe.
And Kit lets it go for just a few big blinds.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Not the line I was expecting from O'Shea, but does protect his hand for the max, and certainly had a few outs to dodge there.
Sorry, I screwed that one up, guys. I think maybe a few other people saw it the other way, too. Whiplash commentary. Yeah, sorry.
Did I get it wrong, too?
No, I don't think so. El Mago says wrong fold, must call there. What do you think about the 8-4 fold with a pair and a flush draw?
I didn't get a chance to actually see the price he was getting, but it might have been close. I mean, that's assuming that you know that you're, that's assuming you think you have all your outs live, right? Which is difficult to say in that scenario because he could be doing that with
it's not a great
two
flush
pair.
draw, yeah.
He could be doing that with, some sets once in a while, I guess. Again, a little bit positionally dependent, player dependent. Cahill doesn't have that much behind. I wouldn't be surprised to see the all-in here.
This is like 15 big blinds.
Yeah, there it is. The all-in has been announced.
Can I get a count?
Samperio wants to find out how much it's for. This is close, huh? It's probably a call?
965.
Now, does it matter that they're both black? I know suited matters.
860.
Does the same color add anything, like a 0.5%?
865.
Samperio with a real decision.
Yeah, for real. This is definitely a tricky one. There is definitely ICM considerations at this stage, guys. Those chips are very valuable, so he might find the tighter fold, and I really respect that. Samperio. El fold por el mundo.
O'Donnell still on top. O'Donnell, then O'Shea. It's been those two back and forth for the entirety of this session. Samperio, the only other player with a super comfortable stack, black and Cahill in the 20 big blind range, and Kit and Merivant both in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Moved on to Cahill, who's got the queen. The QQ.
Yeah, great spot to wake up with queens here when you have so few bigs. say so. A few, still around 20.
You know what they say about queens? Where we go one, we go all. QQ.
The QQ.
I got same as a million.
Mr. O'Shea might be tempted to put in a 3-bet once in a while. Nope, just calls. Queen's still the best hand.
Now, Sean is right on YouTube. It's Cahill, just so you know, guys. I say it both ways, just to cover my bases. Thank you for your comment. I've said it right at least once, and that's what I'm sticking to.
Yep, just a bet and a take there for the Queens. No further drama.
Just for the drama. Oops, 1084 says, days of hard working only win a few X by it. Live tourney is really austing, emo, unless for bracelet glory hunt type of tourneys.
All in.
Maravan all in from early position. Eight big blinds?
I think I had him on there, but I'm not sure.
Correct.
Maybe
Just over. Just over. Yeah, I think there's pretty much only one way to play this one. Nice spot to find ace-10 here. Very easy get it.
Yeah, he's the only one I had now. There's two decent birdie chances. I'm putting while we're worried.
Nice one, Maravan. Now everybody in chat's saying the same thing. What is this?
40 to 1. Hopefully you bet a couple of guys who thought had a
What is
chance
that?
against
Why is
them,
everyone
you know?
saying that?
What?
For 10% of what you bet on all.
Oh, wait. Maybe, I don't know. I still like him at the price.
Oh, fuck. How can you not like that?
No, like at the current price. I mean, if I didn't have money on, I'd bet him again. So.
Yeah.
DeFlesh says, why is poker tourney all about getting first? I wish it could be like other sports. You know, other sports where second is celebrated. You remember the Super Bowl runners-up from ever?
All in.
Well, in fairness, at my local pub quiz, first place gets money, and second to last gets a prize too.
Second to last, huh? Not even last. That's weird. That's
Yeah.
like announcing the lottery winner's name, but not it being the winner.
It's because it's too easy to go last, right?
Oh, because you could intentionally go
Yeah.
last. It's like shooting the moon in spades.
Exactly.
Last turtle.
Guess what? I got all the spades. Suck on that.
Yes. All the spades.
Huh? I had a little pair again. But I got two really big stacks, and you can hurt me.
Couple raise and take. It's
Wake up the big
still
hand
37 players remain, guys. Still a ways to go. Do you feel as though the pace has changed, Joey? I feel like it's definitely slowed way down now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, no, I do think it's slowed down a little bit. I mean, or in soccer where everyone just ties. That's not like poker.
Andy's been quite quiet here. I feel like, you know, we're starting to get down to some pretty serious moments in the tournament. Focus is starting to lock in here. Not quite as chatty as we saw yesterday.
I think that's probably multiple reasons for that, one of which being Andy probably not being super pleased with the words that came out of his mouth yesterday. Probably making an extra effort to not have anything to apologize for today. Probably also exacerbated by the fact that he's been pretty card dead. It's a lot easier to talk when you're stacking chips.
Chirpy chips, indeed. Big blind has a hand. They might consider defending Marivan. However, not having very many big blinds here and facing that cutoff open. Cutoff will be wider though, so I suppose probably a decent shot to get involved.
On behalf of the production, has anyone thought about asking Marivan if he can put his puffy jacket back on? Because that shirt is strobing like nobody's business.
You say that, but when he puts that puffy jacket back on, it's going to be rustling all over the mic.
Oh yeah, do you want to sacrifice the audio or the video? I'd rather have my eyes go funny than constantly like, oh god, our sound guy's real mad at me right now. Sorry, Sasha.
I like the puffy jacket.
There's nothing wrong with a puffy jacket. I just don't know if mics love it.
I'd rather mute him. It's not like he says a lot. The last time he opened his mouth, he started plugging a rival poker site. So mute him, put his puffy jacket on, get rid of the strobing, jobs are good.
Pokerroom.com?
Pokerroom? It's like his shirt is a disco.
Are we almost done with this level? That's what it's looking like, huh? It's less than 3 minutes to go.
That's not our clock, Joe, as we established many, many times.
Why they keep showing? All right, well, it looks like Benny v. Harbinson again.
The Harbinson of Doom.
Right.
Harbinson, the harbinger of doom.
I mean, Benny did this to himself. He's the one who left Harbinson with that few chips. Harbinson with ace-4.
And Benny.
Was that Queen?
Looks like Queen.
Does indeed have King, Queen of Strawberries.
One strawberry. That's a 4.
Can have to be a king or a queen. Ace-4 sees Darren Harbinson double up through Benny Glaser.
No, it's not. I'm not. No, hi. I win.
The 5 would have got him too, right? The hidden counterfeit.
The counterfeit out, yep.
I normally wouldn't call that out, but I usually don't notice, so I was proud that I actually picked up on that for once.
A small dent in Benny Glaser's stack.
I mean, he's going to get him eventually.
Just a chip off the castle.
I think there's still a few minutes left to run at this blind level. 25-50, and then we'll roll into 30-60. 36 players remaining. And Seamus Cahill winning that hand. I mean, you were talking about the pace of play. We know how it works. As the number gets smaller, you'll see fewer eliminations each level. Those of you interested in what the widget says, bear in mind it's purely based on a mathematical formula on when players will be at a 50 big blind average. You're looking at hitting an 8-handed final table, realistically, during level 33, which would be the first level of play tomorrow. Now, that's not to say it can't happen in level 32. That's not to say we can't get to a final table tonight. It's going to be close. I would be very surprised if we hit that final table around midnight.
So you're saying your widget can just... What tweaks do you have to do for an 1100 buy-in?
The tweak would be just tracking what the average stack is. And to be fair, the average stack in this tournament, even though it's an 1100 buy-in, has been close to 50 bigs. So it's not been tracking dissimilar to an EPT.
So you don't have to put the buy-in in?
Buy-in's irrelevant.
Uh-oh.
It's all about chips in play.
Indeed.
This is Benny Glaser again?
He likes to play poker. He likes to play hands.
He does play a lot of hands.
Jamie Wynn is the other player in this pot.
Welcome to Castle Glaser.
It's actually a pretty good name for a castle.
So Benny betting what looks like the turn, or are we still on the flop?
1, 2, 3 cards in the flop.
thought you said this guy's name is Win. He doesn't look Vietnamese.
Jamie calling that bet. Now we get the turn, which sees the board pair. So it is a straighty paired board. Action on Benny.
Man, oh man, I can't even begin to think about what my nerves would be like sitting here waiting to see what happens in a hand with Benny Glosser.
Two checks.
One last time for Benny to act first.
And the board gets straightier on the river.
I think I'm going to stick with my read from before, ace-3 for Benny. My read is ace-3 until further notice. Oh, it's not ace-3 anymore. Jamie's going to get a showdown.
Ace-queen the hand for Benny.
That's what I said.
Jamie with the snowman's num-num. And Jamie Wynn takes that pot off Benny Glosser.
Didn't want to bet those 8s at any point. That's very surprising to me. I'm assuming there was a 3-bet pre-flop given those positions. Perhaps not wanting to get caught by a bigger pair.
I think he meant Jamie wins.
New blinds, start at 16.
And new blind level has just been announced. 30,000, 60,000 with a 60K big blind ante.
Oh, that reminds me, I'd have to call my Aunt Helen for Easter.
O'Shea still the chip leader at this table with 3.5 million. Merivan and Kit very much in the danger zone now.
Danger zone!
Because that showed them having 9 bigs at the 50K big blind, and we are now at the 60K big blind.
All in.
And one of those shorties is all in. And has walked into ace-king.
All in.
The reshove from Seamus Cahill.
Great little situation for Cahill. So ace-6, the player at risk, Merivan. Ace-king suited, obviously dominating here. Very pretty hand. Let's see how we get on going to the streets. James.
Well, it's not looking good for Merivan. Running spades, running sixes. No immediate outs right now, 3%. Okay, there's a 6 on the turn.
Who knows? Maybe.
His equity just doubled. The river is not a 6. Close though.
It's a pleasure.
All right, nice playing.
Good job.
Unlucky.
That's going to take us down to 35, and it means we no longer have to have that strobing shirt. I'm sorry, but it was really making my eyes hurt.
Somebody should have sent him the memo.
Never wear a striped shirt on TV. Solid patterns only.
Exactly.
Yeah, tell them we have 2 now.
If you are wearing a striped shirt, make sure you cover it up with a puffer jacket.
So Cahill there, nearly 2 million chips in the stack now. Feeling a lot more comfortable with that little coup.
And it's now Kit, who's the sole shorty at the table with 7 big blinds. Neo Napalm asks, can Stapes and Haggerton hear us? Joe has gone on break. Actually, he said he was calling his aunt, right, for Easter?
Yep.
And I have no bloomin' idea who Haggerton is.
Can we get Haggerton out here, please?
Right place at the right time.
I'm looking for a James Haggerton.
So we're round to the blinds. O'Shea in the small and Sampiero in the big.
I feel like Cardigan is a good nickname when you're actually on the tables, James.
How?
So what's going on? Are you commentating today or are you Cardigan today?
Don't get the day job, mate. You stick to the bet sizes and the hand ranges. Let Stapleton handle the jokes.
Well, okay. Deal. I'm a peacock, Captain. You got to let me fly.
$34 players remaining now. Have we checked the payouts? The 34 players. They've all locked up nearly 7,000 euros, 6,950 to be precise. Next money jump when we're down to the final 4 tables, 7,900. If you can make it to 32nd.
Okay, 125.
Cahill with those new chippies, raising up the 6s. Kit makes the fold. O'Donnell playing very solid thus far. Been impressed by our American friend here on the feature. Makes the fold. Folding round. Last chance saloon. Samperio. I believe this will be 3-bet James. Ace Queen suiting so strong. Sub. We're just around the 30 big blind mark.
Still thinking about that guy walking around with his bag of money. Because, you know, modern trash bags, because they have to be biodegradable, are quite flimsy.
There you go. It is a 3-bet, but it isn't a 3-bet all in.
I don't think you can call this off with 6s.
I think it would be inappropriate to do so, James. Even if you have the best hand now, you really don't want to be flipping for that many big blinds at this stage of the tournament.
So the problem I have, Nick, with trash bags and recycling bags is if you put like an envelope inside that bag,
Shredded.
It rips a massive hole in it.
Yeah.
So you've got to be so careful with that thing. If you catch it on a chair, the edge of a table, money's going to go flying everywhere. And this place is going to descend into carnage.
So if anyone wants to walk past with like a set of keys or something, just give it a little nick. Trash bag explodes, money everywhere, chaos ensues.
I'm going to say double bag. I'm going to say ask if they have a spare trash bag and go for 2 layers.
James, what if we just sort of like fill up a bag with tissue paper and walk out there and pretend like we're carrying it, and then oh, we slipped. Ah! That would be pretty funny. Do like our version of 3-card Monty, just have guys walking around with trash bags filled with tissue paper. If you can find the cash, you can have it, boys. There's 15 of us in here.
It's not like you can just go out and buy an attaché case on Easter Sunday.
Good luck to you.
Oh, good luck, Chamo.
What do you mean you didn't bring your own attaché case? Anyway, guys.
Yeah, Kit all in
yeah,
with
can I
King
pass
Jack
it, please?
against
Yeah.
Seamus Cahill's Ace Queen.
Look, Kit.
been a while since we played pot together, actually.
Will Kit's lucky turd work for him?
Made it. Well, made
I've
second
got
this
King
time.
Jack, Michael.
You're better than me.
I've got 42%, Michael.
I'm happy with any outcome.
Queen high flop. At least his king's still live. Okay, straight draw now.
10 ball will do it.
Nope, time to flush that lucky turd. It ain't working.
We stall until you fill up the table, yeah? With 5 players. But we stall. Normally we stall 5 players.
Hold the deal.
Watch out on that Jack 9-8 board.
Is the button right?
I was the button.
Well, if they're breaking a table, that means we are down to 32.
King 10.
All in, ace 10 at risk.
Yeah, ace 6 against ace 10, a 10 and a 6 on the board. King on the turn, Jack on the river. So that looks like a double up for David Doherty. Oh, Nick just had a little bit of a slip there, a little bit of a tumble. Good job he wasn't carrying that bag of money.
It was about 10 big blinds, so guessing around 20 bigs now for Mr. Doherty.
And this is the table that's breaking.
The table breaks.
So yeah, a double up there for David Doherty as we do get to 32 players down to the final 4 tables. So there will be a redraw, by the way, when we get to 24. So we're guaranteed a new lineup at the feature table when we get to 24 players. I think there's a redraw at 24, there's a redraw at 16, there's a redraw at 9. We're used to that. We have the same on the EPT.
Yeah, I like those rules.
Just come around in here. Just come around. Maximum 24 seed 8. I need to count the chips. So stay here. Can I go to you? Yeah. That's what I said. Table 22, seed 1. 22, 22, 1. Middle table.
I mean, there's 4 tables left. It can't be that hard to find it.
David, 21, 6.
This is high drama here, James.
Genu, 23.
Getting your new seat assignment.
Vincent, 21, 1.
Very important.
Andy Black's still asking if they're going to get new players.
Yes.
On the feature.
They're coming, Andy. It's all good. It's all gravy.
What's going on over here?
I think we're just checking out the last remaining tables. So these are the 3 outer tables. Then we've got our current feature table. And we are going to be 8-handed at all 4 tables now with 32 remaining.
Attention players and dealers in the mystery bounty. Once you finish with current hand, please raise the blinds. Small blind 1,000, big blind 2,000, big blind empty 2,000. It's 1, 2, 2 in the mystery bounty. Players, at the end of this level, we're going to have a 40-minute dinner break, and we're going to do the chip race of the 100 value chips. So I kindly ask the chip leader on every table to buy the hundreds from all the other players. Registration will remain open.
Decent hats still in the field.
Tonight,
I will agree with that statement.
Mystery bounty tokens, mystery bounty chips will be introduced in the day 2. We'll have 2 top bounties. One of them will be withheld until we reach the final table.
So I'm being told that the 2 players who drew seats at the feature table are Michael Molinar, he's going to be taking the 5 seat, and Dwayne Solis going to be taking the 8 seat. So 2 Dutchies, 2 players from the Netherlands coming to our feature table.
Love it.
And as referenced a short while ago, with 32 players remaining, we have hit another money jump. Everyone's now guaranteed at least 7,900 euros, of course. There'll be big money jumps once we get to the final table. A jump with every single elimination. More than 100 grand for 4th. 365,000 euros for the winner of this year's Irish Open main event.
It's a whole lot of euros, James. You see a pot going to Hatman.
Blind?
No, he's not a small blind.
He is small.
This sit misses, and that one plays with blind.
Okay, so
Did you have to go on the last hand only?
No, one was here. Okay, let's go.
Let's get the replay.
so
I had the bat on the previous hand. Yeah, you were big. You were big. Yeah, that's it.
Seamus just make blind. Should we call that for big blind? 30, Seamus. 30.
Andy Black will be pleased to see the tables filling up. Not a fan of the short-handed table situation,
We're all
as we've
discussing
seen on
the whole
several
thing
occasions
here.
now.
Did they break a table? It's like...
yes, exactly. Yes. It's 4 names. 4 names. Louis, Wayne.
At the beginning, I thought she was talking to herself all the time.
Yeah, come on. We've had 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
No, more.
The only way we can beat you is to get your short stack and turn it into a lotto.
I like it. I was thinking the same thing.
Is there a lotto?
What?
Oh my God.
So reminder that our next event, our next trip will be to Monaco for the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. The second stop of EPT 2023, running at the end of April, beginning of May. You can still qualify for the main event. If you're not coming to Monaco, we have got 7 consecutive days of live cards up coverage on Twitch and YouTube. We're going to be covering the final table of the FPS main event, the final table of the 100k Super High Roller, and then we have 5 consecutive days of main event coverage, concluding on Saturday, May 6th with the FT of the main. Confirmation that we've now got Molinar and Suisse at the table. And we must have lost a player from one of the other tables because we are now at 31. So we are 7-handed on the main stage, 8-handed at the other 3 tables. And we've got John O'Shea opening from the hijack here with King Jack of clubs.
We are going to resume all day. So the dealers, please continue.
Was it just me, or did you hear that as well?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, 7 suspects. That was amazing.
Everyone can bluff.
That was amazing. We need a poll. Can you have 7 options?
Look at Eddie's face right now. He's just as suspicious as us.
One of these 7 players just let rip.
Just looks kind of rugged, you know, with him in the shot. It's sort of just...
don't rule out the dealer. Nice work, Sam.
Very art house, you see. In the show.
Whoever denied it, supplied it.
Good Lord. Is the hour so late, James, that we've arrived here?
Hey, I don't think these guys realize how good the microphones are and how much they pick up.
O'Shea's got the queens under the gun here. Mr. Black just doesn't want to play at all, but we will see some conflict here. James, Molinar, ace-king, going absolutely nowhere. Got just over 20 big blinds.
I'm all for exploiting those edges in poker, but chemical weapons is kind of feels too much.
Yep, exactly. Geneva Convention in full effect here in Ireland. I think we're going to see a 3-bet non-all-in here from Molinar. Definitely deep enough where you want a 3-bet non-all-in. And if you had ace-king out of position, might be a different story with the stack, but I think it's fairly reasonable to see a 3-bet non-all-in at this stack depth, so you can also include some bluffs in here as well. I think O'Shea just puts it in. once we get around there. Yep, no further action from other players. O'Shea's just going to bang it in. What else are you going to do?
Time to give over with.
Do you have a million more?
Thank you to Zika, by the way, for clipping that.
I mean, you could be getting this in against smaller pairs. Jacks and 10s come to mind immediately, maybe even some 9s. They can have hands like ace-5, ace-10, ace-jack.
There we go.
That's the effect of all-in.
Shoving on Molinar, who calls it off and is going to partake in the sickest and classicest of races.
Classic race.
Thanks, Andy.
The classicest, Andy.
Most classicest.
You've been winning all of these.
Molinar, the one at risk.
Why, you think I'm due to lose it?
No, I'm not saying that.
Are you rooting for an ace or a king?
He doesn't want you starting to anti-sweat him.
Ace high flop.
You did that to me, Andy.
Personally, I did that.
I could feel you thinking ace, ace, ace.
So unless there is a queen on the river, Michael Molinar is going to double up through John O'Shea.
Ooh.
Close but no cigar.
Yes, indeed. Nice work, Mr. Molinar. Fellow Twitcher, fellow Twitch poker representative. Repping the great game of Northern Texas Hold'em on the Twitch streets. Very significant spot here. 31 remaining. This is when you got to win your flips, James. Remember that one time I was final 16 and I lost a flip in the Sunday Million anniversary?
Yes.
I forgot all about it.
I was doing no written.
And that will make Molinar the table chip leader.
520.
Just ahead of Kevin O'Donnell. Andy Black, one-time big stack. Now the shorty at this table with 16 bigs, shy of $1 million.
I had a king. I just remembered that there. King.
First hand at the table.
Welcome to the table, sir. Well, guess who's in action again, Nick? It's Benny Glaser against Panagiotis Mavrisakis.
I'm loving the Benny action. This guy's been on such a tear recently. You guys missed it. Actually won the 5K earlier this week here in Dublin for around 100 G's already. Had a huge score in December of last year, James. 2.6 million US dollars. He's having a good couple months here and really is the epitome of professional player.
Talk about his online results. He had an amazing W coup. He was vying for Player of the Series, won multiple titles during last year's World Championship of Online Poker.
Yeah, just really, really good. Just really knows where he's at in every spot. He's done the work. He's done the homework. Been in the lab.
So Mavrisakis deciding whether to call this bet from Benny Glaser on the flop. Does call. And that means this hand will progress to the turn.
All right, let's see it.
Ace of spades. So 2 flush draws out there now. Eamon says that there are not 3 spades on the board. I saw 2 clubs and 2 spades, Nick.
I did too, James.
And I see a second barrel coming from Mr. Glaser. Another Benny barrel.
Benny with the bets.
Yeah, it's
2 spades, 2 clubs.
It's the 7 of clubs, 10 of spades, 8 of clubs, ace of spades.
Correct.
Benny. I appreciate the resolution isn't perfect and it's hard to make out from this distance.
Yeah.
But
you know it's not hard to make out, James. Benny and the bets.
Right. Sacramento says 27 people have been eliminated during this hand. I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility we could hit the redraw while this hand is playing out.
Wattengard says it's the 6 of clubs, not the 8. Pretty sure it's the 8, mate. Although I appreciate it does kind of look like a 6 from here.
I heard a declaration and a quick fold from Benny as his opponent does move all in and is presented with the triangle and will win that pot. And that is going to give Paniotis 5.7 million, and Benny Glaser has now dropped down to 2.5 million. .30 players remaining, and a reminder that none of the clocks that we can see as we look at the room are relevant to this event. It's the green clock for the main event, and sadly it's not being displayed on any of the screens that we can see on that shot. More important that the people in the room can watch sport.
Go sports team.
I think it's golf, which I think is a non-team sport. Unless it's the Ryder Cup. But it is, it's the Masters.
Correct. 950. Let's not guess. Was it 9? Oh, 850.
Andy Black is all in for his last 850,000. And I think this shove's going to get through. I can't see Sluice calling this off with Queen 10.
Yeah, it's a decent whack still, James. Oh, wow.
I mean, I appreciate he's already got a few chips out there, but no.
Yeah, it's a lot more to call here. Not that many big blinds, but it's like pretty much your whole stack, my man. Makes the fold.
And he's still hovering around the million mark.
Then I'm happy.
I had 3 queens.
Oh, how you like?
I don't care.
You don't like this?
I had 3 queens.
3 queens?
I had 3 queens. I'm still in that line now, James.
That's even better.
I'm always
Must have been ahead.
I had 3 queens.
And you had the other queen, so you weren't drawn to it.
Then I'm happy with my fold.
I was going to call playing for lying.
Okay, now. Ugh. Queen Jack or King Queen? Which was it?
My hand.
King Queen or Queen Jack?
No, King Queen.
Great comment here, James.
King Queen,
Table
I think
General
you
on Twitch chat says, at PokerStars, he
But
had
Queen
your
Jan
job
is
of
the only
comms
hand
back
left.
here, boom, full stop. Years, maybe 1 year in 2010-ish.
To be fair, and I appreciate that out of context, that makes absolutely no sense. I believe it's a follow-up to a question about Tom Kitt. So I think it's a reference to the fact that Tom once did commentary on the Irish Open.
I see.
Right at the bottom of your range.
Years, maybe 1 year in 2010-ish.
140.
You're near the bottom.
Yes. Phrasing could have done with a bit of work, but I got it.
Thank you, Table General.
So O'Shea is opening the hijack with King 5 of diamonds. And Sampiero picks a great time to 3-bet.
Sampiero.
Nothing for Molinar in the small blind. Or for Cahill in the big blind.
Easier fold if he wasn't wearing a patch.
And King 5 can just
Maybe he's
fold.
He's getting all the good.
And we can all get on with the rest of our lives.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the home
Es
play.
la casa del Samperio.
So with 30 players remaining, we are 6 eliminations away from the redraw to 24, the redraw to the final 3 tables.
I give you 5 green, right?
Yeah, I think so.
For a second, I thought I gave you 5 white for 1 green. For 1 green.
Again, check.
No.
Camera.
Folded to Molinar on the button. He raises with Jack 8, gets a fold from the small blind. Just has Luis in the big blind, who is defending 8-6 of hearts.
Check.
King 5-3. Check, bet, fold.
Check, bet, and a fold. That is my prediction. I would like to see a smaller continue here, though. Something in the region of 1/4 seems good, maybe even smaller.
What was it?
See the bet.
8-6 of hearts, I think.
Yep.
Wrong one.
Okay. Good catch.
Did Andy Black just call out the guy's hand, or did he see it when he was folding it?
So we have a prediction which I can't say I disagree with. Tobias Leknes, Senkel 92, is setting the line at 13.5 as far as the number of players that will remain after 12 full levels. I have said, and I'm going to stick to my position, that we probably won't get to the final table tonight. I thought 11 or 12, but Tobias is going with 13.5. I probably would take the under on that, but it's a good line. It's a solid line.
Senkel would know. Very accomplished player himself.
I think the most important thing is that we just give the players a decent break of at least 10 hours between the end of today and the start of tomorrow. And there is plenty of time tomorrow to get this done.
Just call them the big bun. The big buns? The big bat. The big guns. Benny and the bets. Get the job done.
What are you on about?
Got to call in the big guns. Benny and the bets. Comes out firing, takes them all out.
Oh, I see. You want Benny to O'Dwyer this and have all of the chips.
That's exactly right.
Right, got it.
Okay. We could also call it the big buns too, but maybe later.
And that does always change things. If you do get one player who becomes a human bulldozer, who becomes that wrecking ball, who just amasses all of the chips, then average stack becomes a nonsense.
Absolutely.
That's right, Bongo. Don't be fooled by the rocks that he's got. He's still Benny from the block.
He's still Benny from the block.
Used to have a little.
Now he's got a lot.
No matter what, he knows where he came from.
Not afraid to take it to the streets. That's Benny from the block, ladies and gentlemen.
I've never liked that song, by the way. There is a particular line in it.
It's my good neighbor
I
policy.
stayed grounded as the amounts rolled in.
Back,
I'm real, I thought
Even
I
a blind
told you.
squirrel gets an acorn every once in a
Jen,
while.
darling, love you to bits. Out of Sight is a masterpiece.
The fucking squirrels eat.
And you are responsible for many great songs. But, come on. Come on.
Better be careful, mate. She's Jenny from the block. Meet me outside. How about that?
Trivia question, Nick.
Yep.
What is the name of Jennifer Lopez's debut album and what does it reference?
Can't even hazard a guess.
Okay, I'll give you the name of the album. It's called On the 6. What does it reference?
On the 6.
That was the name of her debut album.
All right, tournament players in the Mystery Valley. Dealers, if you haven't done so already, please appoint the chip leader at each table. Start buying
On the
out
6. Is it a watch reference?
Players
Nope.
at the completion of this level, we will have a 40-minute extended break, as well as a 100-chip race-off. Dealers do
Is
not
it
surround the action of the
a
hand.
military reference? Check your 6.
Nope.
Yes. All right, lay it on us.
Andy Black very happy to have won that pot. It references the subway line in New York, the 6, which was the subway line that she would ride to the Bronx. And many of the songs, I believe, were written while she was riding that subway train.
That's great. I love that. Meshuggah in the chat suggests is the 6-inch rims on her unicycle.
Can I give these to you? I'm not ready for them yet.
Yeah, please.
300.
Okay, thanks.
Fucking hell. Okay, Seamus, I know you.
That gives him an even stack. He's happy.
Oh.
Had ace 10.
Ace 10.
That's all he needed to know.
What?
That's all he needed to know.
No,
No, you had ace 10.
Yeah.
29 players remaining in this Irish Poker Open 2023. Brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
5 away from the redraw.
Okay.
5 away from the redraw. We're getting real close, guys. We're going to be mixing this up. New dynamics coming at you.
Some player.
Thanks, John. I'm only doing it so you say nice things.
Cahill opening here with ace 10 of clubs from the hijack.
Positive, I was just that's how I was shocked by the potential angle shooting around. On reflection, I decided, you know.
I wasn't shocked by your behavior at all. It was standard.
What the hell?
It's funny, like each time we're just about to get close, and then you just go back again. Yeah. We're really gonna. We're just about to connect. You connect a little bit.
All John.
But if you try and connect too much,
defending his big blinds.
Then it's just, no, I'm not comfortable with that. No.
You want to get very intimate sometimes.
Well, Cahill was ahead pre and is ahead post and has the nut flush draw.
Great flop for ace 10 of clubs here, James. Is also in position. I think we got to check bet fold scenario here, James. Sampereo. Makes the fold. Cahill picks it up.
Molinar opening under the gun with King 3. It's aggressive.
Yeah, it's a little bit on the wider side. We are a little bit shorter handed here, but also he does have a few chips to play with here. Going to get way more folds at this stage than he would do if we were, say, 50 big blinds effective or thereabouts, or earlier in this tournament where there weren't considerable pay jumps to come. Samperio.
You know what's up to you?
I think he's just realized, yeah, I was going to say, it looks like he doesn't know
I
it's
thought
on
it was
him.
another one of those. I had a feeling it was another one of those.
And he has a decent hand to defend the big blind with.
Jesus Christ.
You're going to give out to me for folding that in the commentary.
No, we're
They're
not,
going to give out to me for folding that in the commentary.
No, we're not.
I'm sure
Nope.
they've seen worse.
You can fold that hand. That's okay.
Oh, no, it's not bad. It's just like...
I think probably
Any black should know
computer
better.
says yes, but, you know.
All these years still hasn't learned.
Computers can be
between
wrong.
me and the commentary team, yeah.
Oh.
You know what the
Computer
difference
says
is?
no.
You're here?
No. No. Good answer. A bit boring. It's I'm a Buddhist and they're Shuddhists.
And they're what?
They're Shuddhists. All right, Shuddhists. You Shuddhists. Buddhists.
Oh, Andy. I mean, I'm not going to call you out for not defending your big blind with 10-6 of diamonds, but I'm going to call you out for that line.
He's basically saying they hate us because they ain't us.
No.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Stop saying anus.
All right,
125.
The mystery bounty complete the hand you're on. Players were on a 40-minute extended break. We are also going to be racing off the 100 chips during this break. Players, if you were not directly involved
O'Shea
in the
opening
100
with
chip
10-7 of
we do
clubs.
ask
Everyone
you
likes
to
clubs.
enter
Clubs are
your
hot
hand
today.
at this time. 100 chip color up, 40-minute
It
extended
is
break.
Molinar
1.9.
in the big with 9-8 of hearts. That's a playable hand. I would expect Molinar to defend this, Nick.
I would too. What a very pretty hand. 9-8 of hearts.
All in.
Okay, I didn't expect that response, but hey.
LFG.
Good spot.
Absolutely gorgeous situation, applying maximum pressure with that lovely, lovely suited connector. That's one way to do it, and I am a huge fan.
We love to see a player put their opponent to a decision for all their chips.
Yep. I imagine 8-7 of hearts probably would have merited the same line, and I love it.
Seems that we've moved on from anus to balls.
It's ain't us, James. Ain't us.
Oh, sorry.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Oh. Well, you were saying it in a sloppy way that made it sound like
anus.
anus.
It was supposed to be said in a sloppy way. It's from the interview.
It's a sloppy anus.
Shea's going to make the raise here with pocket jacks from the hijack.
Looks like we're going to the outer tables again. And when I say outer tables, I actually mean this table. Benny Glaser. There is the board. It is a wheelie. And it is Paniotis who's in action here. Betting the river. And I don't think... Does Benny have a hand? Does Benny have cards? He does. He folds, but there is another who also folds. Pot goes to Paniotis. Back to the feature table, and we're about 10 minutes away from the break. 10 minutes from the blinds going up. Now, of course, one thing we have considered is changing feature table. Realistically, we're so close to the redraw now, it kind of feels pointless. So I think we will probably keep these guys at the feature table for at least the first few hands, maybe first few orbits of the next session. And as soon as we hit 24, we'll have the redraw, and that will necessitate a change in feature table. That will result in a new lineup on the main stage.
Yep, you got it. That would make sense.
By the way, if any of you are interested in who went out in 30th place, Darren Harbinson, who we saw tangle in a few pots with Benny Glaser earlier on. Benny did KO him in 30th place.
So, Molinar opened the button here. Got a call from King 8 off in the small blind, which I was really surprised to see, especially
It's
off
A7
the
in the small blind and King 8 in the big blind.
Sorry, excuse me, that makes more sense.
Although I do question whether Cahill should be playing the Spraggy here.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Ace-7 off is possibly an okay candidate to 3-bet, although a lot of times maybe not that particular ace. But the defend from King 8, sorry, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you for correcting me, James. C-bet's going to get it through anyway.
Juddy96 says more than 200 players, including James Hartigan, entered for 3 or more bullets. That is a hashtag fun fact. Only Jamie Wynn is left, so thanks to those other players for inflating the prize pool. You're welcome. So I'm guessing that Benny, having kind of like lost quite a lot in that pot against Paniotis, got some back from eliminating Darren Harbinson. By the way, you should not be thanking me for inflating the prize pool by 3 buy-ins. You should be thanking PokerStars.
Thanks, PokerStars.
Kneel before the red spade and say thank you. Do it now. Maroon Poker says, do we know what the most bullets fired by one person? So there is a player who I played against on day 1 who I know fired 8. I thought I incorrectly said he'd fired 9, which is the maximum, but he did confirm this evening that he fired 8. Did cash. did make the money, but suffice to say, would have needed to finish 25th or higher to profit. So we'll be leaving town having made a slight loss.
Slight loss. Got to feel good about some cash, though.
I'm just not man enough to stand up to you, Seamus.
You have plenty of chips.
They hate us because they shame
Can't
us.
blame you. Better man have tried and failed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not going to fail.
Just staying away from them. Even Andy's very ashamed to tell you that. See the big celebration when he got the 4-bet through.
Yeah, well, fucking.
Let's see, it meant a lot to you.
It fucking meant a lot. I think it was goal or just some shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
According to Johnny 96, Patrick White was the only player who fired all 9 bullets, and he did min cash.
Was there a possibility for 10?
No. It was 2 per flight.
Yep.
So 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and then you could fire 1 more at the start of day 2.
That's what I was thinking.
Registration closed the moment they dealt the first hand on day 2, so you could
I got it.
2
Yeah,
bullets
okay,
on
cool.
day 2.
So you could still do 2 in the turbo flight as well,
Yes,
right? Okay.
you could. Ace-Jack versus Ace-Queen here. Under the gun raise from Samperio, which has been called by Cahill in the cutoff. O'Donnell in the small, 8-7 off. Hasn't played in a hand in a while, but ain't going to play this one. And John O'Shea with 10-6 off in the big will fold as well. So heads up to the flop. That flop is 9-7-5. Black Sun Empire watching on YouTube says, James, how far did you get in the Irish Poker Open? I played 3 bullets and did not do very well on any of them. Down to 28, so yeah, absolutely no point changing table, really.
125.
Your mates cheering you on.
Cahill is going to fire on the flop. I think really you can go either way here. I think checking and or betting is fine. With the backdoor diamonds and some backdoor straight draws, I might be tempted to take the free card. Can just have the best hand here as well. Don't necessarily even need to improve. In this case, actually makes a bet, which is going to somewhat deter Ace-Queen, but he does come along anyway, or deter them on occasion, I should say.
Check.
KZ says, but you had fun, right, James? I did, especially the first 4 levels of day 1C playing at the feature table, which ironically was the bit I wasn't looking forward to, but probably was the best part of the whole experience. But again, I give credit to the rest of the table who made it such an enjoyable experience.
Check, check. I thought maybe there was a chance Cahill might fire there on his turn, kind of applying additional pressure to some hands that have equity in hands, for example, like Ace King or Ace Queen. But, you know, like I said, I think Ace Jack has its own showdown. I don't think you necessarily need to be bluffing with this hand, which is why I wasn't so sure about the flop bet in the first place. But has played very nice run out for Samperio. I think both players probably quite happy to get the showdown now at this point, unless Cahill comes up with some sort of omega read here. Yeah, Ace Queen's got it.
Approximately 5 minutes until the break.
One more bullet. Yeah. On the turn, not in the river.
And as they always do, the blinds will go up on the other side of the break.
Well, either would have won. The turn definitely would have won.
Another 2-hour session to play.
We got another pay jump.
What?
9,150.
Well, that happened ages ago.
Did it?
Yeah.
With 28 players remaining, we are now paying 9,150 euros. Next money jump will be when we get to 24, when we get to the redraw. then we're looking at 5-figure scores. 10.5 grand if you can make it to 24th place.
Now we're talking.
We have an all-in. Luis is shoved with Jack 10.
125.
And gets folds from all players. Still the short stack at the table, and of course that stack will become shorter when the blinds escalate. O'Shea on the button, ace jack.
25.
There is 125.
K-Pox asks 2491. Total player, total entries, because obviously those aren't all unique players. We just discussed the fact that some people, myself included, fired more than one bullet, but 2,491 total entries, so a 2.4 million euro prize pool, and 28 players remaining. Trying to get down to the final table tonight. All will play 12 full levels. But whatever happens, tomorrow we'll see the conclusion of this year's Irish Open main event. We will crown a champion tomorrow. We will see someone receive that first prize of 365 grand. Top pair for O'Shea. Andy Black playing in flow. Checks. O'Shea continues for 150,000. Andy folds.
Another mistake.
Made a mistake?
I meant to call that.
Last call for Charlie, 1 2
This book says. Important. 10-year humanity.
What has O'Shea got in his mouth? Looked like he was chewing on a clothes label.
You're lucky I'm not there. Or maybe lucky or unlucky, the GTO player calls with the king high there.
Well, I guess we're going back to Benny Glaser's table. Yep. And it is Benny in this hand against Ruiz Acosta Diaz.
Benny and the bets.
We've got a street flash flop, Jack 9-8, all of hearts. A bet and a call, and we've got the ace of hearts. The board gets flushier.
Le flush.
Checked to Glaser. Benny. $300,000. Those are the orange chips, the 100Ks. The whites are the 25Ks. The smallest chips in play are the green 5Ks.
He's been putting in the work there, James. Notice in that previous encounter we saw him lose all of his oranges. He's collected a few since then.
Well,
thank you very much for Raksha for pointing that out earlier.
As we referenced, he did eliminate Darren Harbinson, and that's where he got most of those chips back. Oh, triangle time. And a fold from Benny. Benny had heart there, but I don't think he had a heart.
Benny and the bets, unfortunately, not picking this one up.
Fatboy Ginger says, what does the triangle signify? It denotes that a player has moved all in. It signals to the rest of the table that player has wagered all of their remaining betting discs.
Also, if there's a player all in, the triangle goes to the player that is at risk. So if you see an all in and the triangle is next to their cards, that's the player at risk, and they are the one that stands to be eliminated should they lose that all in.
Are we finished here yet? Are we swapping?
Not until the redraw, Andy. And do you know what? I hope you draw Benny Glaser's table, because we'd love to have you back on the main stage.
Oh, baby, what an encounter that would be.
Here, can I have greens, please? Just to fucking.
Salos is raised here with tens. Been called by Cahill in the big blind. A continuation bet. And a fold or a funky check raise? A fold.
All right.
And that's going to bring this session to a close.
Run around nuts. Yeah. I can make a nut straight, yeah.
Great time for the 28 players remaining in the 2023 Irish Open, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. And 4 away from the redraw, hence our decision not to change feature table at this break. We will change, we'll have to change when we hit the redraw very soon. More action coming up on the other side of this 20-minute break as we continue to try to play down to the final table.
I think so. This thing.
Button raises to 50,000, small blind falls, and ram in the big blind calls to 15,000. We see a flop, 2 players. Flop is 4-9 king, ram is first. He checks. All in from Ellen. And ram calls. Flop is 4-9 king. Ellen shows ace-8, is ace high. Ram shows king-5, a pair of kings. Ram is all in. Turn card. 4, no change. Only card Ram doesn't want to see is an ace. Last card, 6, and Ram doubles up. Still 3 and 6,000. Roar is first, he folds. Jamie folds, and also Ellen. All in the small blind from Sean. And call by Ram. We have an all in here, it's Sean Donaldson, his hand. Queen 9, called by Ram's ace queen. We see the flop. Flop is deuce, 6, deuce. No help for Sean, the all-in player. He's behind. Turn card. 3.
And Donaldson's going to need to hit that 9.
5. No help for him. Please give him a round of applause. Sean Donaldson.
He does not.
Fifth position.
And he is out of here in 5th place. 9,800 euros. Donald Son, Donald gone. Who's left?
Okay.
That's right.
We have 4 players remaining. 2 Irishmen, 2 Englishmen. Rory Liffey, the current chip leader, just ahead of Ram Vaswani. Alan Vincent, 3rd in chips. Jamie Drummond, 4th on the leaderboard. And those flags are the wrong way around. I think Drummond is Irish and Vincent is English, but yeah, details.
Wait, they're not the same?
Joe, you tread
In first position,
dangerous waters.
Raises to 18,000.
I kid. You can tell because I'm doing that with my Irish accent.
And a call by Jamie. What is 41,000? Flop is 3, 4, 10. Jamie's first. He bets 20,000.
And one of the first not all-in hands we've seen for a while. Vincent was the raiser. Drummond bets 20,000. Vincent folds.
61,000.
Battle rages on four-handed. 4 players remain. Joe?
We've got Alan Vincent. This is Rory Liffey, Ram Vaswani, and Jamie Drummond, the final 4. I'm waiting for Big Hair to come back in. Then I'm really going to reign supreme. Just you wait, Spraggy.
Hey, any day now. Any day now.
You've got big hair too, though.
And it's only getting bigger. No haircuts for me for a good little while. Alan Vincent all in here with the Queen 8 of Hearts against Ram Vaswani's Ace King.
And an ace on the flop. An 8 for Vincent.
He does have a sweat.
This is a relatively short all-in. Vincent can hit a queen or an 8.
Last card check, no help for Alan. Losing one more player. Alan wins.
And he does not. Alan Vincent eliminated in 4th place, 14,750 euro. Yeah, I'm loving it. We're 3-handed.
And now Alan Vincent is English and Jamie Drummond is Irish again.
Got him. Dang those open borders, man. Just get your nationality straight. Swanee folds. Liffey. Ace Jack.
Rory calls 8,000.
Liffey Limpy. Queen 4 for Jamie Drummond. Gets a free look at the flop.
6, 2, 3.
And flops an inside straight draw.
Rory checks. And Jamie checks. Turn card. 7.
There's check, check.
Rory
Ace Jack still the best hand. 7 of spades on the turn.
And Jamie checks. River card.
This could go check, check again. It does. And a 5 on the river makes the straight for Drummond. Will he get any value
20,000.
on this 20K bet?
Call.
He does.
58,000. Jamie shows a 4, which is a straight. Rory says nice hand and falls. 58,000 to Jamie.
Drummond picks up nearly 60K in that pot. Ram Vaswani confused over something. Yeah, we're all trying to figure our own things out, Ram.
Tentative attempts at getting a song going there on the rail. Love to see that.
Action on Jamie.
Called by Jamie.
Limps with Queen 9. Man, I really miss these days when you could limp pots. I think I might have cashed occasionally.
Rory checks.
So we've got Domination, Nation. Drummond dominating Vaswani, dominating Liffey. To the flop. 8-7-4. So that's a 4-5-6-7-8 for Liffey. That's a straight.
Bets 20,000.
That's a straight into the 5-star hand.
5-star.
Yeah. And Vaswani with the 5-star draw to a bigger straight.
And Rory calls.
Liffey calling the bet from Vaswani. Relatively small bet, just 2 big blinds. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 now. Vaswani bet 20,000. Liffey called 20. And the turn is another 4.
Rory checks.
Check this time. River card is a queen. No one
Trapping on the turn from Liffey. Does induce the bluff again from Vaswani at the river.
And pretty small bluff at that. 20,000.
All in.
Are we sure this isn't a limit tournament? No,
all in announced.
He said all in.
93,000 Rory folds. Jamie calls. Comes back to Ram. Ram checks, we see a flop. Pot 23,000. Flop is 7-7-2. Jamie's first. He checks. Ram checks. Turn card, ace. Jamie's first. He checks. Ram checks. Last card 3.
A lot of checking. Queens hold despite the pair of 3s on the river, despite the ace, despite the 2 7s. And with Drummond betting 1.5 big blinds, Vaswani may feel like he has to call.
And Ram.
He does.
Jamie shows a pair of queens.
Drummond tables the winner. Vaswani into the muck. Back to contemplating his existence. As 3 players remain.
What's first place again? 93,000 euros?
Correct.
Or points. I can never remember.
Rory raises to 25,000. Jamie folds. Ram calls. About 58,000. We see the flop. Flop is 9 deuce queen.
Vaswani flopping open-ended here. 8 or a king will give him the nut straight.
Rory bet.
Liffey with just the ace-8 high makes the bet. Has a backdoor club.
All in from Ram.
Vaswani super systeming it. Got a draw. Go all in.
And a pot of 138,000 for Ram.
And gets the job done. If he makes a fold of the ace-8 high, getting another wash on those cards. Three-handed play rages on.
What's it like playing away from home?
Call by Jamie. Ram checks.
When we announced EPT Retro Spraggy, as we see the Swanee flop top pair here, Joe joked that you weren't even born when this event took place, but just to put a dose of reality into the mix and also depress us, how old were you in 2004?
14.
Yeah.
He was 1 inch shorter than he is now, though.
Even more depressing is the thought that someone born as this was taking place could play online poker in, what, 2 years?
Yeah.
We're all getting old, gentlemen.
I got my first person who wrote to me yesterday and said, hey, I don't want to make you feel old, but I've been watching you since I was 10. Top of the morning, my babies. Aaron Gobra, all of the other things. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Bender, back for more of day 3 from the Irish Poker Open, live from the Royal Dublin Society. Hello, my son.
Hello, Papa.
Closing in on the final table. Probably going to take us the entire rest of the evening, if at all. 28 players remain. Trying to play down to that FT. There will be a redraw at 24. So it's the same featured table as you last saw until that redraw happens. And then we won't be able to pick the same featured table. I mean, that would be very, very unlikely that the same featured table would be rolled again. 365,000 euros to the eventual winner of this event. I imagine that will be happening more than 24 hours from now, especially if we do not get to the final table today.
200, is it?
It is 200.
Looks like there's been a coloring up during the break. Hope the players are back soon. This is a first card off the deck facility.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very kind of you.
Some business going on.
Look at this shit. He tried it. What's this?
Oh, no.
425. Both of you fucking did me. Oh, that's right.
O'Donnell, O'Shea, Samperio, Black, Molinar, Cahill.
I was saying 4 or 5,000 or 25,000.
Or Cahill. It turns out it is Cahill.
Oh, yeah?
You know how long
How's that guy
What
know?
happened? You don't understand when you get old.
Just because
that's
you...
how he does it.
You know the
Maybe
way you
it
see
was
old
from the
people,
few times I
right?
said
And
Cahill.
then
That's why he was mad, I guess.
Lost it.
Which is
This
even
is a piece of
stranger to be
wisdom
mad.
for you. It doesn't happen overnight.
Saying it the way literally everyone else in the world
What's happening
says
to you
it.
now, and then it slowly happens. You get to 40, 50, you think, oh, it's not me, but yeah, it fucking is. Yeah,
In
and
chip
little
order
bits
now.
fall off. And
It's
you
a-
just don't notice
It's
it.
a Dutch bread sandwich.
Fucking do shit like that.
It is.
Very weird.
And Molnar actually pulled me aside at the break and said, it's pronounced Molnar!
Okay.
Like a pirate!
I don't think
So-
that happens.
Because the blinds go up so
You
drastically.
can't prove it. You can't prove it didn't
But
happen.
they're not going out very quick, so it might be 3 o'clock. That's
Did you
all right. I
know
got
that
5 hours sleep
Michelle
last night. I got
Molinar
plenty.
volunteers at his local animal shelter?
Oh, yeah?
That's what Win in 99 says.
I don't know, 12 or 2. I don't know.
What's that?
You said what time we start tomorrow? Is it 12 or 2?
No, it's after that, but now I can't remember. It's at
2
least
o'clock, let's say.
at least 1, hopefully 2.
1 o'clock tomorrow.
Especially if they're going to make
What time are we at now? 10 o'clock?
When
Yeah,
this
10.
words were actually spoken, it was 10 o'clock.
Play late
10:30
levels
now
there,
in
break.
real time.
Here we go.
So
20-minute break.
10, 12.
And we
20
ain't
minutes,
quitting
so
until we get to the final table.
We'll be finished.
Or the.
Should be.
No.
What's
12
3
o'clock
a.m.?
we'll be finished.
Is there a word for
Oh,
3?
yeah.
Is there a name for 3
4 more
a.m.?
levels, right?
Oh, yeah, 4 more levels.
If we have to play the 32.
10 p.m. Eastern
Oh,
Standard
no, we're at
Time.
29, 30, 31.2, yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh, dude.
Okay. The Urban Thesaurus.
Yeah, there's no chance.
The Devil's Hour.
Like when I was in my 30s.
Nothing good happens after 3 a.m.
I have heard that.
But they stopped the
And I
clock
did
at
it with
3.
both.
Urban Thesaurus calls it
At least
sensible,
Yeah,
Call of
no,
Duty,
Thank you for the reassurance, brother.
Bone Tone,
28 people left.
Denny's,
No, I'm taking it.
Ramen,
Don't tell
Dead
Andy,
Time.
he'll go ballistic.
What the fuck? What's going on?
What, mate?
Gave all the
28 people
Silly
left, but they got a lot
O'Clock.
of stuff to do.
Huh?
Secret Agent,
Yeah, they're just
Mud Crab.
Mud Crab,
They can do that
Snoke.
while we play, though.
because they'll be delayed with like 2
We're not getting out of here until about 2:30.
Anyway, I don't
three
think those are all
redraws. 2
legit.
redraws.
I like Silly O'Clock like Aaron Paul Kramer does. 12 years of the $11 Sunday Storm coming at you pretty soon. Major guarantee in that event. I miss playing the Sunday Storm. That was
24,
fun.
16, and 9.
It was fun. You didn't have
Did
to
you
take it seriously.
Did you ever make it rain in the Sunday Storm? You ever get a big stack?
Nah.
Make some money? No?
I had a top 200 finish in the Sunday Million once or twice. But I never had the patience for a Sunday Storm.
At least.
And break. No, end of 32, so there's only 4 hours to play left.
They said they play to 3 or when they get to 9 players.
Yeah. No, end of level 32.
Maroon Poker remarks, I satellite into the Storm earlier. 500 seats guaranteed. Well, that doesn't sound very hard.
What did you satellite in for, like 11 cents?
Until around
I
midnight.
mean, with 500 seats, I think the buy-in was $10.
You saved $1?
Didn't even notice that.
All right, tournament dealers in that mystery bounty. Let's get ready to go.
Apparently,
Tournament players, you should all be back in the
Michel
tournament area at this time.
Michel Molnar is very good at chess, too. So, good at the gentleman's game of chess. Loves and protects animals. And is also a pirate.
Seems like a stellar dude. Here comes Molinar himself on the button with ace-9.
Registration period. Folks, we'll work on those calculations and we'll get the prize poll posted for you shortly. Once again, dealers 15, 3, and 3 in the mystery mountain.
Sluice. Oh, man. The Dutch oven.
More like loose, am I right?
Yeah, well, flop's best here. Middle pair.
And listen, if you're defending the King 4 off this stack size, oh boy, that's trouble.
4 no good.
Yeah, the average stack is 2-6, and the blinds are 80,000. It's 30 big.
Gareth Cash says Andy Black enjoys horticulture. I think it's called sex work now.
And Molnar now, every opportunity to start getting some value from that ace-9 hope. His opponent, Schluss, has something like a 6 or a 4. Certainly King 4 with King of Diamonds is going to have to continue. I hope for Sluice's stake it isn't as a shove. It wouldn't really make much sense. You just get snapped by better.
And would get snapped by better.
And fold out worse.
No improvement on the river for either player, but Molinar is going to be pretty into this 9.
Yeah, still so many reasons to just bet here. Try to get value from a 6, worse 9.
Calling for Sean Morales. Sean
Even a
Morales.
4.
Sean Morales.
Maybe even a 4, but don't get too greedy. Or maybe you want to get greedy. Maybe you want to make it look like a bluff. Maybe you just want to go all in for pot. Maybe that's why you bet 200. I don't know. I'm not in your head, full of chess and pets.
880,000 in the middle. Big blind is 80,000. And this is looking like just over, maybe an exactly half pot bet, we'll call it.
Just over, but we'll call it exact. You are the
I don't think you can
you
even make it exact.
Can you make it 440?
Yeah.
Probably.
There's no 40K chips.
There aren't?
No. I keep saying they should add them.
Nicholson in there. I thought they weren't letting anybody that played in the live tour.
Sure, Bryce DeChambeau. They let all live in.
I think Sluice here is thinking, this doesn't feel very bluffy. But also, like, what do you have, dude? What is going down with you? What, you just have, like, ace-9 here? Really? Is that the story you're telling me?
Poor Sluice. Poor Sluice.
You know, at first the way he was getting his chips together, it looked like he was cutting out a call, but now he's just made sure that they're all...
Now he's cutting out a pay jump.
Oh, Sluice, no! You're gonna lose, Sluice, don't do it!
And much like the Sluice Moose, this hand just never got off the ground.
And that is going to leave Sluice with just 5 big blinds on a good day. Actually less, going into the small blind.
And Molinar, who seems to be the people's champion right now. A lot of Molinar fans in the chat.
You know, I played a hand on day 1D of this event, and I gave you the hand history, Joe.
Yeah.
And it started with me defending
Yeah.
a really bad king in the big blind. You said, you guys and your weak kings from the big blind.
Yeah.
Getting yourself into trouble.
But it was a hand that you did well, right?
No, I bet folded the river and got shown a bluff.
Oh, right.
Remember? Yeah.
You got shown Queen Jack.
I did. Hey, good memory.
O'Shea. Fold King 7 under the gun. Imperio out. Black likely to be doing the same. Bye-bye. Molinar. Hey, another hand for Molinar.
Oh, yeah.
You have 2 stacks of white?
O'Donnell with a juicy defending hand.
Yeah, let's see 3, O'Donnell.
Despite being O-dominated.
$180, right?
Yeah, 180.
Ace, Queen, Tray. Well, ABC Poker potential for Molinar. O'Donnell checks. 1 straight card, no spades. Woof. Molinar, top pair.
Fuck. Such great hands for the small blind.
Luke says Molinar wins the tournament. Said it twice. We're good then. Say it a 3rd time. You're out of here. Marat says this chip noise is so loud. Any way to fix it? No. Thank you for your question. It's like our 40th hour of coverage this week, and no one has complained about the chip noise. So why don't you fix yourself?
You know, my lovely girlfriend once described walking into a big poker room and hearing all the chips like it was crickets in the forest.
That is delightful. That is exactly the sort of thing your delightful lady friend would say.
chirping away. Yeah, you never really hear it the same after you hear that.
It's just so sweet. Molinar now getting a little
frisky.
A little frisky. Andy Black getting a little frisky with an under the gun raise. It's not quite under the gun, excuse me. Early position raise with ace-9 off.
Yeah, definitely one of the worst aces you'd be willing to open here, but I like the initiative from Black. Kind of a sleepy table. I don't think a lot of players are doing much light 3-betting right now, except probably Molnar, but just got past him. It was a bit of a touch and go there. The suited kings sometimes are good candidates.
O'Shea is going to defend 10, 10, 8 on the flop.
Yeah, nice result so far here for John O'Shea, and even better. And we have seen Black get sticky on these double paired boards with high cards earlier with the king high. So
wow, checks all the way through to the river.
Yeah, O'Shea now licensed to go quite big and rep very thin, and I think Black is going to probably snap off almost any size.
500.
And he does go
overbet
for the pot, just over pot, and that might, you know, sound some alarm bells. O'Shea can really profitably do this with even just a flush. So I might have gone a bit smaller because you're not just repping a 10 or an 8 anymore. It's pretty clear that Andy Black has something like an ace high. So I might have bet something more in the line of 3 to 350. This is a bit
You said
suspicious.
any size. I'm holding you to it.
Yeah, well. I think you're getting a bit greedy, though, trying to get Black to call off half his stack here in an otherwise pretty innocuous single raised pot.
Innocuous.
Good word, right?
Always showing off. Andy. John. Andy.
These two have a long history together.
I do like the size a little bit because you can make it seem like you're trying to blow your opponent off a chop, right? Right? A little bit. A little bit, like you have like an ace deuce here, ace 3, ace 4. All those bad aces that you can't re-raise out of the big blind, ace 7. Uh-oh, ace 8, that's a full house again.
Ugh.
But Andy does have to be thinking, why do you care so much? Why do you want this so badly? Why are you betting over half pot?
Yeah.
Which is a third of your stack.
This is
over a whole pot.
Conversation.
Oh, Black does have 1.4, so it's actually a third of his stack here.
It's not time for the silent treatment. Come on. What do you reckon? Assist me in my hour of need.
Maybe you should meditate on it.
Very quick. I shan't.
He's gonna let it go. Good fold on the end from Andy Black. And I do, by the way, I think that you're just proven right there, Griffin.
Well, I just think he's always calling 200, probably calling 350, and finding a fold once we get into over pot territory. So you want to make sure you get value there.
No.
So,
I had a better hand.
But
what?
I had a better hand.
We've seen John go for the jugular with these big sizings with the value hands, and that's usually what they are when people bet big.
Thank you, Sebastian Huber, a.k.a. Peace and Love, rating with us. Rating us.
I would have called 300 like a light.
And there it is. You hear that? Would have called 300 a light.
That was tough. That was tough. Oh. Mistake. I think that was a mistake.
Cahill.
story of this level been the ace-9, right?
I guess so.
Seen a big pot won, a big pot lost. I guess it wasn't a big pot, but a big bet.
I fucking lost the minimum on Jesus.
Samperio with the queen jack. Great defending hand here. About 17 big blinds effective against Cahill.
Ace-9-5, and wow, the story of the night. If you ask me personally, is Ace-9.
I was asking you.
Yeah. Well, now I'm telling you.
I mean, you got the board so crushed here. Maybe you do want to mix in some checks, but the standard is to put out a small continuation bet. And
that's pretty small.
Yeah, Cahill does as little, practically as little as he can. You still do want to start building a pot for when your opponent does have the ace-X.
You thought he had a hand?
Button moved. No, I have no clue. He either had an 8, a 10, or an ace, and he's greedy and didn't want to chop. Just thinking you might have one.
Yeah.
Narrowed it down to half the deck.
I kind of like that assessment there. And
actually, not bad at all. Quite astute. All right, Rui DaCosta versus Carl Shaw.
Where's Hobbs?
Queen 7 tray, 2 diamonds.
Saw a massive fold made earlier by this gentleman. The top pair on the flop.
Costa out of position. Excuse me. Yes. First to act here. Checks. Now, Carl, you could have been thinking about what you would do while DaCosta was thinking. I'm just going to throw that out there. Or you could also, take your time. Same.
This is what it's gonna cost you.
Costa, disgusted, has to turn off his symphony.
Listen, when you turn off the podcast, you know it's business.
Stack of 25K chips. 500,000.
600,000?
Yeah, at least it was, yes.
605?
Something like that.
Looks like a little greenie on top.
And Costa is reaching for the orange chips. I don't think DaCosta has, a ton of chips. That's a shove for $1.2 million, like 1.5 million. And snap called by Shaw, who's got a set of sevens. Over. And just top pair for DaCosta. He's like, don't share this.
Turn off the cameras. I didn't consent to this.
DaCosta defeated.
Deflated.
And Carl Shaw adds 2-3 million, including what was in the middle. Carl
quite a
Shaw,
big pot, quite a shock to the system.
Shock and Shaw. Anyway, up over 6 million. That was DaCosta out in 28th for just under 10K euros, 9,150 the current payout. Glad we caught that hand. That was cool.
Yes. Yes, me too. And back just in time for a big situation here between Cahill and O'Donnell. Looking like a possible flip, but O'Donnell could mix in some flats here, playing just over 20 big blinds effective to Cahill's stack.
Yeah, well, 7.
You know, if this were in later position, we could just see situations where it would more comfortably all get in, but because of these positions, sometimes O'Donnell, I think, doesn't necessarily want to get in the near 2 million, but is prepared to. And this is going to be a very tough spot for Cahill. We've talked already, Joe, about how this hasn't been a very light 3-betty kind of feature table. So when they start coming out, it's usually strength. You know, does O'Donnell ever find a fold with ace queen for 23 big blinds? Maybe. Probably his intention is to call, but what does it do to Cahill's mind here, having 10s against an opponent that he probably hasn't seen 3-bet much at all? Probably has reviewed some of the tape over dinner, and 10s shrink up real fast. You know,
well, when Cahill folds, he tends to fold rather quickly. But we have seen him take, sorry, Griffin, but we have seen him take rather the tighter side in almost every situation.
I mean, yeah, if you deduce that your opponent doesn't have the, you know, sourdough suited ace-5 3-bet in his range, or the, you know, the ace-9 suited, see where you're at, or, you know, the king-queens and the king-jacks with blockers, if you just think this is only value, you kind of have to make a big fold here. I know it seems a little crazy. We do see that 10s are technically ahead, but ace queen really. There we go.
First time I saw you 3-bet tonight.
Yeah, ace queen, the bottom of O'Donnell's range, and therein lies the problem, right? And that was a strong, good read there. That was a really strong comment. I have before.
All you kiddies watching at home, you could go to Kay O'Donnell's Bar and Grill and watch this stream there. Have a nice cold beverage. And see my lovely daughter, the owner and proprietor.
All of you can see his lovely daughter.
That's
all of you.
What?
That beauty is
Anyone who goes there can see his daughter.
That's right.
Yeah.
I will look up Kay O'Donnell's next time.
In Dublin?
Just, no, it's Arizona.
I'm in Scottsdale.
Keep in mind, I've been to prison, and I'm not afraid to go back, so leave my daughter alone.
Yeah, well,
have you?
Weird
Can't judge.
Sick brag about having been in prison, too.
When I dropped off at school and stuff, I had a shirt that said, I've been to prison, and I'm not afraid to go back.
Oh, it's just a hilarious T-shirt.
No, I think he was saying that. I don't think he was referencing his T-shirt.
You're saying the T-shirt was referencing the jail time.
Yeah.
I want to address this question from YouTube, which somehow makes Griffin Benger seem like a rocket scientist. How many people left, asked Jordan O'Mahony. I'm going to tell you how to figure that out. So if you look at the top left-hand corner of the screen where it says 2491, you take the 2491 and you subtract the number of players who have been eliminated, and that will tell you how many players are left. So when KZ says 29-ish players left, that's not correct. So you take the 2491, subtract the number of players that have been eliminated, and you'll get your answer. Thank you for your question.
Molnar has an interesting spot here because Jack 10 off, you would call the all-in for 4 big blinds from the big blind. So maybe you want to consider taking your equity here and calling here. You just got to hope that the big blind doesn't wake up, and that's exactly what we're going to see Molnar do. Probably the bottom of his range here of what he'd be willing to call with. Certainly wouldn't call 10-9 from the small, but Jack 10, happy to put it in there. And now Cahill, just for 4 big blinds. Actually, it's only 3 more big blinds plus all the dead money in there. This is kind of interesting. It kind of sucks because even though if the hand has potential, it also, you're always dominated by anyone else if they have a king, which is exactly what's happening here. But I applaud Cahill for considering it. You know, you have 80 in there. No, gonna let it go. Surprised to see Molnar's disappointed. I mean, were you expecting to be crushing him? This is a great result for you, buddy. You're hoping for the 2 9s?
Never underestimate the power of live cards. You're hoping for Jack 8 suited, I guess.
I had one of those cards.
Yeah, no.
Still a couple others in the deck.
7-5 deuce.
Huh?
Still a couple others.
Looking good for Sluice. Turn.
I would have
is
thought
an 8.
You forgot to fly.
That adds some outs for Molinar. 6, 7, 8, Jack 10 ain't a thing. Double up for Sluice.
But you know who wins this hand?
Who would have won with King 6?
Yep.
The big blind.
The big blind.
Jack 8 or Jack 7, or 10 8 or 10 7.
Anything that hits wins.
I don't know who was more out of line in that situation, by the way. Andy Black doing a joke about Kevin O'Donnell's daughter, or all the people saying that Kevin should fight him for it, as if Kevin's daughter isn't a grown human being woman with her own autonomy.
The whole thing was Andy Black sucks. Anyways, here we are with the chip counts. Molnar, 55 big blinds. O'Donnell gaining some steam up near 3 million. O'Shea, 2 million. You can read it. You can see it. I know sometimes everyone, you know, in the chat and stuff, they struggle with seeing numbers and not being able to figure out what they are, and, you know. But you can read them.
Actions folded around to Griffin's favorite player, who folds.
The American politicians. I like him. I like Ron DeSantis.
Who's saying this?
Your buddy over there.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, he's a tool.
No
shame in folding. Books in school. Alice, he goes, yeah, but they're teaching him how to do politics.
Yeah, now with this hand, this is going to be a shove all day, every day.
They're like Alice in Wonderland.
For about 10 big blinds, 9 big blinds.
And Sluice cannot call it off with 4 deuce.
One over cards.
If they were giving the books in Ireland, because he
looks
said
like an
they're
actor,
selling books
Sluice.
like that. Well, if they're selling books
Okay,
like
not
that.
sure who. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll work it out. This is why poker is the best. No other sport will the commentators tear apart your soul in front of thousands live.
Please delete that, Mr. Hardigan.
Luckily, we didn't
James
hear you.
isn't here.
We didn't hear you, Kevin.
Yeah.
We've got an all-in. Benny Glauser versus Kevin Swain.
Yeah. It's Kevin Swain.
Oh, no, sorry. This is Robert Bull versus Eugenio Barbaros. Kings versus Jacks. Looking for a jack and only a jack.
Bidink.
King's hold. That's going to be the end of Robert Bull, who got the horns out in 27th place.
This guy busted me yesterday.
Bull gotcha?
Yeah.
Andy Black all in from the hijack.
1.5.
And O'Shea had opened under the gun with pocket
saved me
fives.
110 because I have to call.
Let's go.
At 4, I can do that. That's a much easier one when you mix the 4s and the 5s.
I should have just given you that.
Yes, yeah, that would have been this. I think I might have been ready for it because the last time would have been.
Yeah, would have come
wary.
prepared. Yeah.
I mean, it would have taken me some time, but I would have been wary.
2 eliminations away from a
That'll probably be
redraw.
next to go. The wariness. No, really, I'm right.
Black now with ace-6 off. Gets rid of it. Molinar now with 8-6 suited.
He's coming. Chip lead, passive table. All day.
180.
fellow countryman only has one move, shove or fold. Look, get him to fold the best hand.
Donald will also be folding. Oh, what? There it goes. And a quick fold from the big blind. O'Shea. AVBN says, noob question here, but I only play home games and haven't been to a casino or Vegas yet. Are those chips in play here larger than home games? I swear they look larger. Well, if they're larger, it depends what kind of home game chips you play with. They're probably about the same in diameter, but they're definitely going to be heavier, more solid. If you play with really cheap chips at home, they could be slightly bigger.
Loose, this is it. This is your moment. 8 big blinds, 8-7 off, also known as the Spraggy. Got to do it.
Got to. It's obligatory.
Yeah, the great thing about, well, the only real silver lining from busting with the Spraggy is you do get a signed hat by Benjamin Spraggy himself. Rain or shine, we will go get him for you.
Semperio with Jack 7.
Thank you.
It's almost exactly 8 big blinds.
640.
Not even close to a call.
Marat asks, are you guys commenting on a delay? No, we're actually commenting on poker. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, that's smart. New deck.
New deck with.
It's very easy, more easy to chip than the normal deck. Like a yeah.
Ah. No way. This is that one.
Yeah.
Who did it? Andy?
I've never gotten dealt with.
Joking, man.
Why not fucking joke at someone else? Why
Because you're talking a lot.
Oh, suddenly you don't have a sense of humor.
That's
Andy.
the one you
coming
make a
out.
joke with
You're
you.
holding it all in. Figure it out slowly, fucking step by fucking step.
No, now we've got Benny Glosser versus Kevin Swain. Looks
With
like
big chips in the middle.
Kevin has fired out a large bet. Looks like more than the size of the pot. Is that stuff in, right? So this Benny is raised.
So
Swain
1.1
bet,
million.
Yeah, Swain bet 500K. Benny's made it 1.5 million. And I didn't get a peek at Swain's cards.
Yeah, do that again.
I forgot to look, honestly. There will be a pay jump when the players reach 24 and another redraw.
And the
redraw.
The die-hard viewers of the stream this week will remember having seen Swain's a little bit, I think earlier today or at least yesterday.
Swain for sure.
Played pretty swallowed. Swallow.
It's like Swain has counted out the call. Most people count the call out.
Yeah, it means
it often goes in.
I mean, on a king brick board, hard I think for old Benny not to have it, but also someone with a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
That is a call. Benny is being asked to show down. That's ace 5. The 9 is good.
Wow.
Party on Swain indeed. And that is going to leave Benny in bad shape. I don't see any more orange chips. Just a couple. Oh, this is not probably the time to talk to Benny, I would guess. Just 2 stacks, 3 stacks of white chips. So it's 1.5 million, I guess, thereabouts.
He'll be fine. It looks like about 1.6 and change.
He can get him back.
He could get him back. Looking at the camera. Sorry I let you all down. Well, be better next time, Benny.
And we are down to 25. So one more elimination, and there will be a redraw. Joseph Chambo says, give us this table as the feature. This table that you just drew attention to won't exist after the redraw.
It may not already exist.
Well,
Time.
It does not exist now.
Right.
But in the past, it also won't exist soon.
Okay. This stuff is so confusing.
But what I mean is, when we get down to 24, we're going to put all the players in a tombola and redraw for seats. However, I've been told we are going to be following Benny Glosser as long as he is not the player eliminated next. Looks like Andy Black may have been balanced off this table. Unless he was somehow
unless he's coming back
out
here.
in 26 plays while we were gone.
Found out I said he sucks. I will say, and something that is pretty impressive about Benny's performance in this tournament, he hasn't been on the feature table all day, and he has had by far the most interesting hands of anyone. We've seen 3 hands where he pulled off an incredible king-high call. Another hand where he busted one of the best players in the world in Dominic Nietzsche, and then a really ambitious, interesting bluff that almost got through. I mean, he's the star of the show right now, even if he is only left with about 20 big blinds. I want to see him go down in a glory of flames or rise from the ashes and win this thing.
I mean, those are probably the only 2 options.
There you go.
He was offering the swap,
and I want to see
he has
it.
more than me, so I think so when you get like even, we
Advantage O'Donnell here.
We got similar.
Loose call from the big blind from Molnair, but I think is shows you how comfortable he is, and actually getting a little crazy here with this. Queen of Spades backdoor straight draw, and not going to find a fold from O'Donnell's.
Do you have any
Queen 10, that's for sure.
100%. Yeah.
So I will say Molnar is probably my second most interesting that I've seen so far today.
Yeah, probably.
One of those aggro Euros.
Brick on the turn. Proves no one. Scares no one.
I mean, Molnar looks a little scared now. Why'd you go and call? You're just supposed to like fold. You're like, pocket 9s or whatever, and now you're like calling because you have like a king or a jack. No, Molnar. He has Queen 10. And if you bet $1 million, he folds. Get weird. Get weird and make it huge. Try to fold out the jack.
Hey, Griffin, Ted Beans is back with his interesting insults.
Oh, yeah?
He says you have a head like a lit cigarette.
Teddy Beans. Nice. It's not bad, actually.
He's back with the Mad Libs.
Yeah.
And Kevin is undeterred, gets a snap roll from Molnar.
Let's go. I want to hear about the restaurant again.
It's loose. Keeping an eye on those outer tables. And it looks like we may be taking a peek at the outer tables, of which Andy Black is now seated right there in the foreground. David Brady has shoved from the cutoff. And Black, who has been balanced off the feature table, has now found himself once again in a position. Oh, that sounded. It was not Andy saying call.
I'm really digging the vibes of this guy beside Andy Black.
I think that's Stephen Watts.
Yeah. I actually know Stephen. I haven't seen him in years.
So you've turned down for Watts?
Yeah. Do. Here's some trivia for you, and you can't answer this because you know the answer. Who are the famous directors that directed the music video for Turn Down for What? First person that answers gets a virtual high five from me.
That you are allowed to give away. 2 folds there. David Brady getting away with whatever that all-in was. Back to the feature table.
740.
And it looks like we have a winner. Ding, ding, ding. Sam Lowry.
Not the
first
winner.
In? No?
Sadly, not the winner.
840.
Why?
Because they prefer to go by Daniels.
Oh, God.
Not the Daniels.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Look, when you've met Daniels as many times as I have, you know to call them Daniels and not the Daniels.
Right. Well, you're a winner in my book. And unfortunately, based on the rules, I can't
here we go.
give you the high five.
Sluice all in and behind.
Yeah. But beware of the King 10. 41% is a heck of a lot of percentage points.
Cahill in position to eliminate Sluice and take us to the redraw.
Just no ace and a flop. It would be boring, right? Black flop.
Good card. Great card.
Jack, Jack 10. The 10 is a great card for Sluice.
Queen of spades.
No.
Yeah, well.
Eight spades. No. Yeah, 8 of spades.
3 of hearts is nowhere near any of the cards people are calling for.
Breathe, Sluice. Breathe.
And you breathe.
Will have no effect on the river, but...
Jacks in 3s with an ace kicker? No. Jacks in 10s.
No, you say
with a
the
king kicker.
smaller cards first. 3s and jacks.
I see.
The ace kicker wins. Wait.
Sluice survives again. A lot of folks arguing over Andy Black right now. I would say Andy Black is very likable, and that's why he kind of gets away with some of the stuff he says.
Unlucky.
Okay.
I think if he were unlikable, he would be...
You're right, you're right. Listen, yeah. I kind of agree.
Huh?
But I certainly understand
Did he say that to
disliking
everyone?
many
He
of
just
the
told
things
them
that
to
come
hold
out of
the
his
deal.
mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means everyone, but I'm assuming it does. Because we're down at 24, so it does.
I just think... I just think if a guy wants to talk up, you know, his daughter running and owning a restaurant back home, and he just makes a throwaway sexist comment about everyone at the table, they're knowing about what his daughter. I don't know. I just didn't like it. Didn't like it.
Don't have to.
No. Wasn't for me.
Oh, wait, we're down at 24. Must have been an elimination at other table.
Make their way to the tables. We're going to start in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's still a hand in action, it appears, at Benny's table. Maybe we'll be at 23 by the end of this hand. Doesn't look like it. All right, this redraw has to happen. Toot sweet. We're already very likely to be going to the end of level 32. And it looks like things are moving.
We've been on the final table. We've been on the final table. We've been on the final table before, sir.
What?
We've been on the final table.
Have we? I have fucking a few times.
I would say I completely lack the ability to know when Irish people are angry. I have no idea.
Why? Who appeared to be angry?
I never know if they're joking or angry or a fight's about to happen or if that's just how people talk. I don't have the foggiest.
Yeah, you show your cards.
Palpable excitement in the room as everyone knows they've made the final 3 tables.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that last year, that FT.
David Doherty's still alive, that's cool.
Yeah. I'm a fan of Doherty.
Everyone was, the ITM was so close.
Guys, you can see your seats, guys. You can see your seats now. 21 goes on TV.
21 this seat.
We would ask for cooperation and please rack up your chips and make your way to your new seat as fast as possible. In the interest of time, we want to get underway as fast as possible.
Big Nick trying to keep things moving here. It's Ryan McPhee McNulty, who went out in 25th place. And not only does this mean like there's like an emotional and a mental prize here making the final 3 tables.
Let me have a chat with him and see.
But a cash prize of 10,550 euros now. Everyone just laddered up like another 1,400. Was that Benny trying to get out of being at the feature table? Is that what he just asked Big Nick about?
You think?
That's what it seemed like.
You have no power here.
It does seem strange for someone that has offered to come into the commentary booth multiple times to be unwilling to play at the feature table.
I have a theory.
Poor Big Nick gets put in spots,
I
bet. Yes.
I have a theory.
What's your theory?
I mean, look, you know me, okay? I'm as bad as anyone when it comes to my phone. But it seemed like Benny was really invested in whatever was going on his phone, you know? A lot of texting, a lot of something going on. Just maybe it's just, it's got a lot of things in the well. And then the feature table, you can't have your phone. I think it's a phone thing.
Look, I would have a very difficult time not having my phone
comfort,
for long hours.
I think it's probably a comfort thing of just like, being in his little shell, being on his phone between hands. Maybe freaking running Sims. I don't know. I think it might be a phone thing.
Henrik asks on YouTube, can you decline to go on feature table? Nope.
Technically you can, but you will be blinded out.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
But then that would be a cool nickname, and he needs one. Benny Blind Out. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Benny. Think about it.
Insane Dev, I think Griffin is perfectly entitled as someone who's supposed to be commenting on this game to make a comment on Andy's behavior at the table. I don't necessarily have to.
I think he might have been talking about my Doherty comment. I just said I was a fan of Doherty.
Oh, right, yeah. You're supposed to be unbiased. You don't have to agree with Griffin, but it's literally his job to comment on what's happening out there. So you banned.
No, don't ban. Just a little timeout. A little timeout in the corner.
Unicorn Loudhouse asks, would the 24 players left be more pro players or any of them pure amateurs? I think that's probably both. Certainly there's some pros.
Yep.
And there's a bunch of people who think they're pros. Or claim to be pros.
7.8.
Shout out to Patrick over there, far right corner. Oh, he just went off screen.
Patrick doing a great job this week. Joe, Summer,
all of them.
Adrian, everybody out there working hard to make us look good, keep things moving, make sure there's a cohesion between the production and the tournament.
It's true.
No, like for now it's
whatever you want, Benny. Well, you know what? I'm going to take my theory one step further. Stop me if I'm going too far. Maybe he was asking if he could keep his phone. Like recognizing that he was going to be stuck on the feature.
Can I just check your chip tempo? Something's wrong with this one in the middle. There's 1.5, 3, yeah. So put them all in the wrong place.
Looks like we're getting there, waiting for, I don't know if we're waiting for all the players, but we got to get 8 players over there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So it's 2,235,000.
Going to be a very interesting feature table here. We have the Blaster Molnar, who's been playing so aggressively, so strong, big chip amount. O'Donnell, great character, been no slouch at all. And of course, quite possibly the strongest player left in the field, old Benny. Benny Glauser.
David Doherty, Kevin O'Donnell. I'm liking this lineup. Pretty lucky draw.
Oh, David Doherty, I have no feelings.
Fergal asks, could players be using their phone for hand percentages calculations, or is that against the rules? That is incredibly against the rules.
Yeah, I don't think that would be the case at all.
No, certainly not. I was thinking that as a separate question.
Yeah. Any thing I was thinking about the phone was strictly
You're allowed to have your phone at the outer tables, you know, if you want to be listening to music or whatever it is, but we do not allow them at the feature table at all. I kind of feel like if you access your phone at all during a hand, your hand should be killed, but they don't exactly police that. We saw someone pause a podcast or whatever. And obviously, I don't want people's hands to be killed for innocent reasons. I just wish folks in the middle of hands would not access their phones.
Yeah.
And I also don't think they're doing anything nefarious. I just think it slows the game down. Okay, so there is another table. Table 2 of 3, we'll call it. Andy Black going to have a timeout from the feature table. Not specifically given him a timeout, but he's going to have some time.
Well, if
away.
it were up to me.
Sluice at this table. O'Shea, is that O'Shea?
No.
Next to Andy?
No.
Samperio
O'Shea
from
must
Spain.
be at the third table with Watts.
O'Neill then, I think maybe next to. There is O'Shea, yes. At our third table, just 3 tables left in the record-breaking, the largest poker tournament ever held in Ireland, Irish Poker Open 2023. Nearly 2,500 total entries, down to the top 1%. 1%. Jamie Portaloo says, this is the first live event I've watched on Twitch. Loving it so far. We're happy to have you, Jamie.
You know what's crazy? Jamie, this is a record-breaking event.
It was a bounty,
awesome.
so I put them in and I got locked up
But
5
sometimes
ways
we
and held.
cover events with
So I put them in
millions of
again, the next time
dollars.
I got locked up 4 ways and held, and the next time I had aces.
You're young. Just how old are you?
Guacamole Jolie asks, how much do people pay to enter? This was an 1,100 euro buy-in event. Now, you could enter multiple times, however.
What about you?
Yeah, someone's in for 9. It's a cool 10 grand almost.
I wonder how many people are in for 1.
You look a little bit younger than my dad always says. I'd go like 21.
Lauren.
28.
Maybe like 58.
You're a kind man. I'm 66.
We were close.
When I retired, that's what I want to do, just travel around and play. And I just played.
All right, there's the chip counts of the feature table in seat order.
I don't enjoy it. It's like work. I retired. I don't want to work anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
That's cool.
These flags.
Retired guy traveling around, overhearing that conversation, playing poker. That's the dream.
Not to be trusted, the flags here on that particular screen.
That's what I've been doing.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Not to be trusted here. These are the players in chip stack order.
Mr. Glazer.
Glazer.
Oh, he is there. I was like, why is he on the feature?
I think this one was random this time.
Calling people with King High. Why isn't he on the feature?
25 big blinds for Glazer. 24, I guess, if you want to be.
Don't address me as people.
Specific. And cards are in the air. Let's go. Final 3 tables.
No ordinary, man.
He's a Molinary man.
In that position, I don't have glasses. All right, let me.
Sanchez.
Wow, does he really have 8 million?
7.8, yeah, close enough to 8 million, almost 100 bigs. Shout out to Jeff Platt, the no gamble, no future shirt. Of course, I don't want to leave Brent Hanks out either.
I mean, this is quite an aggressive open, and a little impressed in some way that you know, a chip leader has this gear. But sometimes you run into something like this. 30 big blinds for Doherty. Gonna probably want to just find a 3-bet.
2 million? 2 million?
There is 2 million.
So he is effectively shoved here with the 30 big blinds, which I also think is fine. You know, we're starting to creep towards, I guess, ICM considerations. Don't want to get 4-bet shoved on here by mid-pair or something like that. Maybe you would find yourself 3-bet calling more often with a suited ace-king.
You could say
happy
you
to just take it down.
Let's say goodbye to it.
Small big blind.
We've got an all-in already. Cahill. All in over an open from Barbaros. Eugenio Barbaros. And let's go. Now, I know that not everyone has had the luxury of watching Cahill for as long as we have, but if he's all in, I'm going to need a real good hand to call him off.
Cahill's been playing pretty well.
There is 116. Call. Pass.
You had like 2.5, right, Dave?
A little bit more.
Looks like we've had some action. A raise and a re-raise.
Call.
Doherty opened King 10. Oh, okay. O'Donnell did not re-raise, just called with sixes, and Molinar is going to defend King 5 off. And Molinar hits the 5. O'Donnell somehow with an overpair to the board with 2 6s.
Check. Bet 175.
O'Donnell betting 175 into a pot of 600.
Should play as a pretty easy continue for Molnar.
And a pretty easy fold for Doherty.
2 players.
7 on the turn.
Check.
So O'Donnell's overpair turns into an open ender. Pretty cool.
Check.
I thought this was the adult tour. Now you're saying you can't just change the rules.
It is after 10 p.m., so we can say whatever the hell we want. Molnar putting out a little block bet here.
Wow, yeah, 175. That is
going to get a quick call from the better hand. And
you can take that as the moral victory, though, right? When your block bet just gets called.
No, I think Molnar wanted value there. Was thinking maybe his opponent could have something like ace-4 suited,
okay.
Maybe ace-deuce suited.
Well, sorry.
I accept your apology.
That's actually a good move. Like someone gives you a sarcastic apology, and then you just accept it, and then they're like, "Oh, no."
Yeah, it's in my repertoire. It's in my rotation.
Thank you, Christine.
Thanks, Stiller. Hi again.
Hi, Ramona.
So do you have a next live event planned then?
Not really yet. No.
Can you read these two comments off of YouTube for me,
As you
Griffin?
said,
Read
Windows
this one.
first 3 years
It's
later,
pronounced
so, you know, another live event.
Kale.
Kale. And then this one says
Cahill.
Ka. K. Ka.
So, so like the vegetable.
Like kale.
Kale.
We'll see.
My point is, someone's being a know-it-all and isn't being right.
Yes.
It can't be both.
Yeah. The problem is we are getting conflicting reports. I'm afraid that if you do have a problem with the way we pronounce Cahill,
say what you say, Cahill.
Yeah.
I'll say Cahill.
Yeah.
And then only one of us can be wrong.
Right.
And we won't know who they're correcting.
Perfect. Doherty popping things up with the queen 10 at the hijack. And Molnar with a suited king. And I'm telling you, this guy out for blood. I mean, that's the kind of look of a man that's willing to push any edge necessary to win a poker tournament. And this is one of them. Really forcing Doherty into a shove or fold decision on 30 big blinds effective. You know, you got the blocker with the king of clubs. Sanchez with the best hand in the big blind. And that's the problem, right? It's like a spot like this, even if you are aware, even if you think this guy is full of it, you need to kind of have a type of hand to shove. You don't want to just shove in the queen 10, get snapped by kings, and that's how you bust in 24th. You want to have the ace 5 suited, or you want to have the 2 6s or 7s or something as backup for when you are running into the blade.
All right,
those are cards.
Yeah, checking in over here on Carl Shaw and Henry Ojala. Current payout is right around 10,000 euros.
That's a lot of chips. I like the way that he stacks them. He's got good chip swag. Like, that's someone that's gotten big stacks before. Cash game, tournaments.
Oh, fuck, I know. I have a clue, actually, now.
Put them on kings.
What?
Back to the feature table. Ojala taking that pot down, where O'Donnell has 3-bet the open from Rice. Haven't heard much from Rice. Declan Rice, that is.
Ooh, great first name. Love Declan. Just a cool name.
You sure it's not Declan? Oh, that's not good, actually. We'll stick with Declan.
Good poker name, too. You know? Deck. You hit with the deck.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Declan, of course.
I don't mind this 3-bet from O'Donnell, but I would have liked to have seen a bigger sizing. This went from 180 to 390, which is you know, 210 more. So way too good a price for Rice to fold. And now an opportunity here, having flopped the nut flush draw, to take this away from O'Donnell.
I don't think O'Donnell's like run into very many situations where his opponents have caught up to him and made big hands.
Woo! Gin,
Yeah,
baby.
See? I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Top pair now for O'Donnell. Rice still with plenty of outs. Does not make the flush on the river.
And really a great card on the river for O'Donnell, because it's one that, you know, you're going to get a little value.
2 pair. 2 pair.
7.
Oh yeah, river at the 7. I didn't even notice
Same
that.
hand, not quite.
And O'Donnell continues stacking chips up to nearly 5.5 million now. Down to 23 players here in this record-breaking Irish Open. Apparently there's a Declan Rice who plays in Westham in the Premier League. Or is it West Ham?
It's Westham, yes. Westham Football Club. Actually, no, they call it soccer. Westham Soccer.
This is David Brady versus Eugenio Barbaros. All in on the flop, set of 6s.
An accusation of a slow roll.
It was a little bit. So, but you just wanted to get the camera, yeah.
Six is
you never fold,
good.
and he thinks you might fold.
No, sorry, Polly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know you're getting the camera out and telling your friends, but it's just cool. Yeah, and usually
I'll do it next time.
I mean, look, we only caught the tail end of that, but that seemed brutal. Like, he was getting his phone out to, like, record when he had a set. Come on, to, like, for his friends.
I don't
facing
know.
an all-in.
I'm not gonna speculate on what was not.
I mean, you overheard the conversation
On camera.
It
I
wasn't
know,
good.
but
I'm just, listen, no harm was meant, and I get that, so that's good. You know, intent is important in situations like this, but that's a brutal way to go home, I'll say. You know, you check raise all in with middle pair, and the guy takes some beats.
So we are down to 22 now. 24th place finisher was Rory Curtis.
And this right here is a great example of why that extreme aggression can really get people to start being like, what is going on with this guy? You know, these two hands, I think it's going to be very difficult to see any action, but they are pausing now. They're like, we can't let this guy keep on running us over here. And certainly 20, 25 minutes from now, and they see like the King 4 suited and the like, you know, players might start fighting more for pots. This would be a big problem for O'Donnell, and does find the good fold.
And of course, the elimination there was David Brady in 23rd place. So we are down to 22.
Yeah, I'm from Dublin. Yeah. From America?
I live in Dublin.
Oh, right, okay.
From there originally.
How long you living in Dublin?
Just since January.
Oh, nice. How you finding it?
I love it. A little cold for me.
Yeah, a little bit
I'm used
cold.
to warmer weather, but
And there's like
everything else.
2, maybe 3 weeks in the summer where it gets nice and hot.
Yeah.
And then, you know, back
Listen,
to...
I don't need it nice and hot, but you know, like
Back
the
to
30 degree with the wind blowing.
Yeah. It's a bit much.
If he wanted it nice and hot, he should have stayed in Scottsdale.
Yeah.
Hot.
Woo!
I do feel like the temperature has dropped today in particular.
Pretty cold today.
Yeah, a little chilly today.
O'Donnell once again trying to boss this table. Queen 10 suited. Murphy, his table mate. He was just being so nice to you, asking you how you're like in Dublin.
I
right?
like
him in a weird spot.
I like the consideration. There's something a bit unquantifiable about sort of the game flow of having a nice chat with someone and then 3-betting them light. It's really effective. And you do have a hand with some blockers, and sometimes you can do, but it's just too early position. There are players behind that could easily wake up. Sanchez already with this suited ace certainly would have folded to a 3-bet, but
So Sanchez making it 500,000.
8, 9.
And O'Donnell maybe liking the suited nature of this hand, but we can see that will not work out.
Yeah, spades would be disastrous as
queen folded.
Kevin O'Donnell calls out of position without the betting lead, does, however, flop top pair. Second pair, rather.
But the best hand.
Exactly, and we do get a continuation bet from Sanchez. 300,000. 400. There's 2 oranges there.
I will say, I'd love to see the older generation of player start to like mix in these light 3-bets facing early position opens. We saw the ace-10 to the ace-deuce. Now this ace-deuce to the queen-10. I mean, the guy's got a no gambling, no future, and he's 2-barreling.
Wow.
You know, like this is pretty boss.
Genuinely thought he would slow down.
I mean, this should force a fold a lot of the time from O'Donnell. I mean,
I just hope when this senior on senior violence is over, the 2 of them can share a 4 p.m. dinner together.
So it was 400K on the flop. $1 million is the bet on the turn. And even though O'Donnell's a 91% favorite, he doesn't know it. And you're right, it does get a fold, Griffin.
I mean, that's like really strong high-level poker.
Carl McGee says Sanchez needs to put the orange chips out front. I'm sure someone will remind him at some point. If Andy Black was at the table, he'd already been told. The poker guarder takes no prisoners.
O'Donnell an opportunity to jump right back into the fray here. Still has over 50 big blinds, one of the top 3 stacks at this feature table. Might even consider slowing down. Has raised now. Will be 3 hands in a row. And yeah, this is some good discipline, I think. Just the game flow right now is not in his favor.
Round 2, Benny Glaser, queen 6 offsuit on the button.
Benny's certainly the kind of player that is going to push any edge that he thinks he can find. And that's why we see the consideration with the queen 6.
So Declan Rice completes in the small with 5-4 suited. David Doherty 8-4 offsuit.
Yeah, I think a pretty decent candidate to just try to raise pre and take it down. And that is a pretty stiff raise of nearly 4x. And I think this should work. Nice hand.
Rice not getting sticky.
Sticky Rice, nice.
David Doherty continuing to chip up with 22 players remaining.
Lost 2 over there already.
Oh, nice. Wow. 50-100 next hand.
Still don't make the. I still don't think they'll make the final table though. I think it'll slow down too much.
Yeah, that sucks too.
It's going to be like 14 left.
There we go. David Doherty setting the line at 14. Tobias Leknes earlier set it at 13.5.
Before 3 o'clock.
But
just because they're blind still.
doesn't seem to be much optimism about actually making the final table tonight.
Yeah. Just in time for my big one.
The bust. Makes it harder to get the chips in.
I forgot not everybody's like me. Go for the win.
Gotta show heart.
Benny, 2 7s at the cutoff. You know, I think if we were at that 100K big blind, would sometimes just shove the 18 big blinds, but I would imagine just comes in for a raise here and is going to kind of react to the action behind. And actually is deciding that, you know what, I am just going to protect this pair and open shove it for the 22 big blinds.
Yeah.
Sorry. Virtual all-in from Benny Glaser wins him the blinds. I think we have rolled into the next blind level, Griffin. I think we've now got to the 50,000, 100,000 blind level.
Yeah, and maybe that even played the part into the really large open shove with the 7s at the cutoff from Benny, not wanting to create an opportunity for, you know, the blinds to defend and get out flopped, and then suddenly, you know, have somewhere in between 10 and 15 blinds.
Tinky Winky asking if this is the last level of the day. Nope. We have got this level to play, then a 20-minute break, and then 2 more levels to play tonight. And we would only not play out those 2 levels if we were to somehow get to 8. But you've heard most people's predictions. And there is a general consensus that it is unlikely we'll get to 8 tonight. And that means play will conclude probably between 2:30, 3 a.m. The players will have 10 hours before coming back tomorrow and play. The action starts, as far as the stream is concerned, 1:30.
20 big blinds for Benny here at the hijack from the chip leader open. I think this is exactly what you want to do here. Sanchez does actually have a hand that is pretty above what we've seen to be his average opening range, so he's going to want to protect these opens with some calls with hands like, you know,
I believe 1
ace
9
jack
9, I believe.
Certainly ace jack suited,
20
but
BB. 20 BB. They tell me you're a good player as well.
see now, yeah, I love this conversation here. Let's listen in. Sanchez aware that sometimes he's going to be slightly ahead against the king queens and maybe some king jack suiteds that might shove here, and then of course flipping against pairs shouldn't really be dominating. Yeah, wow, I really like the way Sanchez is talking here. Someone who's clearly done a lot of work.
199, 199. My brother says you don't go to Augusta to lay out.
Wow, what a great comment. Augusta, like the Masters, you don't go there to lay out. Like he's the Masters right now, and he's going to make a stand. This will be a really sick call. I mean, this is bottom of range and makes the call.
Wow, and we are off to the races in a huge flip that Benny Glaser needs to win to survive.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you always fold ace-10 here. You always fold ace-9 suited. Ace-10 suited is just right on the line there where you kind of feel like you should fold, but you can also go for it.
So far, so good for Benny's nines.
And Benny wants it. Give me 40 big blinds.
Just has to fade an ace or a 10 on the river.
Haven't seen Barry for a while.
It's a deuce. Double up for Benny Glaser.
I was about to say, is that how that works? You don't call pros? Can I label myself a pro so just no one calls me?
We did close out registration tonight with 344 runners. Comprised the total prize pool
I think we've learned a lot about how capable Sanchez is from that great breakdown of why he decided to make that call.
Oh, it's just like nice.
And then, of course, that brilliant 3-bet 2-barrel with the ace-deuce of spades. So someone to watch, Sanchez, despite losing that massive flip to Benny Glaser.
Working on the mystery bounty money. As soon as we have that, we'll post that for you.
Imagine the article. Benny Glaser wins the high roller and then the Irish Open. Oh my God.
Ron Scott like.
I need coke.
That'll be a nice article.
I need coke, so I know you're a good player, and I thought if I knock you out, it maybe makes stuff easier.
Yeah, now you've given him chips.
Now I'll give him chips.
Did you just want to flip? You're the luckiest player alive.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
Benny now
on the cusp,
up over 40 big blinds. Second in chips at this table.
Watch out a little bit how you're feeling your cards.
Yeah.
It's been one occasion I could have seen suits, but like,
Thank you for
try to. Yeah. Not a big,
a
massive card.
Yeah. It's a little like comfortable.
Good guy, Molnar.
Putting it out.
Of course. Little BVB action.
This has been folded to Tom Murphy in the small blind.
Technically, is that a good call or not?
It's fair. As I said, it's genuine close.
18 big blinds, just going to limp in
Yeah, it's Jack technical.
against the very strong Molnar in the big blind.
What do you call him? What do you call Benny?
And a quick check.
Any calls they got to read if you're uncomfortable. Any calls they got to read if you're
Pair of fives.
I was feeling uncomfortable.
For Molnar. Some backdoor possibilities as well. Murphy with just queen high checks. And with a bet of 100K, Molnar takes it down on the flop.
My daughter's streaming it at her bar, so.
In Chicago.
In Arizona, yeah.
Hello, Arizona.
Let's put you to my left.
Scottsdale.
We're being streamed in a bar, Griffin.
We are.
And just both be happy we're still here.
That's true, that's true. I mean, I'd be happier if I had like triple the chips.
Yeah. Wouldn't we all?
Wouldn't we all?
Pretty sure O'Dwyer last year for like 50 million.
Well, this is happening on one of the outer tables. It is Carl Shaw against John O'Shea. And that is the elimination of John O'Shea. Consolidating Carl Shaw's position as chip leader.
Strong performance there from John O'Shea. Don't think he'll lose sleep over it.
While with John bowing out in 22nd place, 21 remain.
Yeah. No one has to leave their house.
2018 started last year.
Oh, okay, right.
Benny now with some chips to work with, finding the raise with the 2 4s under the gun 1, getting called by O'Donnell at the cutoff. Fair fight to the flop. O'Donnell checking back, should feel pretty confident that he has the best hand a decent amount of the time. Going to be up against a lot of hands like what O'Donnell has, but no real reason to start betting. We would hate to just fire a bet and give a check back ace some money or a pocket 8s or 6s. And the jack, not a great card for Glazer because it does complete hands like the king jack, queen jack. But also wouldn't always expect a bet from those hands. So if O'Donnell does fire here, he doesn't, and Benny's going to take down a nice little single raise pot.
Yeah, continuing to chip up. Just shy of 47 big blinds now for Benny Glazer.
2,000 bounties and 22 €1,000 bounties. 47 bounties in total.
I had the 3.
Minimum bounty 1,000. Top 2 prizes are 25,000 each.
Oh, all right. You are the weakest link.
And let me remind you that one of the top prizes, the 25K, will be held until the final
10 seconds too quick.
They're moving big blinds.
About 10 seconds too quick.
I think we may be losing our big blind.
They moved the big blind away? Yeah.
We are balancing the tables. We should have 3 tables of 7 right now with 21 remaining.
So 3 tables of 7.
So that'll be Austin Putnam moving to one of the outer tables.
Yeah.
Action here on David Doherty with ace deuce. He folds. Queen deuce for Tom Murphy.
They have like 4 or 5 now.
5-4 of diamonds for Michael Molnar.
Not an envious seat Molnar has. The very capable Sanchez direct position, and then Benny now, of course, with like 45 big blinds. But still prepared to take the suited babies.
Jack 6 offsuit.
Benny showing how comfortable he is playing post flop. Prepared to flat this Jack 6. Benny surely knows how to bob and weave, and you're going to need to with a hand like this. I would think at some frequency you would want to check raise a hand like this if you're going to call it pre-flop on this board. I could certainly see Benny just folding, but I think that sometimes he is going to mix in some check raises. And even though Molnar does have that gut shot and backdoor flush draw, it's going to be tough to defend against a check raise, and that's exactly what we see fly in here. Would be a lot easier to maybe decide to peel with something like 5-6 of diamonds, 6-9 of diamonds, but the 5-4. Having said that, Molnar, I think, is someone who is very prepared to fight for pots, but it's just going to be tough. The other tough thing about this, I think, is, you know, in a 1K buy-in tournament with 20 players left, do you want to spend a lot of your time battling with 5 high against the best player in the tournament?
Yeah.
And part of the reason Benny Glauser chooses a hand like this Jack-6 is because there are some backdoor cards like the 10 of Hearts where you can maybe just continue telling your story, because although you do have the Jack of Diamonds, 6 of Hearts, you could have the Jack 6 of Hearts. So this is part of the plan here, is to get a card like that and find another bet. It's got to feel like a bit of an automatic bet too. I mean, if your opponent has something like Ace-7, which is making up some of the top of the range of Molnar, has to fold a lot of the time here on this turn, and there it is. Really impressive stuff from Benny.
Up to 5.4 million. 54 big blinds now.
Tidy asks, can I ask why you think Glauser is probably the best left in? Well, very accomplished, long-time pro. Lots of, I think, W-Coop, Scoop titles. Recently finished second place for, I think, over $1 million at an event in the USA. Won the high roller event here just a few days ago. So very accomplished, very well studied, very respected, and certainly one of the favorites to win this event.
Also, I believe, a number of World Series of Poker bracelets. 4.
There you go.
According to...
I buried the lead. Also has 4 WSOP bracelets.
According to Only Bets the Nuts.
Sorry, I haven't jumped on the Hendon mob. Sorry about that, Benny. Yeah, a lot to put on his mantle.
They're not redrawn at 16, right?
They are, yeah.
I thought it was just 24 and 9.
24, 16, 9.
I mean, I like that, but I fucking
down to
hate it
20
when it
now.
takes so long. That's why we're not going to get done till 3.
Yeah,
we should have been done at 2:20.
Normally I would like it, but like when they're forced to play so long today, I wouldn't even mind just skipping it, you know.
At 16, we should just say, let's go home.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
could ask it. I mean, I don't know. They might have
225.
heard situations before where like they might have like a time limit on how long they've rented this.
Yeah, but they're going tomorrow for sure because they got day 2 of the thing.
Yeah, but what I mean is like if they finish at like 16 tonight, if they just finish prematurely and then it goes on really long.
I think this is a bit too out of line here from
might
Molnar.
not have the license to like finish it.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, two really valid players on your left.
Yeah, there's like no.
Yeah.
And I
if
think
there's
this
any
is
risk,
a
like,
good
they
lesson
probably
for him that he needs to maybe
we start at what, 2 tomorrow?
Slow it down a little bit. I think this is designed a lot to just attack that big blind,
hurts
but
me because I can't sleep past 7 in the morning, no matter what
I
time
mean, look
I
at
get
these
to
big
bed.
hands
body
behind
clock
too.
system.
Wow.
Old people, you know.
I've started doing that as well. I was in Australia on holiday very recently.
Rice with the ace
my
queen
body's
suited.
Still not fully readjusted to the time zone
That's
here.
a huge time.
How
So
sticky
I'm
is the
getting,
rice,
like, yeah,
James?
in the last like week or something, I've still been getting up at like 7 in the morning, but I've been going to bed here like 1 or 2 or something.
He
So I've only had like 5 hours
all
sleep every day,
in.
like the last few weeks.
7 o'clock. I wish I could sleep later because, you know, some nights
It's going to be 17 more big blinds
last night I got
for Sanchez to call. And again, another tough situation. You've already put in 7 big blinds.
Yeah. Sanchez with the snowman's num-num. If he calls and takes the race, Rice is going to need to hit to survive.
Jay Gandhi remarks, Glauser opens Jack-6 off early, but the King-6 off on the button is too much. You're wrong on both counts there, buddy. He defended the Jack-6 from the big blind, and the King-6 was at the cutoff. Oh, sorry. Don't mean to burst your bubble.
If you're going to be a know-it-all.
Yeah, know something, please.
Hand players, our mystery bounty payouts have been displayed on the screen now. They're displayed on the screen on the left-hand side of the room. We have two 25,000 mountings. One of them will be withheld until the final table.
Sanchez, going to be aware he's up against these kind of hands.
Paul Sanchez trying to get the count whilst there's a very loud PA announcement.
2,000 euro mountings and 22 1,000 euro mountings.
What?
Is on the street at the moment.
How many?
60.
What?
2.36.
Yeah.
You're good, sir. You're good.
0, 0.
And I don't mind that.
That's tough.
It's very
two
tough.
really marginal spots.
Yeah, very marginal.
You just had to 3-bet me, hadn't you?
Huh?
You just had to 3-bet me.
Yeah, I had to 3-bet.
Fair.
What are you doing setting them up like that, man? Opening the hand.
Terrible, yeah.
Fucking hell.
Big one for them.
Should have just marked.
1-1. Can't flat it.
1-1.
You don't have a fold in you? You don't have a fold button?
Can't
I've been told it's broken.
Yeah.
I can't flat it. Pretty blind.
I don't think I have a raise button. I'm trying to find the raise button.
Have you tried? Have you looked?
Not since like 20 hands ago, 30 hands ago.
A limp could work once in a while.
Limping is pimping.
Yeah, putting it out there.
Yeah. Cold fullback.
Pass.
What range want to play against?
Pass. Pass.
Sanchez, 7-5 of clubs. Decides not to play it. Benny raises the button with Queen 9. And Declan Rice has 5s in the small blind. Calls. David Doherty with Ace-10 suited in the big. Squeeze spot, question mark?
Brilliant spot for a squeeze shove here for 23 big blinds. Glazer going to be opening quite wide. Rice pretty much never really trapping here.
Oh, you're a rock star. Thank you so much.
It's just a lovely spot for Doherty to acquire some chips and get up to nearly 3 million.
Doherty does indeed.
All in, yes.
Re-raised, leaving himself 345k behind, but yes, committing himself. And meanwhile, I see we've dropped down to 19 players now.
Oh, God. So you want the high roller? What did you get for the high roller?
I did. I do. As in
you win. How much?
Yeah, 107,000.
107,000. Price off a little toy with that?
Oh, he's back. He's back to back to defend them.
I go a little treat. Yeah? We'll just go to bankroll.
A nice trip to Monaco.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, well, very much.
Just a drop in the pond for Benny Glazer.
Oh, we're great. Yeah, we've got you on my left now.
By the way, the player who went out in 20th was John Samperio, the Spanish player, cashing for 12,500 euros.
Did you not know Benny's
Another three eliminations will be at two tables.
I mean, lost at least 2 or 3 flips today.
Oh, how many flips have you been on?
Okay.
If you say 6.
Let's not forget the 10-9 on the feature table.
Oh yeah, that was not a flip, to be fair.
I read about that one.
Yeah, 10-9 on like 10-8-4.
That's fair.
Or 10-8-3. Guy ships it in and is already an all-in player. Benny Tank calls, has kings, opponent, turns to 3, just rivers the 10.
Seemed to forget about that one, did you, Benny? Talking all the flips you lost.
Too good.
No one does it like him.
The key is, Benny, to be likeable so that no one feels bitter when you do it. You know?
There's no one there.
To be likeable so that no one feels bitter when you, think stuff like that. We're all thrilled for you.
It's well deserved. Well deserved. Yeah. Good
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Like 250.
It's hard though because it's like likability, but like people also don't want you to get chips, so like they root against you in that way.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the only one that wishes he knocked you out.
I'm aware.
I was rooting for you, Ben.
I think I have to use a bit of card advantage to your
I hope I knock everybody out. I don't play favorites.
The
card make sure I've got a card advantage.
A little Mario Kart
some people
card protector there.
Just get lucky.
Yeah, to be honest.
Or no,
I wonder.
No, it's not. It's Diddy Car Racing. The deep cut.
Okay, 225.
Molnar opening under the gun with sevens. King 10 suited for Sanchez.
Hasn't been a profitable feature table for Sanchez, but we've seen some really strong reads and play, and yeah, right there I think momentum not in his favor. Certainly Molnar's been raising really wide, but doesn't want to get in too much trouble with all the players behind. And speaking of, and sort of as a rule, you need to be more prepared to call a bit lighter when you're as active as Molnar is. But this is a pretty strong shove spot for 16 big blinds. It's not really often going to be worse pairs. So if we see a call against what I assume will be a shove for Murphy,
I didn't do it anywhere else here.
it's only because Molnar is prepared to just call and gamble.
Yeah, most, right? Yeah, he said all in.
13.35.
Okay.
And he goes for it right away.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Flipping the coin, Griffin, another race.
Good luck.
Molnar with the pocket pair, Murphy with the overcards, and Murphy, the at-risk player, needs to hit to stay in the Irish Open main event.
I have a confession to make, James. Every time I'm all in and I say good luck, I never mean it. I'm actually just saying it to myself.
I'll remember that one.
Good start here for the mole. The pirate mole, Molnar. Murphy's gonna need a little help. Does have two clubs on the flop. Woo!
I feel like that's too many outs.
Too many outs to do. No, I'll shake your hand now. I'll shake your hand now.
Wish him good luck. Ace, queen, club. Badunk.
It is a club.
Yeah.
Flash.
Yeah, me as well.
You can find Murphy with Flav clubs.
Nice shooting,
Bottle
son.
full of dubs.
What's your name?
Molnar left.
1345?
20 big blinds. Not quite in the danger zone, but...
I'd already spent a couple of grand.
Oh, look, he throws out the Diddy thing.
In my head, I'd already put that down something.
What is it? The Diddy thing.
Oh, Diddy Kong, the thing behind the chips.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's from Diddy Kong Racing.
I'm sorry. The extra blind may have actually altered your decision.
They feed the boss. It's a 50-cent reference, man. Okay?
And I was never welcome back to the Irish Open ever again.
Dubs like double up. Here are the chip counts.
Yeah, Murphy now hovering around the 35 big blind mark.
That was a classic, wasn't it?
Molnar drops below 20 bigs. It's the shortest stack at the table, but as Griffin just highlighted, not super short stack.
Oh, yeah. I think he must have read his hand.
Nah.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone down well.
Pretty likable table. Liking the vibes, good conversation, everyone's
You could
laughing,
pick
having a
one
good
person
time.
in the room to slow roll. Right?
Paying fealty to the end boss of the table, Benny Glaser.
Like purposeful, yeah.
What, sorry?
Purposeful.
Purposeful, yeah.
You think it's purposeful?
No, I'm asking. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know about it.
No, it's like, the guy like slow rolled Donico a day like years ago.
Hours of table action coming up. It's Stephen Watts with the ace-king all in and at risk versus Jamie Wynn with the king-10. And the clubs are a factor here.
Queens are also a factor.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance.
Come on, Watto!
And that's going to see Steve Watts survive. Double up through Jamie Wynn. Kings for Benny Glaser, who's open to 200,000. Tom Murphy in the small blind with ace-4 suited. Tom, don't get cute. Now you got a few more chips.
I mean, this is a great candidate to find 3-bets with if you're going to be light from the small blind here. Recognizing surely how wide Benny's probably prepared to open at this stack depth. So I think that Murphy's going to get himself into a little trouble here. And what I'm really going to be curious about is if Benny can sniff out the capabilities of Murphy, that he can have something in his range like this and find some flats sometimes. And be prepared to go heads up with, an SPR of a little under 2-1 with the kings. It's so hard to get dealt kings. When you have jacks and queens here, you're just shoving. When you have ace-king, you're just shoving. But you want to mix in some calls with the aces and kings.
All in.
And is just going to shove.
Quick fold from Murphy. And I think that pot is going to gift Benny Glaser the table chip lead. I think he's moved ahead of Sanchez on the rankings. Declan Rice, king 9. Folds. David Doherty is out. Jack deuce suited for Kevin O'Donnell. Trey deuce off for Murphy on the button. So we've got a blind v blind situation.
I know.
Molnar now with just 17 big blinds. Skinny Malinky asks, is he pronouncing Benny's surname right? I thought it rhymed with Blazer. No, we have gotten confirmation and a request actually from Benny to pronounce his name properly, which is Glaser.
All right.
The limp, the raise, the pop
That's all it took.
to Sanchez.
Just 500. Just half a million.
Plenty.
That's be the most classic line in poker. There's no shame in folding.
Oh, yeah. A two-go walk.
Or when someone 3-bets and then flips over the ace. Oh, look, I wasn't bluffing.
What a one that fold. versus 3-bet.
Oh yeah, forward ace versus 3-bet. Not giving you respect.
Wasn't raising light.
Yeah.
Wasn't raising light, but the deuce behind there, the offsuit deuce. I'm not showing that.
So much.
It's like they're apologizing for playing the game. You know?
Sailboats for Rice.
I feel like one time gets overused a lot as well.
What you mean?
Just asking for it one time.
Oh, like this one time, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if
Like I've used my one time, like.
You haven't used it yet.
Playing poker, I don't know if I ever said the one time.
I've still never used mine technically.
You never used it?
No.
I've never used it.
I've definitely used it. I don't know when I did, but at some point I
Sure
did.
yours isn't glitching, Benny. Yours isn't glitching, maybe?
No, for Benny it's just all the time.
Yeah, they got that part wrong for him.
Molnar, suited queen on the button, 16.5 big blinds.
Absurdly big spots where I asked my friend if I should use.
Unfortunately,
one very notable
absolute
hand.
juggernauts
So
in
I
the
asked my
blinds,
friend if
including
he said no. I was like, okay.
Benny,
I guess I
who's
wouldn't
prepared to
throw
call
on
you with
side,
Jack-6 off and outplay you, so.
1 million EV pot.
Is going to play it as a limp, which I think is fine.
Sanchez 8-7 suited in the small.
Why'd you do that?
Why'd you do that? It gives you a great price. You might not have played this hand otherwise. Don't ask questions, Sanchez. Just flick in 50K.
Flick it in.
Or make it 450.
And now Benny with the option, 5 deuce off.
Benny might just make it $500,000.
No, decides to see a free flop, and we're going to go 3-way to this pot. And that is a pair of 5s for Benny, but it is top 2 for Molnar. Open-ended straight draw for Sanchez.
Yeah, Sanchez could break a heart here.
300.
Decides to play it aggressively.
Yeah, leads.
And no reason for Molnar, as he has this board completely destroyed, to do anything but just call. And I am going to jump right out of my seat if a 9 or a 4 comes. I'll tell you what. Oh, gosh.
Wow, you jumped out of that seat
I
fast.
promised. My goodness.
Is Andy still in, or is
Molnar.
he just walking around the...
Yeah, if he's walking around,
That
he's still
sucks,
in.
bro. That is practically an all in there. 800 of his remaining 1.3 million. Only 500 more to go. The only consideration that Molnar has is maybe I need to call sometimes here to get, but no, obviously just put the rest in. Oof. Drawing dead to a 6 or a lady.
Ooh, it's hard game, man.
I'm all in.
All in.
I'm pretty sure I got the nuts.
That's not what Molnar wants to hear right now.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Call.
That is confirmed the nuts. Wow.
It is in fact the nuts.
Good luck, man.
Not drawing dead. Queen or 6.
That was a good callback. That was a good one-time callback. I think he deserves this. Lady luck.
I can't look.
Lady luck.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance and does not change the outcome of this hand. Michael Molnar is eliminated in 19th place. And he is going to cash out for €12,500.
I've never seen someone get
Very unlikely. Very unlikely. Sick. I thought all those things were only supposed to happen online, James.
See you at the bar at some point, probably. Yeah.
See you at the party, Richter.
Thank you for letting me see that far.
There's the updated chip count. Sanchez, storm in the front.
Yeah, reclaims the table chip lead with a 76 big blind stack. Benny Glaser comfortably playing 58 big blinds. No one's short. Murphy, the shortest stack, has more than 25 bigs. And still about half an hour to run on this level.
Chair is drunk. Chair is drunk. Yeah.
Oh.
We lost one chair. Accident.
So 18 means 3 tables of 6. Again, we will break a table when we get to 16. In fact, there will be a redraw when we get to 16 for the final
Well, you know that one you think
16
I'm
players.
pretty sure I have the nuts. I'm pretty sure I have the nuts there. But because you look at it quick on here and you're tired.
Yeah.
Then you go. So it wasn't slow rolling, just I was thinking, I'm sure I got the nuts.
Okay, it's 2. Pass. Pass.
Fire all players, your tournament will start in about 1 minute.
What's the deal with the hat?
Oh, I'm a bit of a cock, so it's
A bit of a cock, so yeah.
You just read the hat, make a judgment.
Cool. Thank you.
A poker hat.
So I don't need to judge, just read the hat.
Check.
Gorin Brothers, very popular. They do all the animals.
Advantage Rice here, but Doherty, a lot of ways to win this hand.
Peas and rice. We're going to have another flip, aren't we? Calls the 100,000 and has turned the straight.
Coat from being nicked by the floor man.
Doherty,
you don't think the
Broadway
floor
draw,
nick your
nut
shit?
flush draw.
But the percentage does go down as Rice's hand strength increases. And some pause here, as Doherty does want to fold out sort of 10x, 8x type hands right here and now. Very curious to see what Doherty does on a brick river, but he might just get there, and does with the absolute stone nut high flush.
So here is the question. Does Rice get away from the straight on a 4-spade board?
The question is yes, because for whatever reason he's deciding to bet. It's going to make it easier.
Right.
This block bet of 300K is going to make it a little easier facing a raise. It just makes the play stronger. It makes the action from Doherty stronger. And I think Rice will be able to come to the right conclusion. Counted it out. Like 900. Doesn't want to get too greedy here. Wants to entice a weaker spade, but it's a quick fold. Sometimes it feels easier to just bet full 300K than face a 900K bet.
Yeah.
He was bluffing if he bluffed the bluff.
Nah, he was never bluffing.
Never bluff.
Never bluff.
I butchered it a little bit.
Huh?
I butchered it a little bit.
In which way?
Small bit,
In
right?
straight? 9. Yeah. 9?
To the outer tables. Eugenio Barbaros raised from the cutoff. Kevin Swain 3-bet from the big blind. Barbaros has now shoved, and Swain is deciding what to do. That's our clock. 14 minutes left on the level. 14 minutes till the break. So Barbaros opened. Swain 3-bet from the big blind. Barbaros responded by 4-bet shoving, and now Swain has to decide whether to call here.
Sounds like the narrator has 10s here. Keeps talking about
Ace Queen.
Ace Queen off.
Barbaros does not show. You cheeky chap.
Thank you, dealer.
Thank you.
I know, one misdeal in my mouth.
So yeah,
Get her out of here.
we do have just over 10 minutes left on this level. There will then be the final break of the day. We are going to keep playing tonight. 2 more levels to play, and we will stop before that if we get to the final 8, which is unlikely. Sanchez with 4s. Raises to 225,000. And just the big blind left to act, and Kevin O'Donnell's got a bigger pair, 7s.
You have about 12 million, 15 million.
Dave,
Just a
you said you were
call
recently in
from
Australia.
O'Donnell.
Yeah, how did that work with travel?
Mystery bounty event. We are in the hand.
7s still ahead on that Jack 10-8 flop.
An opportunity now for Sanchez to start bluffing, I think.
Yeah.
I would hate to lose here at showdown to something like an 8 or a 10.
And that worked with the
certainly pocket
travel.
7s. And that is a strong bet of, I think that might be 500,000.
Half
So that's a
million.
That's a statement. Sanchez goes hard in the paint. You got to respect
You here
it.
for it? How did it work with the travel? Like you were allowed in and out as freely as possible.
What length of time do you mean?
Sorry?
What length of time am I allowed to stay, do you know?
No, or like, but in terms of traveling, you didn't need to.
In terms of?
In terms of traveling, like it's freely in and out now, right?
I don't know what you mean.
There are no restrictions for going.
Oh right,
in there,
yeah, yeah.
right?
There's no COVID restrictions or
and
anything.
There's no time limit, is there? For
There's a
90 days or something?
Yeah, there's no. It's the same US thing. Yeah, yeah. You're allowed 3 months on, 3 months off. Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're Irish passport.
And
Irish passport.
Beautiful country, Australia. You been? Must have been.
Yeah, we were there for like
Really?
6 weeks or something. But.
Nice.
We'll go. You and me. Go for a little boys trip.
I didn't
Taking
even
the sea
realize
and
what you were
surf.
asking because it was like it's so long since like I've even thought about restrictions.
Yeah,
We'll vlog it.
For sure. No, they had it for a very long time.
Yeah.
What's the one destination, James, that you want to go to someday that you haven't? Would Australia be in that top 5?
WPT in September.
Yeah.
Gold Coast.
My friend
No
went for
offense,
that.
Australia, but probably not. Tokyo.
Yeah, you've never been to
You
Tokyo.
went for that?
Love to go to Japan.
I went
there's one in,
twice in the
there was
span
one
of
in March.
2 or 3 years recently.
It was
Just
a
like
smaller, like WPT,
completely
right?
for
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
social
I was going
reasons.
on
It wasn't
holiday
anything
anyway, but that just happened to
poker. It
be
was very random, but
one
it
at
was
the same time.
lovely.
I
Really,
swear,
really great
like,
experience.
It wasn't planned around it.
You'll really appreciate Tokyo.
Yeah,
Because the thing
room
about
really
it is,
nice.
it's
Like, I
so
love the Gold
clean,
Coast as a city, so
and all the cars are
I know
pristine.
it's a bit mental, but I'm
They,
kinda considering
it's like a part of the culture. They all
that down for
just
it,
like
yeah.
washed,
I mean, I enjoyed my
clean.
time
So
down
that's
there.
why
I
it has
just
this
happy
sort
to go
of
for another 6 weeks.
glossy cyberpunk feel. It's just beautiful, beautiful place. And the food's not bad either.
I really like the vibe. Really my kind of place.
So this is Murphy versus O'Donnell.
Yeah, I travel around.
Advantage Murphy in this blind-on-blind battle.
Yeah,
Open-ended.
I
We
did
know
a
that
bunch of
7-8
Coast,
does make straights on 6-5 boards.
Sunny Coast, Brisbane,
Yeah, but it's O'Donnell who's bet here, 100,000.
And blocks the 9.
Gets raised by Murphy.
Yeah. Kind of a boss call here with Queen 9, to be honest, but the raise doesn't make a great deal of sense. What are you really repping when you check back pre-flop and then you raise this flop? And now O'Donnell's got to be feeling a little nervous. But if you can find a second barrel, I think the Queen 9 is going to have to wave the white flag. Come on, Murphy. Yeah. Okay. Donald doesn't have a lot of room to work here. But isn't a believer, has been right up to this point. But you kind of run out of runway when you start getting speculative on a shortish stack. And your opponent's still willing to keep betting. And there is a fold and a big sigh. And a table tap from O'Donnell.
Most important question of the day, which comes from Jamie Meyer. Griffin, did you lose your spice bag virginity today?
Yes, and of course there's a story attached. I was very generously given a food voucher to go outside to get a spice bag. And as I was getting it, I decided to pay. I just forgot that I had a voucher, and I paid. I heard the beep, and I realized it right away. So I think it ended up being a bit disappointing because it was supposed to be free of charge. Also, I was very disappointed to learn you don't actually receive it in a bag.
Oh, man.
Felt like that was very me. I could just sort of, with my hands in a bag, you know, like a plastic bag, but like a see-through plastic bag. Like a compost bag, you know, that's what I wanted. I wanted like a compost bag that people could see all the food and I just eat it with my hands, but the whole experience was a bit disappointing.
Then he put money
And it
in
wasn't that
those.
spicy. So, 5 out of 10.
The raise from O'Donnell, called by
Are you doing a
Sanchez
redraw,
with
16?
6 deuce of spades.
Like 15 minutes of fame, huh? Unless I go on the next to go, which is very possible. It's very possible.
It would be
Just
a
have to
flip.
get in a fit with Benny Glazer and he'll win.
You'll be replaying that river over and over again then on YouTube. You get back.
Oh, yeah.
There are 3 clubs from nowhere.
Do you ever see, can't you get like digital picture frames now? Or something like that? And you can get like, I don't know, your bedside locker or something, or like whatever. When I get that, you know, just ace in the river. Or a club in the river.
Oh, the 3 clubs. Yeah. But then you're
Tom says close to the break with 18 left. Do you want to change your guess on what you think we end the day with? I think I said 11, right? At the start of the day. I'm sticking with 11. Oh, down to 17. Still sticking with 11.
Yeah, no.
1 in 16 short at keeping it.
Meanwhile, to the outer tables, Austin Putnam shoved with King Queen, got called by Seamus Cahill with King Jack.
That's a Seamus.
That is a double up for Austin Putnam. King Queen holds against King Jack. Seamus did pick up the flush draw on the flop, but did not improve on the turn or river. So still at 17 players, with the break now imminent, and then 2 more levels to play, unless we get to 8.
Have a go, Murph. Raising the button to the tune of 200,000.
Murph.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Cooler City.
A spot for Tom Murphy. Picking up queens on the button. Sanchez finding 10s in the small blind. And re-raising, 3-betting to 800,000.
Absolute cooler fest here. Murphy playing 30 big blinds. Sanchez needs to play this as a 3-bet call for this stack size in these positions, and is going to hate what he sees. This is the Brits' big moment. A little gulp.
A shove from Murphy. Sanchez asked for a count.
Yeah, this is all ceremonial, I think. 2 10s, way too strong. Can't start 3-bet folding in this spot because your opponent's going to have those big aces and those pocket 8s and 9s. Very unlikely that you are just crushed here.
Yep, you're right. Of course you're right. No, you're right.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Sanchez calls and we see some ugliness and Murphy's eliminated, we'll be at 2 tables. We'll have the redraw.
Stop rooting for it.
It really hurts me when you doubt yourself, because you're that good.
She has to do it for the production.
Huh?
She has to do it for the production, like she has to do.
Oh.
O'Donnell
well, then
trying
it
to
hurts
give
me
a
when they
compliment
doubt her, because
Benny
she's
flies
obviously
into the
smarter than
logic.
you guys.
Not a really good hand, son.
I think there's a chance Sanchez folds this.
I think you're right, James. I think he's probably still going to call, but I think that maybe 30% of the time, actually, even he finds a fold, which in a vacuum's great, but over the long run.
3, 2, 3, 3, 6. I think it should take at least another minute to figure it out.
Just relax.
Just 18 more big blinds to call. 8 of your big blinds already in there. 2 10s, button to small blind. Remarkable, I think, that Sanchez is even considering this. But look at the stage, 17 left.
Good, I can't get a read on it. I can't get a read on it. I can't get a read yet, so...
Folds the tens.
You got one through there, son.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you'll never find out what I had, but we are in a stream.
I will find that. I'll be interested to find that out.
That was kind of the joke.
Delete the footage, delete the footage.
What?
I know. I think I should pretty much snap call that.
Yeah, you pretty much should, but you didn't, and it was the right decision.
Pretty much snap call, but then folds.
Did you say what you had?
No, he said he should pretty much.
It's going to be a clock call on him now.
Yeah. I was ready to do it.
And you think should pretty much.
I even thought, like, if I call the clock now, by the time it comes over,
right.
it might, like, go into the break anyway.
Yeah.
Snap call, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, enjoy your break.
You say you
Looks
had
like we
ace-king?
hit the break, guys.
No.
Oh, tens.
Not a chance. I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah, it sounds unbelievable.
You could have been flipping, and I could have been, you know, Benny Glazer in you. I'm sorry, Benny. We all just know pros run so well. That's why they do so well.
52% of the people
no other
voting
explanation.
in that poll on Twitch would have folded pocket
Nothing
tens
to do with that.
for 26.
They could see
saw the
cards.
cards. Come on, stop lying to yourself.
They're not
Give
lying
me
to
a
themselves.
break.
They're just using insider information.
Yeah, you know what? I would have folded. Yeah, why not?
Players of the main event, you're now on a 20-minute break.
Rice is like, you know what? Why not? Maybe they have things like Queen 10 and Queen Jack, and I can just flop well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pair of fours is currently the best hand.
Bounce. Enjoy your break, folks.
Should have taken your 15 extra seconds and we don't play that hand.
Yeah, that would have been really nice. You took 2 minutes and then you folded. But
you were moaning about it, and it ended up working out.
So we are at 17 players. We're one away from the redraw to the final two tables. This lineup will be coming back to the main stage on the other side of the break. And a reminder, still 2 levels to play tonight. We will only stop before then if we get down to the final 8. It's not impossible, it is slightly improbable, but anything could happen. So more action coming your way from the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Back in 20 minutes time. David Pomeroy from England in the 1 seat with a stack of 474,000. In seat 2, we have an Irish player with a stack of 89,000. It is Jim Reed.
Jim Reed.
We have a celebrity in seat 3, Michael Greco. Beppe from EastEnders.
Oh, wow.
And in seat number 4, with a player from Cork, Ireland, with 163,000.
Michael O'Sullivan, another Irish player, is in seat 4 with 163k. Joe Rafferty is from Northern Ireland. He's got 548k. I believe he is the chip leader coming into this 8-handed final table. Henrik Olander from Sweden has 209,000 in chips at the start of play. Pete Haslam from England with a stack of 307,500. And last but by no means least, Mats Gavitan from Sweden with 430,800. Time to shuffle up and deal. The EPT2 Dublin final table. The money, the trophy on the line. Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an ante of 800.
It's time to mix up all the cards and pass them out to the players.
One of whom is unbelievably Beppe DeMarco, as you just mentioned, James, from EastEnders, of course, famous UK sitcom, British sitcom. Joe, are you familiar with EastEnders at all?
I know of EastEnders. I managed to not get sucked into EastEnders while I lived there, or else I probably would have never left.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a fate that many have confined themselves to. It's on 4 or 5 nights a week and consumes many people in this country. Not sitcom, that's not what I meant. I meant soap opera, obviously.
It's a situation opera.
Yes. A ludicrous situation opera, it might be added. You don't want, the last place you want to be on Christmas is a soap opera. It's like five deaths, 3 divorces, all within a week.
Olander open pocket eights. Rafferty re-raising with ace king. Are we gonna flip? No.
We're gonna see a fold. And first pot of this final table will head Rafferty's way with the ace king. It's a good hand, that. Very good hand.
That was a good hand. It was good by any day standards. Wait, so do you know EastEnders?
The DeMarcos are now deemed as something of a failure for EastEnders. This is the critical reception part of their Wikipedia page, Beppe DeMarco's Wikipedia page. Let's hope things look up for him on this final table.
Henrik opens the pot of the race 20,000.
So this was what? This was 2005 still? October 2005, James mentioned. So actually his last appearance in that aforementioned soap was 2002. So
okay.
we're 3 years past peak fame, I suppose.
He'll have a different kind of peak fame here when he looks at his hole cards.
Kings for Pomeroy. But an ace-high flop favors Olander.
Gross flop for kings.
Hey, Joe, do you know what?
Yeah.
There's always an ace, isn't there?
There's always an ace on the desk.
There's always an ace. And a bet from Olander.
You know what I call pocket kings?
Queen attractors?
Ace magnets.
Ace that's so, and you know that's a good nickname because it's so damn true.
Right? There's like always an ace, and if it's not on the flop, it's on the turn or river.
Unless you're playing on PokerStars, where it'll be on the river, no doubt.
River stars,
as I like to call it. We actually have River Stars emote in the chat, ladies and gents, for you thriving subscriber community base here. By the way, at this time, 2005, every single poker forum thread asking for strategy advice was king, ace on flop. What now?
Ace is on the button.
And the replies would all be call one and fold turn. Actually, they'd be call one and reevaluate turn. As if the ace was going to somehow magically disappear.
You know, I reevaluated. It turns out the ace was actually a jack the whole time. Three ways to this flop. Top pair for Haslam. It is 8.
Pete bets 80,000.
Olander with the bottom pair.
Yep.
Button folds. Next to Henrik.
Fold of the Queen Nine of Clubs, a modern day float candidate or raise candidate, probably.
Henrik 6,000.
Yeah, in 2005, it's Jack 4 that is the raise candidate.
To see where he is. And he finds out that he was behind, but also the other guy just folds top pair. In the bin. He can't stand that action. Applause from the crowd for one of the most mysteriously played hands of all time. Everybody did terribly. Well done. We now see also the reintroduction of the ante on this final table. Last final table that I commentated did not have an ante. Antes are back now. Why? Who knows?
Different strokes for different folks.
I wonder if we'll see any of the other members of the DeMarco family on the rail here, or whether Beppe was left out to dry at this point.
What are the other DeMarcos called?
Now, here's the thing, right? Beppe DeMarco's Wikipedia page, there's a good scroll to it. You know, storylines, character, reception, interaction with other EastEnders members. Michael Greco's Wikipedia page is basically played Beppe DeMarco in EastEnders from 1998 to 2002.
Oof.
Poker. Greco is a keen poker player. He also made the grand final of the 2006 Showbiz Poker event.
And re-raise from Henry.
I have to get my hands on that event.
Showbiz Poker from 2006. You thought the level of play in this EPT main event was a little out of line with 2020 standards.
Are you saying there was an online site named Showbiz Poker then, or it was a poker event for showbiz people?
I think it was a showbiz. It sounds like it was a poker event, a TV show maybe for poker, like showbizy, pokery, crossover-y kind of deal.
Get Hardigan to tell us more about it. He was the only one that was an adult in 2005.
You know, James is coming in and just like, yes, Showbiz Poker ran from here to here. We had these players on it. Was this produced by so-and-so?
O'Sullivan all in. Over the top.
Hey. And it's going to run into the jacks of Orlando, who is a significant favorite.
Ace 10. And the flop is deuce, check. And
That'll do that.
Full house of checks.
Flops him pretty much dead.
Turn cards is a 7. It's all over. We know
And we lose Olander. Excuse me, O'Sullivan.
We lose O'Sullivan.
In 8th place, 29,800 euros. Olander, not to be confused with O'Sullivan. Still in. Hey, Spraggy, you know what they do in Dublin if the rail gets too rowdy?
Is?
The tournament director gives them a top of the warning.
Hey, Joe, let me tell you, you're on fire today. You are absolutely on all cylinders, mate.
Jim announces all in.
It's a shame you didn't bring similar energy to our Overcooked streams.
Explains why we don't do them anymore. All in from Jim Reed. Oh, hey.
Don't mind if you do, and I don't mind if you don't.
Complete indifference from Jim. Don't mind if you do, don't mind if you don't.
Kind of playing king, queen suited face up when he says that.
3 players behind me. The only thing.
What's this guy's name? Buca de Beppo?
Michael Greco. His character's name was Beppe DeMarco.
Beppe DeMarco, pained but folds.
And Queen's behind him. He said he was worried about some of the players still to act. As well, he might be. Queen's making an all-in from Rafferty. Reed, who previously said, don't mind if you do, don't mind if you don't. He definitely minds if he did.
King, queen of diamonds. 1 in hand for Jim.
Reed with 1 overcard. He is the player at risk. Old Joe Rafferty, the fave here.
And the flop done. Jack.
Yours and my favorite. Jack high flop.
Very good for Reed.
Yeah, we got an up and down draw now for Reed. 1 diamond.
Here is the ace.
And that's the straight for Reed.
Jim, let's see the river card. He's a 9, and the wins is all in. Wow. Made it straight.
Did he like settle down his rail then? Like we can't. Hey, don't celebrate that. Is that like a tennis player when they hit the net and the ball trickles over and they're like, oh, sorry about that, mate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he's like, we're not. That's a guy you can never be too cautious. His opponent was drawing dead to a chop. That's how I would be. I'd yell at my rail a lot.
If you were to ever make a final table, of course.
Can you imagine how... Actually, no one would probably show up for my rail.
Joe?
Just picture the sorts of behavior that I would have if you made a final table.
Yeah, disgraceful. Yeah,
I would, absolutely disgraceful.
Yeah, I'd give you a couple, maybe like 10 hands on the FT before you're forcibly removed from the venue.
At your request.
At my request, and screaming, do you know, Smith, I'm a commentator on this tour. You can't treat me like this. Do you know who I am?
Yes, that's why we're removing you.
We know exactly who you are, Mr. Stapleton. Hey, Joe, I'd come for your final table rail.
Thanks, buddy.
No matter where it was in the world. I can make that commitment very confidently safe in the knowledge that it will never happen.
See, whereas I would reach peak misbehavior 10 hands in, you would reach it like about 171 hands in.
As the alcohol takes grip.
Exactly. And you will get far worse than I ever would.
Eventually. Bad news for Michael Greco. He's been outflanked by the Queen Jack.
Very seductive turn card.
Well, Michael Greco's seen enough. He is all in with the 2 jacks.
And I think you're right, Ben. He's seen enough of this tournament. This is going to probably be the end for him. Hollander makes the call with a pair of queens.
One out once. Oh, dear.
It is always coming 7, even when it is not necessary. That'll do it for Michael Greco, out in 7th, 39,800 euros.
After all his relationships end in disaster, Beppe ends up leaving the square for his mother's funeral.
Well, hello, my babies. Welcome back to the Irish Poker Open 2023, presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. Live coverage of Day 3 from the Royal Dublin Society continues. Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
How you going? Oh, wait, that's not Ireland.
What's the crack?
What's the crack, Nick?
Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. There's still poker to be played, and I'm not even tired even a little bit, Joe.
Ha! It's opposite day, I guess.
No, I'm really excited to see how it's going to pan out. Take a look at that prize money, ladies and gentlemen. 365,000 euros up top. We're getting close now. Final 17. Last push. Last 2 levels of the day.
Last 2 levels, or until we get to that 9th place money. Then we will end for, I was going to say the night, but it's morning. It's very likely to be much more morning by the time that happens, if it does.
I should have shoved it.
We are 1 elimination away from another redraw as well.
And you've got, I don't know, it's hard to tell because the RFD cards make people's
feature table chip counts.
You know?
Yeah.
in descending order, Sanchez and Glaser on top. You can see things are starting to shallow out a little bit as things have slowed down.
They're telling me you're quite a new player.
The only two super healthy stacks being Glaser and Sanchez. O'Donnell, Doherty, Murphy, all fine. Rice not in the danger zone just yet, but certainly not super comfortable. 6 players at this table. 6 players at another table. 5 players. That doesn't work out. Yes, it does. 6 and 6 and 5. That's 17.
Yep, you got it.
The start again?
Yeah, let's just steal the blinds.
Main event is players coming back with a new blind level, 60,000.
That's right. Those blinds no longer relevant. 60,000, 120,000. So don't expect us to know how many big blinds people have after this. It's just insane. Nobody can do that math.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows their 12 times tables. Nobody.
I can multiply something by 12. I just can't divide something by 12. Who has divisions tables?
Is that even possible?
No.
No.
Not without a graphing calculator.
Thank God. Not without a Texas Instruments.
That's right. A TI. I'm probably up to TI 90 something at this point. Nearly 2,500 total entries in this record-breaking event. Biggest poker tournament ever in Ireland.
17 players remain. When we have 16 players, there will be a redraw. There'll be no break at that time. And again, we will.
I guess it's time for a little late-night poker.
Dealers continue to do entries.
That's a nice reference to this part of the world.
I can't sleep past 6:30 or 7 in the morning, so yeah, it catches up.
Are you always waking early? Yeah. Same for me.
I tend to wake up pretty early too. We had the late start today, right? You came in a little later, same as me.
Yeah.
I get nervous when I'm told I don't have to be in till 2 o'clock. I wake up and check my phone like every 30 minutes to make sure that hasn't changed.
Yeah, and actually, I got that sort of.
Another cliche.
I'll set my
yeah.
alarm for a certain time,
I've heard that
and I'll
a
wake
million
up and
times.
check my phone. It'll be exactly a minute before it's supposed to go off, or something like that. I do that pretty good.
With that shit.
Some Jack Reacher stuff right there.
Oh yeah.
Kevin O'Donnell folding under the gun. Murphy out as well. Thomas
Or the
Murphy.
cliche of Benny gets so lucky. I'm sure he's heard that like a million times.
Actually folds around to Benny Glaser.
He's got King 5 seated on the button. It's just absolutely mandatory. You're going to click this. 240,000, the absolute min.
That is a click.
Yep, that's a click. Just a single click. Doesn't require any more clicking. You just click the button once.
And Rice has a hand that's going to be far ahead of Benny's click range.
Oh yeah, I'm all in. Rice, announce it. Yep, there he is. Yep. That's how you do it.
And you hope that the button doesn't have a hand, that the big blind doesn't have a hand. And Glaser hasn't insta-folded. But this is still not an 18 big blind shove as we announced earlier, because those were the old blinds. So
Correct.
it's more like 15.
Correct. Quick mouse.
Times 12 would be 144. So yeah, right around 14, 15.
Yep.
Benny gets some change, so you know it's kind of a win. But a big pot for Rice. Just picking up 2 big blinds at this point is absolutely huge. What's the current payout? We did cover what 9th place would be.
They need to see this man's beautiful face.
17th and 16th both get $15,050. That's 15 times your buy. Not quite. 14 times your buy-in.
Yeah, you don't want to watch me.
Poker tournament day.
I meant this man. I don't think anyone's here for him.
Let's be real. Nobody cares till the final table, Joe. They want that big money.
RS Camaro Black asks, the question is, are they all going to knit up or? I don't think they will all knit up. I don't think that we're going to cut through this field like a hot knife through butter.
gamble, no future. Nice shirt, sir.
Today's 240.
No, I don't think knitting it up is an option here for many players, especially those of them.
This is fantastic. Rice gets to do it to him again.
Yeah. And why not?
All in.
All in.
Mr. Glaser. Yeah, no, I don't think knitting it up is an option for many players. They need to continue to play if they want to remain in, lest they be blinded away. Big fold this time.
And just like that, Rice is probably damn near close to 20 big blinds again.
I think you nailed it, Joe.
Schnacka says, wow, that's a brutal schedule. No, it is, and it's just a matter of being a victim of your own success here. There aren't a lot of poker tournaments anywhere in the world that deal with nearly 2,500 total entries.
Indeed.
And unfortunately, in order to make sure that this thing definitely finishes tomorrow, we have got to go the distance tonight. Sanchez, pocket tens. I love the name Sanchez, by the way. It's powerful, cool.
Raise 240 plus.
Claws are out. Rice is going to fold this one. Cannot shove this hand.
Hope he's got some greens.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Lucen asks, why 300K pot? That's the size of the pot once the blinds and the antes have been put in.
Where are you from, Danny?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
If you're unfamiliar, guys, small blind, ante. So there's actually two big blinds that the big blind puts in, but one of them is the ante for the entire table. That might be where the confusion lies, Joe.
And this is an absolute cooler. Doherty covered, and nines is a veritable monster.
It really is.
Just not something you're going to be able to fold at this stage of the tournament, even against an under-the-gun raise. And with Doherty's stack size, all in is the only option. O'Donnell is having a little funeral for the hand there, but no way King Jack gets involved after this action. And Murphy just giving the cards a chance to sit in the box before folding the big blind. And I think it was Sanchez who folded pocket tens last level when he was crushed. I don't think it's happening this time. He has got the chips. He has got Doherty covered.
We're also six-handed as well, Joe, so obviously those ranges just wider in general. I mean, as you say, just all signs point to Gambo.
No Gambo, no Futo.
No Gambo, no Futu.
In a positive way, it could.
It might actually say no Gamba, which means no shrimp, no future.
Never going back.
Not really sure what the rest of that says.
Whenever I reach for that second chocolate bar, I look at him and go, no.
No Gambas, no garlic.
No Gambas. Oh, wow, does fold tens this time. What an unbelievably fortunate thing to happen for David Doherty.
Yeah, that's actually really cute there for Doherty. That should have cost him a lot more.
I thought we were having the redraw right then and there. Doherty has no idea. When you get a fold there, you're like, man, I must have been ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess pocket 10 is just feeling the squeeze here, guys, getting real close to that final, so understandable. But definitely very frequently going to see those two combinations going in the middle.
That was shocking. Yeah, I like this line from Vohal, who says the hidden luck of tournaments. Thank you, Tidy, for answering Whoop F's question. Victorious One says, yep, knitting it up, lol, which I guess you're commenting on the fact that 10's folded, but the 9s didn't knit it up, so I'm not really sure what that proves.
No shame, remember.
I would call it knitting it up if 9's just flatted and they checked it down.
Playing pots out of position is always a losing strategy.
Oh, this is funny. he's got the mask on. He's trying to protect his tells. Meanwhile, just the speech play of the century, blind be blind.
Well, little does Sanchez know he has got McPhee crushed.
I don't want to give away any tells, but hey, there's no shame in folding, buddy. I wouldn't recommend playing from out of position.
McPhee electing to not take a stab at this pot, which I thought certainly would have been the play after limping in with 7 tray. And with Sanchez seemingly not wanting to play the pot. He said if you fold, I'll show, right? Isn't that?
Yeah, there was a couple of the old classics in there, but I agree with you, Joe. I thought McPhee would stab Queen 10-6, but just doesn't want to get involved here. Maybe he was picking up on something from, or he thought he was picking up on something from the speech play, but it looked as though Big Blind hadn't even looked at their cards at that point. So.
Got it. Victorious back in the mix, by the way, to say it was a joke on the Nick comment from earlier, not real commentary. Gotcha, Victorious. Sorry, my mistake, my misunderstanding. Plonut says folded 10s behind once and ahead once pre, so it's a wash. Not sure it works like that, but I like it. And this shot usually means we're going to an outer table. I see a table being tapped. Does that mean that is a flip? 5s versus Queen Jack. Putnam versus Shaw. And 5s hold.
5s hold.
That is going to take us down to 16. Putnam out for 15,000 euros. So we will be having the redraw imminently. However, there is still a hand in progress.
Redraw?
Yes.
Okay, so we got
Rice is raised under the gun with Queen Jack.
Congratulations on making the final 16.
Yeah, one place left. It's not a bad little score then if you're early in your career.
Yeah, exactly.
Always nice to go to a good start.
Glaser in the big blind is dominated with Queen 8 suited.
Hey, don't put it in past tense. Put it in past tense.
And I see a king, a 10, and 1 spade. Quite relevant for the Queen Jack of Rice and the 2 spades of Glaser. Rice is going to continue for 150,000.
Appreciate that.
Like the bet size here from Rice, nice and small at these lower stack depths. You don't need to have a huge c-bet to have the same impact. Also, when you have a hand like Queen Jack, if you bet small here and get check raised, you can very frequently continue. If you bet half pot, your opponent check raises, it's a lot more your stack to make the call and potentially continue and try and find your straight and or Queen or Jack, depending. We do see a float here.
Yeah, Benny hoping to pick up some equity on the turn. Not the card Benny is looking for.
Rice has got to be somewhat concerned that Benny has the 10 ball here. Does Benny ever lead turn? Nope, decides to check.
I think it's going to be hard for Rice to fire again, though.
Yeah,
so
I think usually a check turn.
Yeah, Benny's float is going to pay off in a lot of ways, that he's going to get to the river and or showdown.
The seat draw is on the screen.
I think Benny could consider doing a bit of a blocker bet here. Can still get hero called by some small pairs, or pairs weaker than an 8, sometimes even an 8 that might be dominated here if your opponent has a hand like 8-9 of hearts or something like that. Opening from 6-handed UTG, that seems perfectly reasonable. Can also still get called by ace-jack, ace-queen if he thinks you've missed the clubs, or potentially a straight draw. Oh yes, Benny, I love it.
Benny does put out a small bet that gets an insta-fold from Rice.
Fuck yeah.
It really is for value, but also it does have that same blocker sort of property, Joe. I absolutely love that line from Benny. I'm not sure if I find the float on the flop, if I'm honest, but Benny knows best. Benny and the Jets, Benny knows best.
You gotta figure if Benny did it, it's the right thing to do, or at least he has a reason.
Yeah, I really liked it a lot.
So we won't be going to break while the redraw happens. We're going to stick with it. We're just going to hang out, chat for a little bit, sort of take in the vibe here. And the redraw, even though it's 1:20 in the morning right now, it does tend to put a little life back into everybody, right? You made the next phase of the tournament. You made the final 2 tables. 8 and 8. 50-50 shot, you end up at the feature. We got a couple of things we can discuss. Aaron Paul Kramer, if I have time, we'll tell some funny stories. We got some things we can discuss here. Some questions from the audience that we crowdsourced these, Nick.
Yeah, generally, and things that people have been asking about, because we did kind of anticipate there might be a little bit of a delay here.
Real quick, I'll handle this question from Kinky Panda, who says, "How you like in Ireland?" It's just fine, but you know, I haven't seen any of it. You know, we work 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. And that's it. That's really what the deal is. But the vibe has been great, and thank you for your question. All right, real question here. If tournaments continue to show larger fields as we've seen recently, what do you think is the solution to handling the larger volume?
Yeah, this actually wasn't. This is something that other people have sort of asked me, but this one was sort of directly from my brain rather than directly from a question from chat. So I guess if we can just have an open discussion here, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the obvious answer is we'll just have more days, right? You know, like instead of it being a 3-day tournament, we'll have a 4. If it's a 4, then we'll have a 5. That seems reasonable, but also, in your mind, do you think there's another way to do it? Maybe just having longer days in general.
I mean, not without removing some of the play and some of the value for players. So, you know, obviously adding days is something that's very easy to say. It's not something that's super easy to do, especially when there is a broadcast involved with it.
Right.
So, you know, my guess is that maybe you add more days, but you don't start the broadcast until even later. Because, you know, every day of a broadcast can cost between tens of thousands of dollars, you know, to hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, you know, it's not something that is super easy to do. You know, when you have a crew of 100-something people on certain events, just adding days, you know, that's hotel days, that's meals, that's, you know, people's day rates, that's equipment rentals. It's venue rentals, right? Even for the tournament itself, it's more days for tournament staff, more days for dealers. So it's something that that will have to be, you know, the numbers have to be crunched. And I don't know what any of the real numbers are and any of this stuff, and I'm glad I don't. But live tournaments are not a super money making venture.
You're right, absolutely, and I think a lot of people don't realize that as well.
Yeah. If you're in it to like make a profit, throwing live poker tournaments is like not really the best business decision. So things that will demolish the margins even more aren't things that aren't super likely to happen. However, look, if poker continues to rise in popularity, great. Rogue Cell says more days cost players way more than stars. I don't know about that specifically, but it does cost them something.
Yep.
It's more hotel days for players. It's more time off from regular jobs if they have them. I certainly think that also, you know, so, you know, long days ends up being a necessary evil if you want to have good structures.
Yeah, so for example, here in Dublin, you know, maybe just as a standard, because obviously the other thing is we don't know how many players are going to turn up, right? So we might go, hey, last year was a smash hit. We got 2,500 runners. So we go next year, we're going to have an extra day, and then only 1,900 show up for whatever reason, right?
Yeah.
Then you're stuck with this huge long structure, and that doesn't make sense. So in my mind, what I thought, Joe, was instead just to have days where you say we're going to start, you know, at 10 instead of midday. 10 a.m. instead of midday or something.
Sure.
And then we have what is going to be a normal structure if it's a normal turnout, and if it's a longer structure, then we go, guys.
Interesting.
We're invoking an extra 3 hours or 4 hours every day.
And that's very creative. And I want to say, by the way, I'm not the sort of person that comes up with creative solutions like this.
Sure.
People are always innovating, always figuring out ways to do things slightly differently that I'm not capable of. Follow-up question is, do you think the partnership with PokerStars is partly why it's the biggest field ever in Ireland and ever for this tournament, obviously? Also, it certainly doesn't hurt, I guess, is my answer to that.
I mean, just because we know that PokerStars puts on great events, I think people know that. They've always been doing that for since live events began, basically. But also, I think in terms of qualifiers as well, just having satellites running on Stars immediately means we're going to have significantly more traffic running through the satellites.
And by the way, without taking anything away from this really incredible tournament that the organizers have built for a really long time, the longest running live poker tournament in Europe. That's why I said it doesn't hurt, because I'm not going to try to take credit.
No, absolutely
for something
not.
that existed long before this.
Right. No, absolutely not.
But I don't think that there are less people than they would have had otherwise.
No,
and
well
it's
said.
really cool that we finally get to be a part of this.
Yeah, well said. No, and of course, actually, just as a follow-up to that as well, everybody knows the IPO. Everybody this side of the world knows the IPO. There's loads of people on the other side of the world that know about the IPO. So, yeah, just a really strong brand already. I think just having a little bit of an extra push doesn't hurt. You're absolutely right. But I do think it'd be interesting if we just started a little bit earlier if we had to. I mean, rather than us starting at a normal quote-unquote poker time and then going until 3 o'clock in the morning because, we're trying to get through players now.
Yeah.
Why not start 3 hours earlier on average every day, and then if we need it, we can use it where we still finish at 1 o'clock or something like that if we're really in a pinch.
Sure, and I think maybe we would just have to start the broadcast days later and miss some of that first couple of levels.
Yeah.
Because, part of it is that poker players aren't necessarily at a job where they're being employed, but there are lots of other people that are here. It's a long day for poker players to play poker for 12 or 14 hours, but it's almost illegal for certain members of the crew to be expected to work that long. So shorter levels would solve something, Fergers, but also there'd be plenty of people that wouldn't like that, some of the play being taken out of the structure, increasing variance, basically. The shorter the levels are, the more skilled a player you are, the longer you want the levels in general. So.
All right, guys, so not long now. Looks like these guys are sitting down, and I think that means that a redraws have been completed. We're just waiting for the all go.
Somehow we still have Kevin O'Donnell in the 1 seat. I think he's ended up in that 1 seat for every redraw today, or dang near close to it.
Yeah, we're just going to make sure everyone's mic'd up as well so you guys can follow along with the table talk.
And this featured table, going around the table, seat 1, Kevin O'Donnell. Seat 2, Henry Oshala from Finland. Thomas Waters from the UK in seat 3. Good old Tom Waters, I know Tom. Panagiotis Mavrotsakis in the 4 seat. Seat 5, your friend and mine, Andy Black. Carl Shaw out of the UK in seat 6. Kevin Swain in seat 7. And Jamie Wynn in seat 8. And I am sure we will get a chip count as soon as those numbers are entered into the system. Scary Crazy Butterknife says Andy is the new Black. I like it.
Nice work.
And there are the chip stacks in descending order. Mavrotsakis. By the way, these flags not to be trusted on this particular graphic. For some reason, the flags always get jumbled up. Maverick Sack is not your average Dutch name, so I'm going to wait until we see the other.
Also, Andy Black, definitely not the Union Jack.
Not UK. Shaw is not from America. Yada, yada, yada. No big deal. Henrik a little disappointed. There's no Benny Glaser. Benny out on the other table.
You are not allowed to walk around the room looking at all the action on all the other tables.
That is an announcement for the mystery bounty.
We do require you to please stay at your seat throughout the hand-for-hand procedure. It is not okay to run around the room.
Jala under the gun.
Calls. The floor guys will have the microphone and they will announce the all-in calls for you, but we do need you to please
So
remain
Scary
at
Crazy
your
Butterknife, who wrote Andy is the new black, just replied to his own message with a lull. That's not exactly how it works. I kind of regret reading it now. Andy Black, bring the crack, says Fergal.
Any spectators in the area of the mystery bounty, please respect the rail. Do not come into the playing area.
Respect the rail.
Respect the rail.
Inside the playing area of the mystery bounty.
And we are back underway, guys. 16 remain. What's 16 divided by 2, guys?
8.
Oh my God, 2 tables of 8. We're getting close now. Stick with us, guys. We're locked in, trying to find our way down to a final today.
That's a Twitch bug, I'm being told. Sorry, Scary Crazy Butterknife.
You'll do it.
Didn't mean. I didn't know. I take it back. See, I can admit when I'm wrong. Sometimes.
By the way, guys, just to put a cap on that discussion we were having about, how do we deal with these larger fields. If you guys have any suggestions, please hit me up. I'd love to hear what you guys have to think about that on the social medias. And who knows, maybe your idea will be the next solution to our wonderful problem of having way too many runners in live poker tournaments. Great problem to have, ladies and gents.
I mean, what an incredible feeling to be down to the final
Making
2
sure you get
tables
shot.
of the biggest tournament ever in Ireland. And gotta be in the top tournaments ever in Europe.
Should have got a haircut. And the rest. Me too, look at it. Yeah, the homeless tournament. Yeah. It's not good.
Mavritsakis.
There we go. There's the more of a flag I was expecting to see. It's a Greek flag.
Greece in the house.
Ace King, Ace of Hearts, King of Diamonds, called by Ace of Clubs, 7 of Diamonds. So Ace King is a tricks.
Andy Black disgusted by the 5-2 soft suit.
Flop is 9-9-9.
Party on, Swain. Is not going to play Ace-9. And what a fold that was, considering Win waking up with pocket 9s on the button.
Dealers, one more hand, please.
Sitting quite deep stack, though, as well, Joe, considering the average. 5.4 million, raising it up for just above the min.
Yes, Kyle, me and Nick are in Ireland. The stream delay is 30 minutes long.
Looks like this one's going through. Yeah, guys, I like this suggestion. I think the move is to make a poker version of chess boxing. If you have too many runners, just make them throw hands between hands to thin the numbers. There you go.
My first table of the
I also, to address the question from before, think that things may be knitting it up slightly now that we're back to 8-handed tables. But it doesn't look like it at this table. Declan Rice versus Vincent Sanchez. Declan all in. Sanchez looks like already has made the call.
Aces is a good hand, Joe. Top
Aces,
three.
The top three hand. Nines for Sanchez. Jack and 8 are straight cards potentially for the nines. That deuce does not help that possibility. Both players with a full house, but it's deuces full of aces are going to double through.
There's not many hands.
Deuces full of nines.
Wait, isn't this the gentleman that's folded pocket tens on 2 occasions?
That's correct, but it looks like Declan was pretty short.
Yeah, that story checks out there. It looks like they were in later position there too.
That makes a lot of sense.
Back to the feature table now. 16 remain. Thank you for that outer table action, producers. Very good job. I know it's late. Still bringing you guys all the action, or as much as we can capture.
2, huh? 4, 6, 7, 8.
Zeddy says, looks like a cool venue. It is a cool venue, Zeddy. Honestly, I'm really, really thrilled with the work that Paddy Power Poker and PokerStars have done here. Lots of green. I love it. Very bright, lovely environment to play cards.
What has happened here? We had a raise under the gun with 9-7 suited. Okay, I said folks are going to knit it up, but Shaw calls. O'Donnell calls.
Showdown, please. Our rolling player shows pocket sixes.
We're going 3 ways to this flop, 6-4-6. Maverick-Sakis really misses this pretty hard, but Shaw and O'Donnell both pretty likely to think they have the best hand.
And the river is an ace of hearts. So we have lost a player, but...
Yeah, pretty good flop for pairs, generally speaking. The Jables here definitely loving 6-4-6 usually. The fact that the big blind's not involved here is also pretty cool too, right, Joe? Because 6-4-6, plenty of random sixes like come along when they're in the big blind. They got a good price to just peel.
Totally.
Yeah, but given UTG +2 and dealer button, Jack's going to be the best hand a little bit more frequently, given those ranges.
Jack, 5, queen. Our only player pawn is a three with ace king. Let's see the turn, please. Turn is a jack.
O'Donnell.
And let's see the river, please.
Going
and the river is
nowhere.
We lose Paul and we lose Steven on the other table.
Calls the 625. Maverick-Sakis, not even a gut shot. Well, we're on the turn. So now does have a gut shot with this 10.
Yeah, did you see the flop action there, Joe?
I don't. I guess Maverick-Sakis is the person who led. Is the only thing that makes sense to me. Was it continued?
I'm not sure. I missed it though.
I did too. It seems odd that there would be then it went check, bet, call.
Yeah.
But I am surprised to see Maverick-Sakis still in the hand either way.
So he
looked away momentarily. Sorry, gang.
As the initial raiser. I guess there must have been a C-bet on the flop.
Burn off top MTG says the C-bet 60% call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That would
certainly
make
makes more sense.
Yeah, I was going to say check.
Check calling. No, it definitely wasn't check.
Yeah.
$1 million.
O'Donnell.
Now it's checked to O'Donnell, who's betting $1 million with not the third best hand, but now it is the worst hand.
So Shaw's hand kind of well disguised here. O'Donnell pretty much puts in half of his stack.
Half of a small stack, by the way. O'Donnell's got like a quarter pot left behind.
Yeah, exactly. 4 spades, no change.
4 spades is very, very bad for O'Donnell.
Yep, the counterfeited now. Does Shaw just put them all in on the river here?
I mean,
all in.
O'Donnell shoves. Oh my, you certainly don't want to show this hand down.
1-6.
Playing the board.
55.
I'm not sure you can fold.
It's so little to make this call.
55.
Yeah, I mean, jacks are just going to be the best hand a ton. And
So what is the pot odds here? Like how many times do you have to be right?
So total would be 8.
I mean, this might be one of those situations you're like, okay, I only have to be right like 1 in every 9 times, and you just might think you're never right.
You need to have the best hand here about 18% of the time.
And you might just come to the conclusion like he always has a 6 here like 98% of the time. Has a 6 or a 4.
I would argue from that position, given the action, he's probably not going to have a 6 all that often unless it's exactly like 6, 7, or
okay, fair enough.
Can still have hands like 7, 8. Can still have hands like 8, 9. Can still have hands like.
So it seems I mean, it seems like you're getting by far the right odds.
It's mental. He could also still be doing this for the 10, and he thinks he's doing it for value, right? It's a really, really odd one. He's trying to rep the 6 or the 4, of course. Yeah, chat, you got it right.
Or is he? I mean, are you repping queens, kings, or aces? Not really, right? Because there's no re-raise pre-flop.
Yeah, and I don't know how much trapping he's gonna do.
Oh,
Gets the
my
fold.
Goodness!
Wow, wee wah.
Can't win with that, can you?
What a play!
Why?
What a fucking play!
Wow.
Did you text Joe?
No.
Oh, fuck that.
My daughter's going to have this at the bar, so she's probably taping it.
I thought you were calling me.
He finds out. Oof.
That
for fuck's sake.
is fortunate.
Wow, oh man, that price though, Joe. I think you were thinking what I was thinking is just too juicy.
It was kind of quasi.
Wait, he showed it?
Where is he?
I think he might have. He showed the trays.
Thank you.
O'Donnell showed the trays. I don't know if Shaw showed the jacks.
Thank you, love.
Shake of the head from Shaw, says Ed K. Shout out to Ed K, by the way. Thanks, pal.
Yeah, thanks for sticking
doing
with us.
Sterling work all week.
Also Tom as well.
Tom Raksha, absolutely.
End up with an ace.
All of our power mods, we love you guys. Can we get some claps in the chat for the mods who stick with us day in and day out, night or day, rain or shine?
What's that? Oh. Kills me that I always think they're talking to me.
It's because you have a guilty conscience after pulling a move that dirty that somehow you got away with by the skin of your teeth.
The audacity.
Kevin O'Donnell. The Scottsdale surprise.
Ruined. He just ruined me.
He just ruined me.
Then I'm crowded with them, though.
I thought when you called a million, whatever you had, you were going to call it 1.6.
All right. There you go.
Rules. That's why he should know that. And then
Yeah, I know. It's fucking tough. It's tough. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, love to write in chat also. What's up, SC?
What's up? Love to write.
Like I said, it could have easily been a situation where he goes, okay, I only have to be right X number of times for this call to be profitable, but is this person ever bluffing here?
I think my issue is there are certain players that still might be thinking they have value with a 10, and in which case you're still winning, right? I don't know. It's super player dependent, I guess, Joe. You're right.
But obviously that thought is wrong because the player is bluffing there more than 2% of the time. We just saw it. That hand is that's one for the books, eh, Jerry?
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting one. Both players with a piece here. O'Donnell's going to bet his top pair now.
just on fuego right now. We'll have the best hand at showdown.
All right, make another bet here. 1.7 in the middle. He's going to bet $1 million, a little bit over half pot. It's not so easy to fold this. Second pair here, going to be the best hand quite often, especially given the positioning here. Cut off wide, dealer button defend. Obviously, got to consider that.
You got to consider the bluff you just saw too, the zero equity bluff. It just got pulled on multiple streets.
That would be fucking unreal. Unreal. Lunatic.
Thought I had the best hand till the river.
120.
And that got ruined.
240. So what are the blinds actually? Oh, they're only 120. I was thinking it was 240. That shows where I'm at.
Ojala down to
already
Ojala? I'm not sure what the Finns do with the J. Down to 17 big blinds. You know what they're not doing is writing into chat, constantly correcting me. They get it. They're like, you know what? Close enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, 280.
I know, Love to Write, that you weren't looking to be shouted out yourself, but I realized I had forgotten you. You deserve some credit as well. Dano on Twitch says, I'm calling it now. O'Donnell's going to make the top 3.
I mean, that would be quite the story after that last hand we saw, or the hand with the trays, I should say.
Raise and take it for Shaw. Pretty happy, I think, to raise Queen Jack under the gun and get it through. Queen Jack offsuit.
Yeah, can be tricky if you find yourself facing aggression from players behind. So
I think under the gun, a lot of people are just going to fold Queen Jack offsuit 8-handed.
I definitely think there are plenty that would.
To O'Donnell. Who folds? Oyala. Got to fold the 96. Tom Waters. Ace-9. Lets it go. Sakis. Just going to enjoy a few minutes under the TV lights before, I guess on the button, you have something to think about here with 8.3 million in chips. I retract, but there goes the cards into the muck. AB is going to complete in the small blind. Shaw's got Andy dominated with the Jack-10. Mr. Maloko asks, anyone know how many chips Kevin Swain has? Yes. Thank you for your question. 2 pair for Andy Black, out flopping the Jack-10 of Shaw. This could be real trouble for Shaw. King of the turn will be a scare card for Shaw, but not for Black, as Black instantaneously and casually chucks 300K into the middle. seemingly unconcerned about what the turn card was. Shaw just a little too strong to consider folding. Ace of diamonds on the river, so the flush draw comes in. And black checks. Shaw gets a free showdown right now. And I suggest he takes it.
Two pair.
Two pair good. Shaw mucks the Jack 10. And doesn't get hurt too bad.
I'd say he obviously had something to check with. Not my favorite card on the river. Fuck. I prefer that to a king.
Luca.
I like the king.
Still a little obsessed over the Kevin O'Donnell bluff.
It's not too bad a card, actually. Unraised pot.
What hand combination consists a 6 or a 4? Well, ace 6, ace 4, ace 6 suited, ace 4 suited.
You had some value on the river, though.
What?
You had some value on the river.
I could bet.
On the button?
I could bet, but I mean,
Perfectly
if I
reasonable
fucking get
for
raised,
O'Donnell to be in there with
let's say
suited
he's got
ace
the king of
6s,
diamonds in
suited
his
ace
hand.
4s.
And he happens to
Pocket
hit
10s, I guess, maybe a
win
possibility
pocket
as
two.
well when it goes raise, call, maybe O'Donnell
You know
doesn't.
what I mean? If I had
Re-raise
three bets
pocket
in my
10s,
stack,
but
yeah.
I
but
will
I'm only
admit, not a
two.
lot.
But
Not a lot
that-
of 6s and 4s.
But three
Not a lot of
bets, yeah,
pocket
maybe.
10s.
I don't fucking think so.
Yep, my thoughts
What's he
exactly.
calling me with? It's like bit of a bad flush draw. But yeah, maybe. Yeah. You would have bet.
Bet and call.
Now it's Oyala's turn.
You would have bet. You would have bet. Well, you would have been right. But unless somebody makes a play, then you feel foolish. No, I don't fucking know. Poker's very difficult, isn't it? It's very difficult.
Mr. Waters.
I bet you guys are loving it in the commentary being up this late. Are you going to do a bit of little session of whinging about how late it is? Are you? Have a little whinge now, boys.
Cheers, Andy.
Understand very long hours in the commentary box. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Wakey, wakey.
Don't worry, guys. Here, keeping it professional, unlike some people.
I mean, I'm not professional. I'm not gonna throw stones in that department.
Think they'll make to the final table tonight? Think we'll make to the final table tonight? Or
Andy didn't lose too many fans when he was dropping the C word, but if he wants to come at the boys in the booth, I think he's gonna.
I don't think so. No. So what? An hour and 20 minutes?
Q rating may go down.
Players now.
20 to 2 at the moment.
What?
20 to 2 now. Oh no, sorry, 20 plus 1.
I assume we're playing this level and the next one, yeah?
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking it was 3 a.m.
So we've 1 hour and 20 minutes. So to knock out 8 players? No, who the fuck knows?
You never know.
Okay, I thought we was definitely playing down to 8.
They said that, or they're going to stop at 3 a.m. Whatever comes first.
What time are we on now?
I don't know. I think it's
levels or 8 player, whichever comes first.
So an hour and 20 minutes left.
16 back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot going on here. Lots of very average hands.
It's going to be an hour and 20 minutes.
Shaw
I think,
might
gonna be
still
no 8
opt to
players.
play the 6-7 on the button here, though.
If you'd asked me at the beginning of the tournament, I could have told you the answer to this
He is
question.
going to play as a very fluffy hoodie.
Yeah.
Dig it. Uh-oh.
I mean,
Swing is
70
all
million,
in, guys.
Right? 50,
Not
100,000.
yet, but it's likely to
so
be.
if they didn't play these 2 levels, yeah? So if we'd stop 2 levels ago, the average blinds at the final table would be fucking 100 big blinds.
Yeah.
Quick fold.
So running these other 2 levels.
Appreciate
it
Shaw
brings it
trying to
down
play a wider
towards
range there,
fucking
though. I
50
think
or
definitely
something
going to
like
do well so
you can
far.
just look
I've
at
seen
the structure, you can say roughly.
pretty solid play from Shaw. I guess the only hand
It's supposed to be a dip sack tournament.
somewhat questionable was the jacks, but you got to go with your reads, and you got to respect the man who sticks to his guns in those situations.
Great structure, you know.
Despite the fact on that occasion ran into Le Bluff.
Timing is everything, my love.
This card's marked.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Let's see, is there a chip out of it?
I'll
Yeah,
show you.
there's a chip, yeah. Chip. They're really hard, so they chip real easy. The ace of hearts was marked earlier, and I've had the deuce of clubs marked on this table.
By the way, unless there's major action, I'm happy to let Andy take the lead here.
We're not going to whinge. We're just going to let him take the reins.
Yeah, go for it.
Keep them to the side.
Let Andy take the lead.
What? They chip easy because they're very hard, you know.
Third time today, right?
Yeah, you look around.
2 decks earlier.
What?
We had 2 decks marked earlier as well.
Yeah, on the feature.
Come on, no.
Oh, out there. It's not, these cards are super hard, so when they get marked, there's a bit out
right?
usually. You know, like a piece. It's almost like they're brittle.
So was raising a call here. O'Donnell doesn't want to give up his big blinds. Yep, continuation from top pair. Mavritsakis. That's nice and small. O'Donnell technically should never fold a pair here. Does call with the bottom pair. 4 of diamonds, no change. However, gut shot now for O'Donnell.
Yep, 6. I figured that out almost immediately.
Beep, beep, beep. You need a 6 to make it straight. You need a 6, Michael. Keep. Oh, really?
Check, check. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. King is still good. Pair of kings. It's a pair of kings. Is the right answer. It's my final pair of kings. Final answer.
Interesting spot for him to check back to King 9. Take it a little bit more cautiously. When your opponent checks this river, though, could still have some traps. Not sure if O'Donnell's the kind of guy that would check behind a heart flush or a hand like 6-7. Especially given the turn action here. So Mavritsakis, instead of betting turn, decides to go for some val on the river.
You know, is O'Donnell just feeling so invincible right now? He can just like pull off some other insane bluff.
If O'Donnell had like 5-7 with the 7 of hearts, check raising this river would be the bossiest shit ever. It would be so dope.
I was going to call, and then you started to try and look uncomfortable.
So it worked.
I got a bad lookalike for Mavritsakis.
Okay.
Robert Smigel.
Need a picture.
The voice of triumph, the insult comic
Fucking
dog.
rock star. Thank you. Play with the craze. I'll remember.
Not bad, not bad.
He's the
Yeah,
play,
very
you know,
good actually.
I'm on TV play, you know.
One of the funniest people of all time, by the way.
Rock star play that was. It was just so fucking. It was so.
Do you remember on Conan when they used to do like, it would be like a picture of like Arnold Schwarzenegger and then just the mouth would move?
Yeah.
He is the inventor of that.
Amazing.
That hand?
Yeah.
Will you tell me what you had?
You'll see.
For me to poop on.
I just gotta watch it.
Well, if you want to speed it up, I will tell
Take
you
a
if
look
you
at the
told
chip
me.
counts here. Mavritsakis at the top, 75 big blinds, 9 million chips with 16 remaining. Got to feel good about that.
What was up there, King?
Oyala.
Yeah.
17 big blinds,
third
2
heart
million.
came, I
Nobody in
didn't
the
need
danger
better
zone,
king.
guys. Still plenty of play.
What else could I be going
And
for?
as we've seen these chip stacks consolidating from the start of day
No, I'm not putting any more money, and I want to go home right now.
2, 3, excuse me.
60, huh?
It's late, guys. It is day 3. I apologize. We have seen play slow
Tired,
and
it's
considerably,
way past my
and
bedtime.
16
I'm really old.
taking a long old time to get down here. You can
Older
see
than
why
you.
though, right, Joe? Average,
And that's
obviously,
old.
considerably deeper than
I just look way
it
better.
was probably a good couple hours into play.
Fucking
Yeah,
old.
and keep in mind this is one of two tables.
Double,
We're not
double
really
carpet.
sure what the stacks are at
You're
the other
double,
table.
double carpet.
We can assume it's probably
Double
similar.
carpet.
I don't know what the hell that means.
Double carpet is 33.
Oh.
Because it's like the fucking things under the carpets, the trays. And you're 66, so you're a double carpet.
Ooh, hand nicknames. I'm into this.
It's good to know. Essential information.
You want to race for some money or wrestle or something?
Well, in school, you can say that people are. No, it's just.
Pocket sevens for Shaw. Let's fold it on over to Donald, who folds. And just the big blind left to get through. No longer that either.
Joe, you know when we do like Sunday Million, we got that sort of like chip background, like sort of card room noise.
Yeah.
What if we like just swapped in a little bit of like sound bites from the Irish Poker Open as well? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's like the chip riffling and then Andy Black.
just people, I'm the best. Just
Woo! Like every once, like every 4 hours, you hear a 2-outer.
Yeah, and then we got every once in a while we get. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to do we're about to do the lottery, and
I kind of like it. I kind of like it.
You just won 12,000 euros. We're going to put it in a bag.
Maverick chip leader. 7-8 suited.
$240.
There is 240. Pass.
And chip leader going to do a chip leadery move here by raising 8 high under the gun.
Yeah, 8-7 of clubs, already gorgeous from that position.
And O'Donnell. Wow, it takes the more disciplined route. I would have guessed that he might have called King 10 on the button. Tom Waters with Queen 10 in the big blind. Far more understandable. Oh yeah, somebody farted earlier too, so that would have to go in the background for the Sunday Million. You know, usually European dealers, when people fold, they say pass, 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 and then someone passed gas.
Let's just workshop this later on, you guys. I feel like we want to increase the realism in the PokerStars arena, you know?
Thank you, P2M, for that suggestion. Jack high flop, pair of 8s for Mavrotsakis. A gut shot for Waters and 2 overs to that 8, so significant amount of equity to the turn, and Waters spikes the queen.
Yep, very nice turn.
Making him an 84% favorite now.
Yeah, Queen of Diamonds got to be somewhat scary turn here. Plenty of Queen X floats this flop, if not already just the Jack that you'd be losing to on the flop.
And Waters checks, looking to call a bet here if necessary.
Oh, wow. That is unexpected.
455. Easy call for Tom. And that's going to be good times at the Waters house right now.
I wasn't expecting that bet from the 8-7. Felt like that was an easy get to showdown scenario. Maybe he thinks he's value betting a deuce, perhaps. You know, definitely a possibility, I guess. Jim B says we got to include the background noise of the announcer asking or telling him that somebody found a phone in the toilet, if you recall.
That was pretty good.
That was a good one.
Just some general lost and found announcements would be cool.
That was good.
John Smith, I'm very sorry, but we found your phone in the toilet.
That was a good one. Appreciate you for remembering that one.
So let's see, we had about a 10-minute delay from the redraw. I say we're about 10 minutes behind where we should be. Well, we'll know when the blinds change that we've got 1 hour left, I guess. Arcane, I'd love to acknowledge your comment that is acknowledging how long our day is, but I don't want Andy Black to think we're whinging.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that.
Okay, it's 2:15.
Don't want to be accused of whinging.
Not by Andy Black, at least.
Vant again asking, what time are they starting up tomorrow? 1 p.m. is the start time. The broadcast goes live at 1:30 local time, though. So we're talking like 10 hours from the end of the broadcast. We will be starting the broadcast back up again. The part that I'm worried about is not even, and I know this is
3.2, right?
All right, hold on.
Oh no, 5 point. Yeah.
The part that I'm worried about is not how late we're going tonight or how early we're starting tomorrow. It's that when I get home from this, I can't go to sleep right away. So if we finish here at 3:30, back in the room by 4, I got to be up at least till like 5:30 before I'm even asleep. That's the issue. Robert Sakis misses, as does Win. But Queen 9 is ahead. Win, the person in position, however. It's really not a very good board for Queen 9, so Win gets away with one.
Nice one. Solid C-bet there.
Goose the Flirk in 09 says, sounds a lot like whinging. Sounds a lot like your band.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Thank you for your comment.
Nothing wakes me up like a good band.
Banning does give me strength. Like a succubus. Strain the life of others.
It gives a whole new meaning to take my energy.
That's right. I will take your energy.
You're like an energy vampire from what they do in the shadows.
Hot Karl Marx Brothers just asked, how long does the ban last? That dude is gone. That is new account, new IP address. That's how long that one lasts. Crystal, thank you for your energy. You banned.
Yeah, Crystal, that was very kind of you to offer yourself as tribute. King of Philly says, Nick would roll these two tables. Only like 2 real poker players left.
That's kind of you to say to Nick, but not exactly nice about the rest of the poker players. I can tell you guys may not have heard of Tom Waters, but he is quite a capable poker player.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we got plenty of players still out there. But I appreciate the love, man. That's very kind of you to say.
All right, so Ajala is the shortest stack at the table. Probably would have preferred to get this through and probably would have preferred to hit this flop. Domination rotation. Oyala really just sort of hoping for running hearts. And there is no heart. An ace also would help.
If I'm Andy, I want to bet big on this turn. That'll do it. That'll do it.
I'm going to start calling the clock on you, Andy, if you keep taking so long.
Sorry about that. Apologies.
It was almost a full 2.5 seconds before
right,
you fired that
right.
out.
You're dead right. I apologize. It's fucking, you know, when you've so much to, you have a big brain. There's so much to fucking think about, yeah? Yeah, sorry about that.
Who do you know that has a big brain that told you that?
What? Well, I'm just trying to explain why it took me so fucking long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Man after my own heart. Get it out.
What?
Man after my own
No,
heart.
I don't know about
regard
you,
as
Joe,
a
but I really
fucking
want to go to
snail compared what I
O'Donnell's.
usually do. I'm trying to slow down.
I will absolutely go
That's
to
exactly what
O'Donnell's
I'm
next
trying to
time I'm
do.
in
If you see me
Scottsdale.
slowing down, that's a fucking big deal.
That's the official location,
Could be good, could be
Scottsdale, Arizona?
That's right.
I've never been. I hear good things.
It's fun. It's a fun town.
Sounds cool. Is there skiing nearby there? I feel like Scottsdale is near like skiing.
First time I made the last few tables of the World Series.
I don't know. I mean, it's in the middle of the Arizona desert, but it doesn't mean there's not mountains nearby.
And he'd only been thinking for about a minute. And he got really angry, and it was only about a minute, yeah? And they just said, no, that's right.
What year was it?
Oh, fucking, the first time was 97.
Called the clock on him more than once?
What?
You called the clock on Doyle more than
No,
once?
just once. I was just a young kid, you know, and I said, fucking... The clock was used as a weapon in Dublin, you know? It was like regarded as a weapon.
To tilt him.
No, I mean, the thing is, I had a fucking really good hand. I didn't want him to fold. And I think he folded because I called the clock, so he fucking completely...
It usually goes the other way. That's probably a pretty
Flagstaff is near skiing. That's kind of what I'm seeing in Google here.
Yeah, no, I was a fucking complete dick, yeah?
What do you mean was?
Was?
On that occasion and many others.
Two players.
Yeah, the guy that had the really big stack that was sitting in the seat you're in, Andy. The hand before the break last time,
Check.
he tanked for like 2.5 minutes, and with 12 seconds left before the break, he folded. And I go, I'm calling the clock on you next time because I gave you extra
Is
time.
he here?
Yeah, you still. He was. Well, if he was.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the guy with the camouflage thing. You seat 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he's okay. I don't think I played against him.
He's got the bandito mask.
Is he clocked all the time now?
No, I haven't called the clock on him, but it was just stupid. You take that long and then you fold
Was he
12
generally
seconds before the
taking a
break.
long time?
No, no.
Well, then. Okay. You'd have to do that.
You leave 12 seconds, you ruin the break. You take time out of the break.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. So
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
able
yeah.
To, okay. Well, I don't know. Fucking.
Yeah, I don't care. If somebody
Nobody's
does it,
fucking perfect.
if somebody does that all the time, yeah, I call the clock quick. But
I mean, it's one of these things which lots.
I give people the
There's
benefit.
a guy earlier who just doesn't agree with calling the clock on someone unless they're a regular offender. But if somebody's been thinking for
1,416,000.
3 minutes on an average decision, then I might call the clock.
When I
If
think
particularly not taking time, well then no. If the money gets very big, then more latitude.
Yeah, exactly.
But everyone's
Shaw
got
getting a little out of line, but does have the best of it.
Depending on the size of the pot, I'll have a time where I go, well, shit, this has been a long time, and then I'll look at the clock and put a time in my head that if it hits that, I call the clock.
Nice one, Shaw.
Nice pot, Mr. Shaw.
I mean, yeah, I called the clock on your man there earlier with you, and then he fired his money in.
Who?
Remember, you're the ace, you're the ace jack.
Oh, yeah,
Ace king,
shit.
you're the ace 10.
That was
And he
ridiculously
thinking
long.
for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I understand people have different views. It's important to have a sense of
If he
humor.
would have called, it would have made it worth the time I waited.
What?
If he would have called, it would have been worth the time I
I
waited.
feel like I got an assist there. Should get points for having an assist, you know.
No, he folded.
I mean, it wasn't intentional. What?
Didn't he fold?
No, he called. He got all. You knocked him out.
Oh, good.
Remember, it was you know, he raised, you fucking re-raised. He
Mr.
should
Win,
have
pocket
raised.
nines, under the gun.
Snap called him with ace king.
I wonder if he's related to Scotty.
Oh, that's right.
Was it two jacks?
Scotty Nguyen.
Is it different spellings?
It is different spillings, I think. Or I thought so.
Oyala facing this open from pocket nines. It's an under the gun open. Oyala's the shortest stack. Ace jack. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of short here. Joe, it's I think it's a push or fold kind of scenario.
For sure. And Oyala lucky here to not run directly into ace queen or ace king.
Yeah, I think nines is a call too, buddy.
Let's see if anyone else wakes up with a hand.
Good point.
Black out. Shaw with king 10 of diamonds is not going to be enough in this case.
Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's a snap with the nines, but I think it's getting real close.
Pass the chips over to the dealer.
Yep.
The thing is, Oyala can do this with sevens, maybe. I don't know how many people do. Really, it's going to get close, but Ocho's for sure. So that's already a lot of equity against that particular combination, but that's only like 6 combos.
I mean, when Win asks for a count, you're feeling a little bit better about this.
$1,535,000. Call,
There's the call. We are flipping.
Yep, I think nines is going in here. Seems good, but it is going to be a flip, Joey.
Like Jesus versus Aaron Gobra, one of these two things. That's not a good comparison. It doesn't matter. Here we go. Flipping potentially for 16th place. Ace high flop. Oyala looking really good for a double up. We know 1-9 was folded. Queen on the turn. Oyala fades the 9. And that is a double up. That is going to slow things down a little bit. I couldn't think, you know, I know there's plenty of people from Ireland watching tonight. What would be an accurate race against the phrase Jesus? J-A-Y-S-U-S.
Jesus swept.
Yeah.
Players, we have a new level. This is our last level play for the evening.
Okay, here we go.
Finish, and Tony is going to look after you guys to the end. We'll see if tomorrow we're going to restart.
Well, you're just leaving us.
Listen, if you're tired, you want to go home.
I mean, you're gonna.
13 hours is enough for us.
Okay.
This is your 60-minute warning.
Bada bing, bada bing.
Good night.
Good night, Nick. Well done. Give your voice a rest.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, we're sorry we made you work 14 hours. Get the new shit in. Put us in for our last hour.
I know.
Reminds me of the toughest job I ever had. I was lifting grapes, you know, and there was a donkey helped us, and they give the donkey a break, but they wouldn't give us a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking donkey got a break.
No blinds.
I wish someone would give this donkey a break.
What year was this?
That would
Take the words out of my mouth, Joe.
83, 84.
Oh, okay, so Kosh Kinetic says, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph was my nan's go-to, so I could do Jesus versus Mary and Joseph.
Yeah, right.
When were you born?
92.
Okay, 9 years. That's 84, 83, 84, 84.
Like Jesus versus, oh Lord.
Anyway, it's an interesting conversation to be having on Jesus' second birthday.
Indeed. In the name of the wee man.
Right.
Nice work, Kirby. Uh-oh, Grafton. Grafton alert, ladies and gents.
320.
10-9 of clubs for black in the cutoff.
Oh, Egypt. Okay, that's one we could do.
Yeah, that's a good one. Shaw is like, is there a spot here? Nah. Queen 5 going in the bin. Swain folds 2. Big blind, only player remaining. What you got, win? Oh, hello.
All in. All in.
All of it, ace jack. So sub 30 bigs, maximum pressure. Yep, 10 high, no good to call there, of course. Gonna get some very, very strong hands to fold in that scenario. Max pressure.
Left to right says my favorite Irish word is crack. I used that one yesterday. It was crack versus something else. I forget. Didn't want to reuse it. SV says, Stave, so you're doing any shows on the East Coast? I'm in Virginia and would love to see you in action. I got Wisconsin coming up, Vail, Colorado. I'm probably going to do a show in New York, but not that part of the East Coast, not yet. I do have an agent now, a stand-up agent, working on getting me some more gigs outside of major metropolitan areas. So maybe Virginia is on the horizon. But I'm a victim of my own full-time job, unfortunately.
320.
That is 320.
Princess Syra was asking where in Wisconsin. You told me earlier, Joe. Do you want to hit him again with the deets?
Appleton.
Appleton.
I'm in and around Appleton, Wisconsin. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 19th, 20th, and 21st of April.
As somebody that's always on the road, Joe, is there something that's just like an absolutely mandatory must-have in your suitcase at all times? You know, is there something that you always got with you that you just think is an absolute lifesaver while you're on the road?
Antibiotics.
Really? Just a whole pack of them?
Just in case I have a breakout.
He gave me up my big blind.
Lord Jesus.
VJ's right, though. A notebook for sure. Keep them. I always have a. You can see. You've actually found my notebook on multiple occasions and returned it to me months later.
Yes, indeed.
Happy birthday, Joe. Now ban me. Thanks. All right. So that's nicely enough. Banned.
Pie Face Poker, good morning. Welcome to the chat. What's up, Pie?
Uh, 6-bit says Vail, not Denver. I'm doing the Vail Comedy Festival in May. I'll probably have 3 or 4 shows, maybe more.
Mr. Waters. Ace Queen of Diamantes.
All right, Ace Queen suited under the gun.
Okay, 325.
325.
Not a lot you can do with these hands against an under the gun raise.
Folding around real quick. Small blind, what do you got? Nope. It's not in there.
Just the big blind to get through.
325.
AKA speed it along, O'Donnell.
God damn, man.
The 30s were
Sub 20 big blinds here, effective with the big blind.
Ugh.
I would argue that technically this is a call, Joe.
It's a peel, right? Yeah.
It is, although, you know, there is a certain amount of danger associated with entering into a pot. At this stage, so close to a final, I think that that fold is okay. It's okay to fold if you feel uncomfortable, and I think that's kind of where you live.
I think it can be terrible against an under the gun raise to fold there.
No. I mean, I think probably defending a hand like ace deuce off is probably worse than defending 8-7 because you're dominated a lot more often against that initial open. But we are headed towards some very significant pay jumps, and I think that playing, keeping it tight there is totally okay. GTO Wizards, come at me.
King Jack under the gun
320.
for Mavericksakis. It's folded. Shaw. Fold. O'Donnell. A double down hand, but wrong game.
O'Donnell just says, dealer, I'd like to double. 640.
Waters. Not much he can do either, despite it being suited. No action, no love.
I see on TV, don't look at me like that.
No, they were. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Starting to get the feeling that these guys want to make it to a final table, Joe.
Yeah.
Weird. Real weird.
You know, I really did, at one point I very foolishly thought there was a chance we could get to the final table, but that was very stupid.
That was a little bit silly.
It was very, very stupid.
Play deuces wild.
Black got the ladies UTG.
Right? 320.
It's odd that all the playable hands are appearing under the gun.
Yeah. Makes it difficult to get value in many cases. Wynn's got a bit of a weird decision here now. I actually really don't mind that fold. I think that is actually very astute, but nines on the other hand and in the cutoff, I think you got to be at least flatting here. Effective stack is quite shallow, but nines aren't a pure set mime.
Or
Nines are not a pure set line because, of course, they do have their own playability if you do have the best hand right here, right now. Yeah, makes the call. Ojala. Show us your cards, buddy. Show us your cards. We haven't seen your cards.
It's true, they're not in the box.
Put your cards in the backs.
Wonder if they were ever in there. There we go.
Doesn't matter. Made the fold.
And 9-5 again for Waters. Yeah.
Mavericksakis.
Man, this actually feels like a spot where you don't have to. I guess you have all the chips. We can see that the ace is live in this particular case. Oh no. Oh no. Are you crazy?
Good Lord.
Oh my goodness. So I guess Mavericksakis agrees with me in a way that you don't have to call ace-3 here, but this is just absolutely torching 1.1 million in chips. God. Since black insta-shoved. O'Donnell's going to get off easy here.
It's going to take
IMO.
a minute, kids.
Oh, it's going to take a minute. I feel like this is such a snap fold.
Yeah, I'm folding 9s here.
Four three.
4-3.
I mean, if I'm out, it's about 100 or something.
Oh, he's good. Yeah, 4-3.
Oh dear.
What in the world?
4-3-65.
I don't know. I feel like this is a dwell up that's going to eventually end in a fold.
I think so too. Probably should too.
Give me just another 1 minute, guys, and I'll make a decision.
It's a very, very drawn out funeral for pocket 9s. Jacks, I could see this. Even 10s, a little bit of this.
Oh, this is so sick.
It's a big spot, and I'm fine, and I get it. It's all good. I'm not. It's not like a sincere criticism there.
You can pick one.
Nice. But yeah.
Can't pick one.
I mean, it's a call all day, but he covers me in.
It's not a call all day. You made the right choice.
Ace queen.
Good fold.
Pick one.
Oh, and queens.
What?
Well, it doesn't matter. If I had ace
Dem
queen, I'd
queens.
pick
That
one
room
too.
is emptied out. Outer table. Only one of them left at this point. And it looks like we have got an all-in. A triangle in front of Watts. Sanchez folds.
Flush draw, I've got.
Keep that on the...
Go on, check.
Loves folding, getting 5-1.
6 high like a boss. I play so.
Couldn't show 6 high like a boss, but I could show a good flush draw with the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I did think he must have. You have a bad reputation. So, yeah, there's a lot of fucking hands I would have 4-bet with, and he knows that. Because we're both thinking the same about you. So there's a, you know.
Yeah.
Did we play together?
One of us is going to ship it all in.
There, fucking, you know.
Well, if he doesn't
It
ship
be
it, I
right or wrong, but we both know. We're both thinking that,
What's
whether
that?
it's right or wrong, right? You know.
What are you talking about?
So he knows I'm thinking it. I know he's thinking it. Yeah. We know it doesn't fucking.
The leveling, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of fucking leveling going on, and you're like the
So what's
sausage
that?
in the middle.
So Shaw's going to
To
open
all
up
the
the
guys,
pot
you
here.
know, fucking wonder what's going
Under
on.
the gun.
Yeah.
Very nice
Trying to
king.
remember what fucking
You're not
day
going to
it
win
is.
it unless you do the right thing. I think I should have put it in. Whatever. I gotta write that down.
Andy with the opportunity to defend. Suited 10-6.
know you're going to say this is a bad fold. Good luck to you. I folded that earlier, same hand, and you also said that was a bad fold.
Go on, what was it?
What? I just play a different style of poker, so I know which.
Well, I can't wait to hear what they said about me for folding up. Earlier when you had three.
There's certain things I do more aggressively than other people. There's certain things I do more fucking tightly than other people.
Right. I want to hear that one as well.
You've got certain areas, I think.
120.
You guys are kind of paranoid. I don't think we've really been ripping on anybody
We're
too
gonna be fun
hard
this year.
here.
I mean, we were a little harsh on how long it took to fold those
I
nines.
did the same earlier.
I guess I don't know if that's, I don't know if that's harsh though. We also recognize that it was a spot, you know, not necessarily to.
Doesn't matter if you have aces or jacks. Like, it's the same.
2 undercards suited, but like.
Actually, jacks are.
I thought you had like 8s.
Connected-ish suited.
Doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
I think Andy's right though. Many players would have defended there, given the price, but
you take showdown
you know,
if it doesn't
I think
pair
the
up.
fold is okay too.
Once he put the million in. Once he puts the million in, he's fucking putting the 1.6 in with the threes.
No, I mean, I thought I had the best hand. If it doesn't double pair the board,
That's what I thought.
Ace and a flush draw, I think, maybe he has.
That's what I thought you would do.
Do you have ace and a flush draw?
And jacks.
You jacks. Yeah. Man, I'm gonna call. If I call that fucking million, the rest are going in. By fucking any change.
No,
I think.
You shouldn't have a bluff there, but obviously he did.
I don't know, but you know. You have to understand it. We're very sick.
Donald with the suited sourdough.
Artisanal sourdough
It's just
to the
a matter
rescue.
of when? When are we very sick?
Mavritsakis does enjoy playing pots. Might be tempted to come along here with the nice 10-8 suited on the button.
It is a fun one.
Could also turn it into a tray bet if you felt the need to. Raise to 1 million, and Black waking up with the 10s behind. We've seen him 3-betting light. I think this is a great spot for Black to put the rest in.
I mean, I can't believe Mavritsakis went for this another 2 hands in a row, getting out of line.
On top there. 4. This the purple. I don't care. It's about the rest of it.
At 5.7.
And in both cases, it's going to cost them extra chips.
Yeah, no, best not to guess, you know. She might get it wrong, and then I might go, ooh. Okay, 2. I'll count it. 4.
And by the way, it's no knock on Mavritsakis because other times these moves would work.
5.
Just happen to run into some pretty big hands both times.
Yeah, on both occasions.
You know? Do my interrogation. There's more than one player in the hand. I can only talk to myself, but nothing to do with the hand. So much crap.
He's not upset that he doesn't have aces here. He's upset that he doesn't have crack. The lack of crack.
I mean, in a roundabout way. Wow.
Fold.
Makes the fold.
Okay, so I was mistaken when I said this is going to cost Mavritsakis extra chips, and I was mistaken when I said it would work sometimes. It's going to work this time.
I mean, in a roundabout way, that little speech he gave to himself kind of did give away the strength of his hand.
I'm going to stay quiet on that because you're not wrong. All right, so it does work for Mavritsakis this time.
To get that bit through.
You have a hand?
I've seen some very surprising things.
It's gotta be on TV.
What?
It's gotta be on TV.
I'll tell you in 30 minutes. My daughter's watching.
Fucking, I should have shoved. Fucking. Oh, I don't know. Fucking.
And by the way, that's one where I'm
maybe
maybe influenced a little much by the whole cards. You know?
Yeah.
If
I
Maverick Sockets has jacks there,
I'd say.
maybe I'm less surprised that Andy folds tens. I don't know. I'm fully willing to admit that I'm incredibly biased by being able to see the hold cards.
I'm fucking, you were definitely, what do you have, the ace fucking 3? Feels like the ace 3. You had a hand.
You'll see.
I won't fucking see, 'cause I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to go to bed. Just tell me.
Well, if he's not going to watch this, I have some other things
anyway.
to say
Tell me.
about Andy. Are we
I'll
sure
tell
he's
you
not
what
going to
I
watch?
had that last hand. So we'll trade. All right, where you show the queen. I'll tell you what I had.
I mean,
King, queen.
Probably.
I know, but if you tell
Why
me
is it
the
so hard to
truth
believe
about
he had
what I
queens?
there,
Why isn't no one
I'll
guessing
tell you the truth
queens?
about that. And he'll get a free roll.
And there would be a $100 penalty if you
Yeah.
want to be lies.
No,
€100
I won't do
penalty.
that. I won't lie on something like that.
Well, of course not. But just in case your memory's bad, it's a €100
100 to everyone at the table if I lie.
There you go.
If you tell me what you made it a million worth there.
320.
320.
Oops, sorry. Do you want to trade? Trade?
See what?
Maverick Sackett's opening another pot.
What you had
Wait
in
until-
that hand
okay.
versus what I
Yeah,
had
it's
in the
gonna
hand
get
where I
through.
showed the queen, and we whisper to each other. We won't tell anyone else. Yeah.
He wants to know us.
He can go fucking. Well, no, he said he'd pair 9, so we feel like we should
I had
include
pair
him. But
9,
if I have to get the
100%.
information off you, well, then I'll exclude him. Sorry about that, Kevin.
I don't care.
Yeah. So I'll just
I'll
do a
find out on
private
my way
trade
home.
with
My
you.
daughter's going to call me.
Private deal.
It's only.
I don't want something, you know. Like I know that I'm
7
losing
o'clock
at
at
that
night
time
there.
anyway. So
On the, no, I mean on the hand where you made it a million. I don't care what you had in the other fucking hand.
Oh, when I opened, and you
No,
tanked for a while.
Yeah, when I tanked for a while, I want to know.
Yeah, the one I opened though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to know.
24 minutes.
Oh, fuck off. I'm an old man. I might make it 24 minutes.
And you'll die happy.
You know, 24 minutes to you say with a laugh.
Because you're not going to like it when you see it.
Kevin,
Oh,
when you
yeah.
get to Kevin's age, you know, he could be in the toilet for 24 minutes. Yeah. Fucking slowly doing a long piss. You know, it's in my fucking future. It's around the corner, yeah. It is.
It was funny
Yeah,
before you
we'll be
explained
chatting
it.
about it. You'll be chatting about girls and stuff like that. We'll be talking about how long we're in the toilet.
Shut up.
That's a great joke for me to poop on.
320.
Then we'd be talking about like the good old days or something. There's got to be something better than
Yeah,
that.
yeah. The good old days. The Devilfish was selling jewelry on the tables. That's
Oh,
where
boy.
I met Devilfish. They used to have jewelry laid out on the tables at the World Series. And Devilfish had a jewelry stall. Just like the poker tables, they'd have jewelry everywhere.
The hell's a Julie?
They were selling jewelry.
Oh, jewelry.
Yeah, jewelry, like
That's right, I used to. Huh?
watches and chains and shit.
If you could consider it jewelry, I guess. I don't know if a aluminum skull counts as jewelry.
Why don't you wake up
I
now
think you
with
mean
it?
aluminium.
That's right. I do mean aluminium.
So do you want to do a deal with those hands? I'll whisper to you what I had when I showed the queen.
I was not interested in know.
What?
I was not interested in know. It's fine.
Outer table action again.
Look at the count.
This time it's Rice versus Sanchez. Rice all in. And it looks like, remember, Rice doubled up through Sanchez once already this session. Looks like Swain has noticed that there's a triangle in play back at the feature table. Sanchez with quite a few purple chips, looks like has Rice covered. Covered like white on rice. Ooh. What am I looking at? Looks like we're on a turn. And Shaw, excuse me, not Shaw. Sanchez folds this one. And Rice is going to pick up a pretty chunky pot there.
They're dying like flies. Nobody's going for it.
I want to say what's up real quick, even though he's not listening, to our friend and colleague Jeff Platt right now, deep in a tournament at the Win, down to the final 14 players.
What?
We have a 3K paid them. Yeah.
Send some love.
Jesus. We're
To
going
the
to
other
waste
side.
2 hours of our fucking life. Nobody's going to be knocked out. And that's the only
Yeah, but it
reason.
means
It's
that
because they
the
wanted less people for tomorrow.
No, but it means that tomorrow can finish. You know, I mean, otherwise it'll struggle to finish.
That is correct.
Trust me, it'll struggle to finish. I haven't.
So let's just raise the blind levels 2 hours next time.
Yeah.
I'm also
That
fine
way
with
they
that.
get- My only worry is
different opinions. And
my worry is I don't have time to go have a cigar and a couple of cocktails now.
where are you going to have a cigar? Just near, like your Todd?
Outside, thank you for your comment.
The Black Anvil.
Where's that?
It's Conor McGregor's place. It's right by my house.
Oh.
It's got a big patio in the back so I can have cigars and drinks.
Well, I've been invited along there, actually. Actually, I had a girlfriend, but then she dumped me.
What?
I was invited along there by my girlfriend a while ago, after you were at my place. But then she dumped me before I got to go there. But we go and have a drink there sometime. But
It's a really nice looking place. The food's
you have
okay.
it yeah.
But it's a great looking place and they do a good job.
Yeah.
And their prices are amazing,
Are you
really.
talking about the Conor McGregor's pub?
Yeah.
I've seen a video though from this pub.
How long have you got?
Conor McGregor punched the guy, one of his customers.
In the customer?
Yeah.
McGregor punched the customer? No.
I wouldn't want to, like,
Wow,
you
they
might
had to be
pick up
giving him
some
a
the
lot of
rays,
shit,
and
huh?
You'd fucking be disturbed.
Maybe he's right. I don't know what happened. You know, like I don't know.
I'm not a great catch, you know.
Where are you from?
Greece.
Oh, nice. I'm going to be there May 3rd for 2 weeks.
Where's he from?
The country or the movie?
Where?
Greece.
No fucking way.
Yeah, but I live here.
Last one should be fine.
I live here in
How much?
Boston.
I thought you were Spanish.
Last one should be fine.
Yeah. Then how much is the bet? Just in case
Are
there's
your
like
parents-
raise, re-raise, re-raise, and then you're going to fold?
Are your parents in shipping?
No, no.
I always think of Grecian people as shipping magnates.
Many of them, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of shipping. It's very famous for shipping. All right. I tell you, I got all my fucking shit stolen in '84 in Greece.
Really?
Yeah, I was drinking and I got spiked and anyway, I was
Where?
drinking tequila in Athens. And I got everything stolen and I had to fucking hitch all the way
Okay.
through
Yeah.
nothing, you know?
As it turns out, I don't care how much he has.
Sounds like that.
That's shit.
Yeah, no, I got everything fucking taken.
We're out in Greece.
Everything gone.
What?
We're at,
Southern Greece. It's called Kalamata.
like I fly into Athens and then I'm going to go to, like I had 2 weeks there, but I'm just going to travel around the islands. Where should I not miss?
Yeah. Which islands are you doing?
Huh?
Which islands are you going?
I'm a big fan of the
I don't know
island
yet.
of Mypos.
I'm flying into Athens. I'll make my plans from there.
Depends on what you're looking for. Like many different islands, many different.
Are you looking for something with water all around it?
I think all the islands fit that.
I mean, well, that's a good start. If you're looking for that, you're going to be very easily pleased.
Yeah. I like history, so the architecture and such, but
You see, he's thinking
the beauty.
He'd like to learn to read there. Yeah. Doesn't read, you know. Probably,
But don't stay in Athens during summer. It's like.
No, I'll be there May 3rd through the 17th.
40 something.
like a submarine.
Maverick Saka is taking advantage of the chip lead in the conversation
320.
to raise under the gun with Queen 10 off.
O'Donnell got a real pretty hand here on the button.
Yeah, I just don't know if can you really mess around with this chip stack and action behind and the under the gun and.
At this stage in the tournament, I think generally speaking, people are just going to be a little bit less willing to get involved. But O'Donnell doesn't seem too phased. He seems willing to get involved.
And luckily, the small blind isn't going to give him any problems. How about Tom Waters in the big blind? Queen Jack suited. Well, Tom's coming along for the ride. So we're going 3 ways to this flop. Queen Jack dominating Queen 10, dominating Jack 9. And 2 diamonds on the flop. O'Reilly, no O'Donnell.
O'Donnell actually has 2 live cards. Excuse me, 1 live card. The 9 is the one that's clean for him here, not 2.
But it's Maverick that's going to bet here. Continuation bet.
20. Oh, the 40. You're right this time. 1 each.
The lights are blinding, is it?
What?
The lights are blinding.
That's right.
O'Donnell makes the call with a purple oversized 500K chip. And Maverick needs to go, okay, what am I hoping for?
Jack?
Oh, boy. Well, Maverick is drawing dead and will not be getting O'Donnell to fold for any amount.
Is that like a little Scooby-Doo card protector?
It's a dog of some sort. How do you compete with the luck of the Irish in a tournament full of Irish?
Nice.
These commentators are not very fired up. Let's get pumped in here, fellas. You know what? You're right. You
I
banned.
assume there has to be another read.
Woo! I feel better already. Thank you very much.
That was the pick-me-up we needed, baby. Thank you.
Just the inspiration I needed.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
No.
Oh, I feel like I could make it through. I feel like I could do 2 more levels now.
Mr. O'Donnell got the flush. He's in position. Does he ever find like a super bossy check here, given the action?
You know what I mean? I mean, I think it is. But I mean, yeah. I mean, it's obvious consideration. But
what's the question?
Well, I imagine if you come
Yeah,
back, you know,
betting seems reasonable too. 1.8 in the middle, bets 900,000.
10 hours before they make plans, you know. That's why they do a redraw at the end of the day. You don't come back in the same seats. Yeah. I mean, I just thought.
And a clear fold from Queen 10 off. On to the next one. Still 16 remain in this Irish Poker Open.
No,
2023.
Like what island?
No, I'm not living in Ireland. I live in southern Greece. It's called Kalamata. Have you heard like Kalamata olives?
I have
Kalamata olive oil is famous.
Oh, wow.
Redrawn it before anyway, doesn't
I'm a big olive oil fan. I used to own restaurants.
Huh?
I used to own restaurants.
What are you talking about? Popeye's girlfriend.
No. America.
I assume they figured out that one day boys sat there and probably made up a plan into, well, you can't have that, you know.
Shaw, UTG +1, going to open it up here. Ace-10 off.
And O'Donnell with
Hello, my
more
love.
diamonds.
I'm good.
Ace-Jack this time. Much better than the Jack-9.
320.
O'Donnell in position once more. Another suited ace-jack. Keeping it cool, like the flat here.
320, right?
And Tommy Waters taking a peek at the ladies.
Unbelievable.
So less than 30 big blinds effective, Joe. Queens are not kings. And I'll tell you another thing. Queens are not aces.
Yeah, but
Joe.
they're still a top 3 hand, right?
They're still top 3, but they do need protection much more so than kings and aces. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a shove given the action
He's
thus
going to
far.
look again. Honestly, I don't blame him. First of all, who doesn't like to take a peek at a lady from time to time, right?
What
happened?
Wait, what?
Wait, we got it all in. Aces versus ace-jack. Glauser versus Tom Murphy. So we got both Toms involved in huge hands.
Little smile there from Glauser. Queens? Queens?
Is Tom Murphy covered? That's the question. Looks like he's going to have a little bit left behind. But what about the other Tom? Take me to the waters. Tom Murphy going to be on life support after that. But I sure would like to get back to the other table now that this hand is over. Here we go. Here we go. Back to the feature table where they've waited for us, I'm sure.
4,140,000.
Hey, look at that. It was just tank time.
Okay.
Does that make the difference?
Tom has moved all in. And I think we're going to have a eventual fold. We're going to have the Kevin O'Donnell rain delay fold.
Yeah, we did call it right, though. Looks like the Queens did just squeeze it all in after all.
Shit. It's really close.
I don't think it's that close. I think it's kind of like the 9s. Am I crazy? Am I just doing this because I can see the hold
I
cards?
guess I should have 3-bet you.
I
Then
think
I'd
it is
know
a very
for sure
similar
what I
spot to
should
the
be
9
doing
show.
here.
I would put it in that same category.
Yeah.
Right in that same kind of bracket. It feels about the same.
And I get emotionally. Why it's hard. I get it. It's a big deal. You're thinking to yourself, oh, I could call here. I could bust somebody. I could ladder everyone up. We can get closer to the final table. I can be an overwhelming chip leader probably.
God damn.
But this ain't it, as they say. Say less, as they say.
I mean, with the kind of price that he has, though, Joe, as well, like the more
Yeah,
sort of
fold.
pocket pairs that Waters has, the more he might sort of theoretically be priced in if he's flipping against whatever. But
sure, but
no, I think
people
it's,
aren't squeezing light here.
Yeah, I think it's usually just going to
People
be
are folding goddamn 10s.
Yeah. Nice hand, regardless.
Well, Andy Black was folding goddamn
Right.
10s.
Ace of diamonds. No, he had the ace of diamonds. Trick question. Good night. You know it.
So I think we're right around 30 minutes left till the end of the night.
Thank you.
We will not be getting down to the final table. And you are stupid for ever thinking so.
Unless you had like the Queen 10 of diamonds, then well played instead of nice hand.
Oh my God, 8-way all in on the feature table. Unbelievable carnage.
Thank you.
That would be quite the way to wrap up our day 3 coverage, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. I think Joe's got it right. We're coming back to a few more players than expected.
That might be an outrage.
The fear was that someone was going to tell us today that we had to play down to the final table no matter what. And there's a good chance that that would have run directly into the start time
I know.
of that final table.
I only care about the chips. Like, I like everybody, but I want all their chips. Doesn't matter.
I like nobody, and I don't want the chips.
Yeah. It's a common thread.
If you don't want them, you can.
I know,
give it to
yeah,
me,
that's
you
why
know,
it's
like-
tricky, you know. That's why I have a lot of tricky situations.
I'm with you, scary, crazy butter knife. I feel stupid for thinking
Man,
even
I tell
a
you what, I've
person
had
would have busted
3
by now.
Big decisions in the last hour.
Although we
Nine,
did just see
ace jack.
outer table carnage, might see one
And
bust
whether
out
I
before we
should call
finish,
that.
Joe.
I do think that's
all in from
poor Tom Murphy.
Greece. I should
It's
have.
very likely to be all in very soon.
Wynn deciding to go for a 3-bet here, trying to get that pre-flop open either on their own or to fold. I think maybe Wynn might be picking up on Shaw's slightly wider tendencies here. Shaw's shown the ability to play a considerably wider range from even earlier position
There's
here.
the 5 seconds you want.
Pass. Pass.
It's 3-bet.
Pass.
Will
Pass.
get through. That's the last time Shaw opens a little loose under the gun.
50.
Been a while since we've seen one of these. Look how shallow things are getting. Maverick Sock is the chip leader, just 45 big blinds. O'Donnell not too far behind. Black, Waters, and Wynn kind of bunched up in the middle. Shaw as well, and then 2 players approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Oyala and Swain. Swain, bogus.
Pass. Pass.
Jellery asks, how much do you get paid per hour as a commentator? We're not going to talk about the hourly.
Wait, you get paid?
We're not going to talk about the hourly.
Wait, you get paid? It's actually, yeah, hourly is.
We're not going to talk about the hourly.
Irish Poker Open's running along here.
$320.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. This is wide.
320.
10-7 off from the button, but my guy's got 7.3 mil. He don't care.
Okay, what about per day? I'll tell you guys this. It's under 10 grand a day.
Accurate.
Actually, no, I don't want that. Sorry, I'm not trying. What's the back? You still owe me 20.
Yeah.
No, I don't want that.
See, I don't need this from RCG, who says barely approaching danger.
That's right. You owe me
I don't need a
20.
contrarian right now.
You banned.
You banned. Thank you.
Right.
Excuse me.
You're not barely approaching being banned. You are banned.
Oh, right.
You know,
So
no,
you
it's
get
not. Don't you know?
120
It's a
there.
bit rude. That
It should be 240 there, yeah?
That's just a
That's
bit rude,
240.
isn't it?
That's right.
That's right.
It's okay.
Pass.
Oh, that's pissed me right off.
What happened there?
He won that. He was all in, no one noticed. Apart from your man.
No. Yeah.
What happened?
He went all in.
No, he went. He went all
Busy
in.
with the
If he was
change while he went
concentrating,
all
he
in.
would have known.
He went all in,
He went
and
all
I
in.
folded. I'm the one who folded. He gets the tips.
That's here.
You got the chips. I have 5 grains, please.
20.
Goodness me. Everybody's tired. Draw the hands.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Let's do it. Draw the hands. Let's go.
He just wants to be in charge longer because he just got put in charge.
Everyone wants to be in charge in their own way.
All right, on to the next one, guys. Still 16 remain in this Irish Poker Open.
Yeah, I'll have a piece. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just because you're working all day.
Pass.
Fair enough.
Donald, Jack 10 off, going to put in a fold.
You draw the hands?
No, he's never going to do that. He's like Nick sent him here, and he comes back saying he made some new.
They did it at 12 minutes last night.
That would be Nick's decision.
You were here last
He's been
night.
under instructions to do it at 10, I'd say.
No way.
I bet you.
You were here last night. He did it in like 12 minutes.
10, did they?
Bullshit.
12.
I'll bet you $1,000. I'll bet you €1,000.
I bet you my fucking dick is bigger than yours.
Loser bet for
in
you.
cold weather, like in cold weather.
320.
Only cold weather bet.
Yeah, it was like 11 minutes and 40 seconds last night, right?
Looks like I got back for the
You're
good
probably
part.
right. I wasn't taking any notice. I was just trying to knocked out in the feature table at the same level as I got knocked out last year. I had other fucking problems.
Apparently the weather's one of them.
I got knocked out in the feature table at the last level. 5-10,000. Last year. I thought, am I going to get knocked out at the same level at the feature table?
Nick, why do you carry a ruler with you?
He's not going to break. He's not going to break ranks with whatever.
For
Nick
moments
is
just like these, Joe.
So whatever it is,
You never know.
Nick is literally sterilizing a ruler right now.
If Nick went off,
swabbing it with alcohol.
I'm just saying
You never know when you're going to need it on a poker
I thought it
tournament.
was very strange last night. Like it was a weird thing. It was
You're not
like
going to need
11
that
and a
one.
half, 11 minutes,
Yeah, the
40
smaller one.
seconds or something. It was strange.
Yeah, that one that
And then they
maxes
drew
out at
3
6
Centimeters.
centimeters.
Now
Yeah.
Because that'll make me play the blinds.
Did you saw me?
It's so confusing when she's giggling and stuff, and she's looking at you, right? And then it's nothing to do with you.
It's not been easy for you.
Oh, it has something to do with you.
Oh, no, for you, it's not been easy.
It's a cute girl, and she's looking at you, and then boom, she's talking to somebody else. It's hurtful.
Yeah, but you're used to it.
It's tilting.
We're gonna spend a couple of days together. I'm gonna give them all a raise and try my last girl.
Waters, ace, queen, coming in with a raise. UTG +2. Mavitsakis, queen 10 suited. This is a hand that people like to 3-bet. I'm not gonna lie. This is one of those ones you see a lot
Now we're at 9
from
minutes.
players that know how to 3-bet.
What's going on?
Mavitsakis has shown he's not afraid to play that kind of game. That's how he acquired those 8 millions.
Maverick, sock it to me.
Could just make it like 900K here.
Raise. 850.
50.
Goes for 850, just shy of the 900K. Not surprised to see that. Waters obviously has a pretty strong hand, very strong holding, in fact.
But not quite a slam dunk easy decision as 2 queens.
So if Waters has been paying attention, you know, he might be picking up on the fact that we've seen a lot of 3-betting from Mavitsakis, and therefore obviously ace queen can be sort of 4-bet here. I think flatting is also okay, but then the pot is quite inflated already. It can be tricky if you miss. Waters kind of just been a silent assassin here. He's definitely just been sitting and observing, not engaging in too much chat. I think he's just going to count out his chips here, trying to figure out exactly how much he's got behind. Started the hand with about 30 big blinds, so I think honestly just jamming is fine here. Going to increase your stack by a considerable amount with all the dead money out there, already 1.5 in the middle.
Obviously, it's fine. It's just hard to pull the trigger. You're this deep. There's a chance you walk right into it.
No, of course, absolutely. It's not an easy situation at all. Not saying this is an easy play, but okay, gonna put in a raise, not all in.
Announced raise.
How much is it?
1320.
Just clicks it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this a lot. He's given Mavitsakis kind of the price just to peel and try and get lucky with a very, very drawable hand. Hands with lots of drawbles.
You ever seen this before? Just run the clock down.
They've done a random thing for when the clock.
No, we're not.
I don't
playing
know.
set hands.
I don't know. What's happening? This is very odd. Normally
I mean,
no, but you're just going to run the clock down. You're not going to do last
You count this, the red one.
last 3 hands or whatever.
I love this. But if it's a hand that has more equity, I mean, Mavritsakis might just
I think
peel.
it's fine. I'm okay with it. Great.
Much appreciated. You're okay.
I don't
It's
fucking
a situation where
That's
SPRs
it. Really?
can be approximately 1.
Is your emotional life so attached to mine? That's a big mistake.
1.320.
I know, I hear that, but I'm sort of now exploring the irony.
Like, do you think this 4-bet's going to get folds very often?
People don't want to look at their
I
shit,
think
man. Yeah, people want to be in charge.
the deeper you are, obviously, the better it is to sort of peel and try and get lucky because you have more to win when you actually get that ace or queen ten of hearts. But with SPR being approximately 1
I want to get the fuck out of here. I want to go have a cigar and a drink.
I know.
and Waters being the first to act
I'm not being
post
grumpy.
flop,
I'm making a very reasonable request.
going to be
We have
expecting a
take
lot of
shit, all
aggression.
right?
So unless you
Get
hit
us the
real
bag,
hard, it's going to be hard to
It's a big
continue.
pot, lads, we should. It's a big pot.
Okay.
You're right.
Good
Thank
point.
you.
Sorry. I don't like
Mavritsakis asking for a little bit of peace and quiet.
Call?
Call.
Yeah, Mavritsakis calls, and if I'm Tom Waters with ace-queen, this is terrifying to me.
See, I mean,
but we can see that he is just a huge favorite.
Yeah.
Is this like a reverse stop and go? Is Tom just planning on jamming most flops? 7-4-3.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to see how it plays out. I think personally, I prefer to get the ace-queen all in, but maybe Waters picking up on the fact that a lot of the 3-bets will be hands like queen 10 of hearts and just thinking, okay, cool, domination situation.
Yeah, he has to check it.
Thing is, he can do the same thing here with aces and kings, right? He can easily just check. He knows he's not going to struggle to get the chips in on later streets.
Okay, fair enough, sure.
So I don't think he's necessarily showing weakness by checking ace-queen on the flop here. So that quick check seems like it could be very strong. Mavritsakis is somewhat handcuffed here, I think, because he knows in some situations he'll bet and just get shipped on, or be barreling into hands like ace-queen, I guess, too.
Mavritsakis checks. Takes the free card. Everyone improves, therefore no one improves. Action back on Waters.
So 3 million in there.
The delayed continuation bet.
Doesn't have to be big
here.
Be
small, right? Yeah.
Like 800, 900K would be kind of cool.
Seems like less. I don't know. Yeah. 750?
Yep. Sounds about right.
And queen 10 folds.
Nice. Good pot there for Waters.
Did it the hard way.
He did it the tricky way, but it paid off for him here. And yeah, really interesting hand. I'd love to do some more analysis on that behind the scenes.
I don't think I'm there. I don't think I'm there.
No, we're doing that before we back. So during the hand, she won't stop it.
Who's the leader? I think you're the leader.
I don't think, yeah, he's the tip leader, I think.
These guys all shirking responsibility. Hand shaping up. We said Thomas Murphy was going to be all in soon, and there it is. Doherty versus Murphy. Is that ace-queen versus ace-king? Oh, it's ace-jack versus ace-queen, and ace-queen does hold. So Doherty is going to double up Murphy. We are still at 16 players. Looks like Tom's got some pals on the rail. Pretty excited for this double up here. Shout out to Rasputin in the back.
I like the sailor red. It's all good.
Love a good Rasputin reference.
Oh, yeah, sure. Players sell all the green chips to seat number 8.
He never died. He's been with us the whole time. Love you, Josh Chat.
It's 100. 100.
Yep.
Yeah, there's 100.
Sebastian Generali asks on YouTube, why is this going so late? Because we got to play down to a winner tomorrow, and if this doesn't go late tonight, then it might not finish tomorrow.
Yep, sorry guys, this year we're just going to have to chop it 4 ways. We're out of time. No ICM, chop it down the middle. Water's back in the mix here, going to open it up for the min.
What's that? 100?
And 3 white ones here.
What?
3 white ones.
3 white ones.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Andy, is 100.
Much?
100.
100? Give us that 100 there, would you? Just the one in the pot.
Here. No ticket for the, I've no ID.
Racks!
Chips
Racks!
everywhere.
Racks!
Don't know what's in the pot. Chips flying around all over.
Tickets on the is going to reprint it from
I only made about 200.
I'm on the
I mean, normally I'd make a wee bit more.
Kevin.
But I only
So I
made
need to
200.
get for my ID when I back, right?
Yeah,
Can you
slow,
print it, yeah?
you know, late at night, you should be making sure
Kevin.
doing that. Oh, you know. You can spot the guys who aren't caught.
Big Psy energy. Holds the 9-6.
Big Psy energy indeed.
One more hand?
Yes.
One more hand.
Let's do 2 more hands. Come on. Let's do 2 more. I was just kind of getting into it again.
Any grades? Grades?
Excuse me.
Much? 100?
So, I actually have a question. When it was the final table, it was going to start at 1 o'clock tomorrow. But since it's not, does it still start at 1? Yes, okay.
Dealers, once you finish the current hand, please stop.
10:30 a.m. start. Let's just go. Let's just go for it. No, just kidding, guys. 1:30 is the start
Hey,
time.
you got a new shift, dude.
1:30 local time, that is, here in Ireland.
Sorry, I'm just putting the odds out.
Pocket Kings for Mavritsakis. Nice little closer here.
320. 320.
Okay, it's 320 plus.
320. For me to poop on. Well, Andy got saddled with buying up all the green chips.
Mavritsakis trying his hardest to make this 15 before we finish the day.
And Oyala's going to be a fold as well.
Got it.
Are you kidding me, everyone?
25.
Shows the Kings.
I was actually chopping
Don't give free information.
Who's the button next time?
Look, I'm just going to
Can we get service?
in front of you. Look.
Service?
100. Right now. Okay. Just check 100.
Things coming to a close here on day 3 of the Irish Poker Open. The record-breaking biggest tournament in Ireland's history. PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker coming together with the established regalness of the Irish Poker Open. There's the chip stacks of the feature table as we close things out from here on day 3. We'll be coming back tomorrow with fewer big blinds than this. It's going to get even more shallower, my babies, because those blinds are going up when we come back. That's the old blinds level. So tomorrow, back in action at 1:30 p.m. local time. Until then, for James Hardigan, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, and myself, it's good night from Dublin.
3, and I'll give me $1.5 million. Oh, you can leave me with no chips. No, you can this is plenty of
Okay. 1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 2.5. 2.5 million. What?
Can I keep 500,000? No chips.
How about somebody bag this stuff?